Among countless bodies, soldiers, and comrades, he alone stands and can only watch. The giant he thought dead speaks, noting that it didn't calculate that there would be such a strong human. This giant is named Ahayut, and after he suddenly popped up in the Empire 20 years ago, along with other two giants, they destroyed everything in their path, for no apparent reason. Because of him, more than half of the Empire turned into a mass grave, yet he still dares live after all this? Ahayut tells him not to worry, as soon he will return to his side. He notes that it's good then, as his dear friends will wait for him on the other side. One was torched because of an extremely angry dragon, and the other was sealed for eternity by a mighty mage called Lorahan. Doesn't he get it? They lost. Ahayut tells him to not cover his words with sweetenings, as the children of the star share senses. He knows their opponents were also eliminated, and it means that strong people like himself no longer exist on this world. He notes that he's still alive and kicking, so what is he babbling about? Ahayut says that he shouldn't hope for much, as he feels his time is reaching an end. However, he's quite glad, as if he realized his skills and put body and soul into training, he would have become too large of an obstacle to deal with. He tries to retort this, but he knows that he had a life not worth living that much, so he should just die. With his final moments, Ahayut congratulates him for being a great human, and he should be proud. But soon, his world will be engulfed by the starlight and disappear entirely. He cuts off his head in one clean swing, leaving him alone. Things have already happened as they did. What can he possibly do now? With heavy breath, he walks around the battlefield and thinks of his comrades and the cherished memories he made with them all of this time. Among a pile of bodies, he spots one of his friends and wonders what kind of pride they had to let themselves fight to this extent. They should have noticed that they aren't on the same level and lived. He closes his eyes and wonders why only his sword worked on a giant that could deflect the Empire's strongest sword aura. If he did it some other way, if he only knew about this, they wouldn't have died a dog's death. But now, nothing can be done. Suddenly, he hears someone talking, and he walks towards it. He is quite surprised to see the great commander, Adeshan, still alive, although barely. He tells her that for someone of her status, she shouldn't be like this. She says otherwise, and tells Ronan that he's a corporal, so he isn't keeping appearances either. But what's more important right now? Is Ahayut dead? Ronan confirms it, and notes that his body isn't far away from here. Tears roll down Adeshan's face, and she thanks him for doing this. Ronan says that if she's that grateful, she should listen to his request at least. Usually, soldiers like this are either abandoned here or buried randomly, but he wants them cleaned up and treated well. Adeshan says that he looks more alive than her, so shouldn't he be the one to do that? He begins coughing up more and more blood. He is definitely not more alive than her, as he could die at any second. He was a fool and in turn fooled around, but it still feels quite unfair that he will die. Adeshan asks what he wants to do if he were to live, and he says that he would do lots and lots of things. But now, the only thing he can think about is the academy. That big and ugly bastard kept reminding him of it, as his sister's only wish was to see him at the academy, but soon he will be reunited with them. Adeshan tells him to not lose hope, as a search party will soon be here, but he doesn't believe he will be holding out much longer, as he's on death's door. The rain suddenly stops, surprising them both. The ground begins to shake uncontrollably, and when Ronan looks in the sky, he spots a being with 8 wings. Behind it, countless giants are ready to attack. Adeshan's whole world is in shambles, as in the end, she couldn't save the world this time either. Ronan snaps her out of it and tells her this isn't the time for thinking, as she should hurry and use telekinesis on him so that he can fight. She's very surprised he's still willing to fight in this situation, and he notes that even if he dies, he will not give those bastards the reward of killing him while he's still. She finds his valiance quite comforting and thinks that this man was the missing piece in all of this. She gets up and suddenly kisses him as to transfer something from her mouth. She whispers something to him, and Ronan asks what she means, especially in this type of situation. Adeshan notes that if he ever sees her again, he should tell her to not do anything dumb and become a tailor, as she always wanted to try. Those words are the last of humanity. As with them, the whole world is wiped out. The blue orb glistens, and Ronan wakes up screaming for her, but she's nowhere to be seen, as he has woken up in his hometown Nimbutan. This is his first day of regression. He sits under a tree's shade, and can't believe that Adeshan's last words were true. What she told him was that this orb that she gave him allows the person holding it to regress back in time. That's how she, a simple tailor woman, became the Grand Commander. The orb allows a person to regress a total of 4 times, and she already used 3 of those, so only 1 regression remains. She's handing it to him, as she believes he's the key for humanity's salvation. He needs to sharpen his abilities as much as possible, and the best place for this would be Filian Academy. Ronan slams his head in the tree and wonders just what he's supposed to do by himself, even if he has this much time. Suddenly, he remembers that this is in fact the past, so he rushes to see his older sister. While running towards his home, he spots that some punks are bullying a child by tying him upside down. That's when he notices that the child isn't held up by a rope, but rather by magic. Such a person would be invaluable in the battlefield. To think they were in a countryside town like this. Come to think of it, around this time, he's sure they were here as well. The person holding the child up thinks that he didn't want any of this, and something bad will certainly happen to that poor kid soon. He begs them to stop, as he doesn't have any money, as his mother's medicine is too expensive. The bully notes that is not for him to worry about. He slaps him constantly, and says that if he wanted to be a filial son like this, he should have earned more money. He tells the guy with magic to put the kid at the top of the three, as he hasn't come to his senses quite yet. He tries to refuse, but the bully says that he's acting like a girl, as it's not like they are hanging him or something. He should shut up and do as he says. Asel wonders why things became like this. Was it perhaps wrong to learn magic? He only wanted to show everyone that he's good at something, so he needs to tell this bully that he can't do it, but he's too scared to. He still finds the courage to try, but that's when someone hits him with a stick over the head. Ronan is the perpetrator and tells them to stop, as that child will die if things continue like this. The kid falls, and the bully is extremely mad at Asel for letting him go. He tries to defend himself, but Ronan gets in front, as he has to talk with him about something. With the bully being quite angry, he's getting ignored. Where did he learn telekinesis magic? Asel notes that he learned it from a grimoire she bought from a peddler. He's quite surprised Asel became this good with such a cheap book, so if he trains, he will certainly become extremely powerful. That's when the bully draws his sword, as he has had enough of people ignoring him. It seems that he's acting this way because he let him win that day, but now, he will teach him manners. Ronan wonders how this guy managed to get a real sword, and notices his posture is extremely bad, but he's strong, so things like this should work around these parts. Naturally, with him, they will not. Although his body is much younger, what was imprinted into him while he was a disciplinary soldier remains. Battle sense. The bully notes that it must be his lucky day, as he was going to make sure he wouldn't be able to lift a spoon for his whole life. Since it became like this, he should drop to his knees instantly and beg, as he will let him go with only an arm being cut off. Fair deal, right? And if he somehow dies, he will make sure his sister is treated well. By him, that is. Ronan asks if he just talked about his sister, and the bully laughs and confirms it. Every time he sees her, he thinks of how great her body is. With one angry swing, Ronan takes his ear clean off. The pain takes a while to register, but when it does, he cowers in fear and pain. Ronan comes closer to him and asks if he really wants to die today. The bully's friends wonder how he managed to cut off his ear with a mere stick, and Ronan demands they leave with this bastard in tow, lest they want to become like him. They will also leave behind the money they stole, as well some more for ruining his mood. They can only agree. When they leave, Ronan gives the bullied kid all of the money, as he only needs the sword. He also shouldn't worry about their bullying anymore, as they won't have the confidence to wander around like this anymore. He thanks him profusely once again, and Asel grabs their attention. He also apologizes, as he knew that what he did was wrong, and he shouldn't have, even though Hans threatened him. He apologizes again and again, but the bullied kid sighs, and notes that he was crying like this the first time he was dragged here. When he saw him, he only thought that they were in the same situation, so he shouldn't blame himself, as it's not his fault at all. With that, he leaves, and Ronan looks at her, as apparently, he's the only one that knows she's a girl somehow. He asks her if she remembers that they had some business to talk about, and she confirms it. He notes that they will be meeting in 4 days, as he's busy right now, so they will meet then. Oh, and if she thinks of not coming, she knows what will happen, right? Asel is quite puzzled by this whole interaction. He arrives at his sister's door with some flowers, as he remembered she liked flowers. But is this perhaps too much? He turns away as he thinks he's doing too much, and that's when she opens the door and is glad he's back. While he was a disciplinary soldier, he thought to himself 1,000 times, what does he say to her when they see each other again? Should he apologize for leaving without a word, or tell her how much he missed her? He thought about it very often, but those things could only be said by the soldier Ronan. All that he can say now is that he's back. Iris, his sister, prepares him a meal, and is extremely glad that her cold brother actually gave her flowers. She asks if he wants more to eat, but he notes she's already given him plenty. Ronan also asks how old she will be this year, and she notes she will be 22, but why does he ask? He excuses this question as simply forgetting, and notes that if she's around that age, there are 10 years until those giant bastards come. She feels his forehead as to check for a fever, and he notes that she's still the same as she remembers, bright, kind, and warm. She's making him wish that this moment could last forever, but he isn't allowed this luxury, as he's the only one who can protect her and the world. He removes her hand and notes that he has something important to tell her. He was actually thinking of joining the academy soon. She is extremely glad he has come too, and rushes to get something out of a hidden place. A pot full of gold, saved especially for a day like this. He finds her amazing, as this is no small amount of money, but although he appreciates it deeply, this much won't do. Iris wonders what he's talking about, and that's when he says he wants to join the Imperial School, Philian Academy. She screams in shock, which can be heard even outside. The Philian Academy is the Empire's best educational institution. It holds the continent's most outstanding teachers, and combined with the Imperial family's generous funding, this place is sure to give anyone who goes there the finest education. It's prestigious enough to be called a factory of heroes, as many have come from it. Adeshan, the great commander, Swordmaster Shulafin, and the worst criminal, the Winter Witch. The guys from Philion were quite useful during the war, so he understands why Adeshan mentioned it to him. However, being so famous is also an issue, as its fees and entrance standards are quite heavy. He also didn't expect that reaction from his sister, but he will show her the results. He goes to the meeting spot he established with Estelle, who came only because he said that he won't let her go if she didn't come. Ronan notes that they will be busy tonight, as there's something he wants to test her on. It's nothing much though. All she needs to do is lift him as high as she can. She's surprised he requested this, as it's quite dangerous. Ronan tells her that it's not all that, so the only thing she needs to do is listen to him. He will not die from it, so she shouldn't be scared. She begins using her telekinesis, and rises Ronan high in the air, who thinks that this is much better than he initially expected. Although its stability and height is lacking, this feeling is quite familiar, as during the battle with a Hayyut, what allowed him to fight equally with that giant freak was telekinesis. It's a rare ability, even among mages, so that means she's going to become the most important thing needed for his battle against him. This start is quite lucky to begin with. Estelle notes that it's becoming difficult to hold him, and he urges her to hold a little while longer, as he has something to check. He will be coming down himself, and with those words, he cuts Estelle's mana, and lands perfectly. She's shocked he just did that, and asks what he did exactly. Ronan shrugs it off as it being nothing, only some acrobatic movement he's been able to do for a while. That's not what she was asking about though, but Ronan urges her to keep her mouth shut, as he also doesn't know much about it. However, this might be the reason his sword worked on that guy in the first place. He can take things slowly, however, as there's something that needs to be done. He hands Estelle a bag, and says that she needs to follow him, as before the moon disappears, there's something they need to do. This adventure might become the first page of Ronan's biography, the Empire's greatest history, and in general book. Ronan tells her where they are going, and she's quite unsure about their destination. He asks if she doesn't want to, but that isn't the issue. He has talent and a knack for martial arts, but she doesn't know anything. Plus, she's quite cowardly and timid. Ronan, in turn, asks if she really wants to live like that, wasting her innate talent on humoring punks. Is that truly the way she wants to live? And yes, she does have idiotic sides too. She's cowardly and timid, easily becomes a crybaby from just about anything, and also a plain loser. But all of this is fine, as she can change from now on. She shouldn't dally around too much, as the time that passes now cannot be taken back, and one day, she will come to regret it, like he did in his past life. He hopes that changed her mind, but she finds this as him worrying about her, which she's quite glad for. Ronan notes that he won't force her into anything, and turns his back away, but she says that she will come with, as she wants to change as well. She will go to the academy with him, so he only needs to show her what's needed. Ronan smiles, and notes that this is the first time she's acting this way, so they should start her next objective. He smiles sinisterly, as everything is going just as he planned it to. They come up to something, and she's quite shocked at her first objective. Her opponent, who can bring out her true skills, is a lunar goblin, and the leader of a pack at that. Isn't it great? But they shouldn't waste any more time and get started already. The lunar goblin is a type of creature that appears around this area quite frequently, and they can be differentiated from other normal goblins by their yellow skin and disfigured bodies. But the thing about these types of goblins is that they go absolutely crazy over gold and other valuables. Due to this, they often ambush merchants to steal such treasures. And when they gather enough, they put all of their stolen goods in one area and hold a festival. On a night with a full moon particularly, just like today, Estelle fears the worst, and Ronan confirms her suspicions. This night, they are going to steal of their valued treasure. She says that she's never heard a whisper about the goblins holding a festival revolving around treasure like this. So how did he know? He notes that he has his ways of knowing things, as he can't just tell her he saw them in his past life. He would sound crazy. But that doesn't matter now, as all she needs to do is use her telekinesis ability and move all of the treasure into their bag, as the goblins are dozing off right now. Simple, right? Annarasumanara says that it doesn't sound easy at all, and if something goes wrong and they wake up, what will they do then? Ronan doesn't lie, and notes that if that were to happen, things wouldn't be pretty at all. She urges him to rethink this plan if that is the case, but he thinks that she's too much of a coward. They aren't doing this because they can, as they need two things in order to get into Philion. First and foremost, they need money, so that they can afford that insane tuition fee. Secondly, real experience, as this is much more important than money. As she probably knew already, Philion is filled with aristocrats who have received the most elite training possible from birth. If she wants to win against people like them, there is only one real way: gain experience by risking their lives. Those goblins seem like the perfect opponents, as they gain cash, but also some experience. Two birds with one stone, as they say. Does she perhaps have a better and more grandiose idea? She confirms that she in fact does not, and Ronan notes that they should start right now. Little by little, the treasure and valuables are slowly being dragged into their bags. Annarasumanara is concentrating very hard, and Ronan instructs her calmly. Eventually, the last bag gets filled up, and he congratulates Annarasumanara for doing a good job while also gaining some experience. Wasn't it easy? Annarasumanara says that they indeed managed to do it, and he thinks that he wasn't that confident in her abilities, but she adapted quite quickly. She's much better at this than he originally thought. He has found a real nice minion to do his bidding. Ronan says that with these bags filled up, they should get going. As there isn't anything left for them here, they should head back before anything goes wrong. That's when two men who are chasing a bird start screaming through the forest for it, which wakes up the goblins, who become extremely mad goblins, as their precious treasure has disappeared. They all get up and search for the thieves, but it doesn't take long to find them, as Ronan and Annarasumanara didn't manage to get out of the area in time. All of them charge the thieves, and Annarasumanara is ready to pass away from how scared she is. She falls to her knees, and Ronan notes that he knew things were going too well for this situation. Annarasumanara suggests they throw the bags at them and run away, but Ronan is having none of it. How does she expect to pay that tuition without this? Earn it? She tries to say that this is not the important thing right now, but she doesn't get to finish, as the goblins are extremely close. Ronan analyzes the sword, and notices that it's made quite cheaply, so it should withstand about 15 attacks at least. However, there are 30 of them. One jumps to him, and he's still thinking. 15 attacks? That's plenty. He cuts off the heads of 3 with one single strike. Now he only has 14 attacks left. Birds scream throughout the forest, while Ronan takes care of the last goblin. Annarasumanara can only stare in shock, as she can't hope to explain what she just saw. He decapitated 3 with a single strike, and for the horde rushing afterwards, he disappeared, and appeared again in half a second. He is extremely powerful, but to think he would create such a spectacle. He asks her to stop spacing around so much, and she apologizes. Ronan notes that she has nothing to feel sorry about, as they need to get their stuff and leave. They are going home. While doing that, they find the bags quite uncomfortable, as they are pretty heavy, given the loot inside of them. Ronan notices that his muscles are sore from that scuffle with the goblins. Is it perhaps because he's still growing? When they go back, he needs to do some rigorous physical training. Annarasumanara wonders if he might know what that loud shout was that tipped them off to the goblins. He notes that it's uncertain, but it was definitely someone crazy, as you would have to be as such to scream in this forest. Someone draws his bow behind them and shoots an arrow directly at Annarasumanara. Ronan catches it, and she realizes what happened, but where could it have come from? Ronan wonders if this god-forsaken forest is cursed, or are they just plain unlucky? He asks the people who shot the arrow who they are, and they notice that these are kids, not goblins. They apologize, but it's clear that their intentions aren't as pure as they would like to present, as their eyes are on the treasure in their bags. Ronan notices their suspicious attitude and their predatory eyes, so they should stop talking nonsense and answer him properly. Who are they? They are both surprised by his reaction, and the short-haired one apologizes for not introducing themselves while coming closer to him. He pulls out a knife and claims that they are Caliboro. Ronan keeps calm and grabs his hand swiftly. He manages to knock his attacker out in one strike, and he seems to know that name from somewhere. The other charges in, and Annarasumanara musters up the courage to use her powers to stop him and tell Ronan that there's another behind him. He congratulates her for doing this and kicks the knife out of the attacker's hand. He catches it, and in not even a second, he slashes him everywhere. The attacker and his body took a while to process what happened, but there's no saving for him, as he dies in an explosion of blood. Annarasumanara cowers away, and asks if that guy really is dead. He confirms it, as he won't let anyone who tried to kill him live. It's only fair, right? And didn't she hear? These guys are Caliboro. She asks what they are, and he's happy to explain. They partake in poaching, kidnappings, and human trafficking. This group does every crime under the sun, and thus, they have gained the reputation of the Empire's most evil poaching group. So, if he wasn't here, her organs would have been harvested and buried somewhere. Knowing who these people are and letting them live is a crime in and of itself. She needs to understand that. The bag that they had with them suddenly starts moving around, and Ronan wonders what can be inside of it. Acel thinks that it's most likely a poached animal, but to confirm they open the bag up. Blue eyes beam out of the bag, and a blue bird comes out. They are both quite surprised, and Ronan wonders what this chicken is. It watches them from above, and Acel finds it quite pretty, as it's her first time seeing a blue bird like this one. He notes that he also hasn't seen one before, and spots that it's shackled with Caliboro's trap. This special shackle disturbs the prisoner's mana, and restricts their movements quite a bit. He thought that these guys use these things as a last resort, or when catching mighty creatures. Is this tiny bluebird one? A rune pops up behind it, and it strangely starts speaking, spooking Acel. Ronan calms her down, as this is only communication magic. However, it was able to talk with them as soon as it came out of the bag. So, is the bag able to block mana, perhaps? Ronan speaks, and says that he's most likely the owner of this bird, right? The person says that he's right, and his name is Varen, and is currently researching fantastical beasts at the institution. He is that bird who goes by the name of Maprez, Guardian. He tried countless times to communicate, but it didn't seem to work. So he was thinking of actually making a report, but he's quite relieved he didn't have to. He also apologizes for being rude and asks for their identities. Ronan says that they are just passerby with a good heart, as they got into the poachers who captured the bird, but he can't really explain what happened, as too much blood was spilled to do it properly. He just says that they saved the bird without the additional information, and the person behind the rune is extremely surprised. It crossed his mind that poachers were the cause of this, but anyways, they are indebted to him right now. Ronan notes that such things aren't needed, but how do they return the bird to him, as it seems quite exhausted from being chained up? If he were to take the chain off, could it fly back to him? The owner confirms this, as the bird has a great homing instinct, so he should be able to free it. Ronan cuts the chain, which breaks instantly, and urges the bird to go back to its father, as he's making him worry. The bird is extremely grateful and starts cheeping around. Ronan notes that the bird is currently shoving its ass into his face and dancing around. So what does this mean? The owner notes that it just wants him to pluck out a feather before it flies away, as it wants to meet with them again, someday. After plucking out a dream bird's feather, it will direct to the main body constantly, like a compass of sorts. With that, he says that if he comes by the institution someday, they should come and visit them, as he will definitely repay them. The bird flies away, and Acel asks Ronan what he's holding. When he looks at his hand, he's also quite surprised. A few days later, a merchant assesses the valuables they have obtained, and notes that he will give them 20 gold coins for this certain piece. This man is the owner of the Carabel merchantry, Duan Carabel. He notes that all of the items he brought today are quite valuable, so it must be his lucky day. Ronan says that he's quite glad he has finally found someone who understands, as all of the merchants he tried up until now tried to scam him, which pissed him off quite a bit. But to think such a confident and worthy merchant was around here, walking around really paid off. Duan notes that he's honored by his words, and asks if there are any more things he would like to sell. Ronan pulls out an egg from his pocket, and says that he's curious as to what this thing is, but won't sell it. That night, the blue dream bird left this very egg behind. Initially, he thought it took a crap in his hands, but it didn't. However, this didn't stop him from throwing the item into a boulder before looking. Surprisingly, the boulder broke first, so it seems that this is quite the valuable item. He doesn't know if it's that bird's egg specifically, but it's certainly a product made by a fantastical creature, so it might be worth quite a lot. The merchant analyzes it diligently, and notes that this color and texture can be only one thing. Ronan is now anticipating some very good news, but his dreams are shattered, as Duan says that it resembles horse crap. He doesn't know what it is, as it's quite the unusual object, so why doesn't he get it appraised in a place made for that? Ronan sighs and says that he will, but he can't sell it now, as he's quite curious about it. He also asks if he has any books about Philion, as they are planning to do the entrance exam together, but they don't know much about it. Duan notes that this is perfect timing, as his daughter is also doing the Philion exam, so he's sure she will be of some help to them. She eventually comes around and asks who these people are. Duan presents her to them, his only child Maria. Ronan looks at her and seems to recognize her from somewhere. Duan urges her to say hello, as these are some customers he made a big deal with. Maria asks what these babies sold him, and Duan demands she be more polite. He also apologizes to them for her rough language, as she grew up in the merchantry. Asel notes that it's fine, and Ronan walks up to Maria, asking if it's really her, the same one that uses Sen as her middle name. She confirms this, but how does he know? Ronan notices that she indeed looks like that person, but something is quite strange. He urges her to come closer, as he has a question for her. Does she perhaps have that under there? A Johnson, that is. Maria wonders what garbage she just listened to. A Johnson? Ronan says that no matter how he looks at it, her having one seems out of the question. Does that merchant have a lost son or something? She slaps the snot out of him, and demands he shut his mouth already. This slap causes Ronan to have a revelation. This good slap. This familiar sensation. She really is that person. Count Maria Sen. When he was a disciplinary soldier in a place that went by the name of Armarlen, Maria was in charge of the supplies. She held a great work ethic and also had an easygoing personality, which allowed her to get along with anyone. She was quite the impressive person. When talks about Johnsons occurred among the guys, Maria got unusually angry and had a habit of slapping people around. He always wanted to ask when they met again, but he never got the chance to as she died before he did. To think he would find the answer to his burning question here? She was a girl. All this time? She sees him laughing and thinks that he didn't have enough. So she charges in for another attack. Ronan hits her in the head and says that she's acting up after slapping him. He only let her because he was in the wrong. This causes her to get mad, so she headbutts him in the chin. They continue to fight like animals, with Asel and Duan watching in horror. Eventually, they have to intervene. A while later, Asel is surprised at this turn of events, as these two just fought like they wanted to kill each other. But now, they are seemingly getting along. They assess the things they just bought, 3 swords and a magic wand. Maria asks why he bought so many swords, as she imagines it would be quite troublesome to carry this many. Ronan notes that they are just reserves, as he uses a sword quite roughly. She asks what he thinks about the quality, and he says that they aren't bad at all, but the best one is this one, which is made with black iron. Maria agrees, as black iron is quite sturdy, so it's an item even renowned knights often seek out. She doesn't know how roughly he treats his sword, but this most likely won't break. Ronan thinks that this was one of his favorite weapons in the past. Maria explains that this wand has a good magic stone inside of it, so is it perhaps for this cute little mage? Asel confirms it and notes that she uses telekinesis magic. Maria finds this amazing and notes that she will surely get a scholarship with that type of magic. This only leaves them 2, so what technique will he show during the practical exam? Ronan asks what she's talking about, and she explains that in order to enter Philion, everyone must take a practical where one will need to impress the professors and show them techniques. They also have a theory exam, which is quite difficult, but not as difficult as the practical, to the point that it's said, if you pass that, you won't need the theory exam at all. Basically, he just needs to prove his worth, or forget about the academy. Ronan notes that a swordsman like himself just needs to show good swordsmanship. But what do people usually demonstrate? Maria says that nobles usually show their family's secret techniques, but most martial artists and applicants alike demonstrate their personal techniques. Ronan stops her for a second and asks if kids who use swords can use mana at this age, even though they aren't mages. Maria finds his question quite weird, as being able to do that as a prospective Philion student is a given. One would constantly sense their mana anyways, so why not use it in combat? Ronan doesn't get it all, but Maria does. He doesn't know how to sense mana, right? Ronan asks if it's not similar to using aura, and Maria is shocked she's talking to this guy about entering Philion. How can he say mana and aura are similar? He notes that it's probably something he knew about already. So why is she making such a fuss? She demands he come outside now, and that she needs to borrow the swords for something. He asks if she will pay for them if something were to happen, and she explains that it won't take that long. But if that happens, she will pay the price 3-fold. So, how about it? Now they should stop the chit-chat and get to some special training. Mana is the source of the power of nature, and like air, it's natural and exists everywhere in the world. However, that doesn't mean that everyone can use it, as in order to, one needs to see and feel his own mana and be able to use their mana sense. To enter this stage, one can use training, innate talent, or other things, with various personal reason also coming into play. But it usually takes 1 year of training to even start sensing mana. Philion's prospective students surpass that stage early, and after learning their own mana techniques, they apply to Philion. Does he get it now? He doesn't have sense, and can't even tell the difference between mana and aura. So, for him to go to Philion is just plain crazy. But it is true that aura is also a type of mana, but difference between them is extremely large. Ronan asks if it's really that big, and Maria explains that even those who have showed talent and trained for a minimum of 10 years find it hard to obtain their enlightened innate power. That is aura. Ronan says that he understands a bit, and thinks that he met a few people on the battlefield from time to time, who bragged constantly about being aura users, and used quite an unusual power. They were definitely annoying to deal with, but he's not surprised to find out they had an amazing ability, although one still dies if they get sliced enough. Maria says that they should stop with the explanations and get started already. He will probably learn faster by using his body, rather than his head anyways. Ronan thinks that she's a young girl, so she can't hope to do much, but she closes the gap instantly, which takes him by surprise. Their swords clash, and Ronan spots that she's ready for battle. They continue to fight, and Ronan is surprised she's exerting this much power at such a young age, and also dual-wielding. He can't see it, so he's not really sure, but is her fighting style perhaps related to mana? Maria is also surprised, as she planned to finish him in one go, and make him give up on the test, because it thought this would be better than facing complete humiliation in the testing area. However, she's the one getting pushed back. Is this really the skill of someone who can't use mana? Ronan asks what she's thinking about. This takes her by surprise, allowing him to deflect her blades and charge a mighty attack. He warns her she should dodge this one. She barely manages to do so, and notes that if she hesitated even for a second, she would have been gone. He's not normal, isn't he? Ronan says that the same could be said of her, as she's quite talented with a sword. She's only a little rusty with maintaining her center of gravity, but if she fixed that, she would improve quite a bit. He starts leaving, and she demands that he stop, as the fight isn't over yet. He urges her to keep her word about paying threefold, and that's when one of her swords shatters into pieces, right before her eyes. Ronan tells her get the money ready, and Estelle taps her on the shoulder, as she wanted to congratulate her. With that, they leave, leaving Maria to wonder just who these people are. The next day, they go to the market to get their money, but Maria has also gifted them some books, which contain information about the Philion theory exam. She's sure they need them, as the exam is taking place next month. Ronan notes that they indeed need them, but why would she go this far? Is she perhaps trying to mess with them? Maria calms him down and says that it's nothing of the sort. She's just taken a liking to them is all. It's a simple service because Shu wants all of them to pass for free, no additional fees needed. She would have liked to teach him personally, but because of their deals, they need to head out, so they should study hard. As if they fail even after this, she will be mad. With that, she leaves, and Ronan thinks that he needs to train his body and also study, which he has no knack for. But this is certainly not a bad feeling. Ronan's life after returning back home was similar to how it usually was, but has started to change slightly. He ate together with Iris like usual, but he did so to the point where his stomach would burst. Filled with that many calories, he hunted beasts on the outskirts of the village, and started to increase his stamina and adaptability like that. He did it to the point where there were no more beasts left around the village. Besides that, he also studied, which was unimaginable for a disciplinary soldier like himself. But despite that, he tried his best, and after a month, their main story is about to begin, in Valon, the capital city. At its center stood the best education institution in the whole empire, the White Tower's own small city. Estelle admires Philion and how masterfully crafted it is, but Ronan urges her to not stand in the middle of the street like the bumpkin she is, and move, as they will be late for the exam. She replies in a strange way, as she still finds it quite surprising that he grew so much in just 1 month. Ronan urges her to stop thinking about useless things and get going. He thinks that since they are here, they might meet him. The sword saint Schlieffen, a descendant of Grancia, a prestigious swordsman family. He is a genius who is considered the strongest in the entire empire. He should be around their age, so he might be taking the exam now, but it doesn't really matter. Estelle asks if he has that thing, the feather the dream bird gave them, that was supposed to lead them to its owner. He notes that he did indeed pack it before they left, and he was also planning to visit after the test. That's when they notice that the feather is pointing to the highest floor of Philion. Inside, the bird's owner notes that he isn't really used to being a professor, but the bird is cheering him on, which he appreciates, but he should keep going, to repay the kind hero who saved him. This is Philion's zoology professor, Varan Fanashir, a were-lion. He thinks that he should open the window for some ventilation, as they need to present himself nicely to their hero, right? When he opens the window, however, he sees Ronan, who looks like he's here for other things. He spots the bird from before, but him and his owner both scream, as this has taken them by surprise quite a bit. Varen backs himself from them and asks who they are and how they even managed to get up so high, as this is one of the top floors. Ronan notes that he screams way too loud, and Asel says that this is why they should have taken the stairs. Varen asks if they are after his precious comrade Marpez, but that's when he notices what Ronan is holding, the feather. He finally realizes that they are the heroes who saved Marpez. They sit down, and Varen apologizes for his unsightly behavior, especially in front of their heroes. Ronan says that it's nothing, so he doesn't need to repeat himself so much. But if they would go into specifics, Asel would be more at fault, since used telekinesis to climb to the window. She denies this, as he was the one who told her to do that. However, her opinion seems to be invalid, as Ronan just shuts her up. More importantly, he certainly didn't imagine for a Wurlion to be the owner of the bird, and also a professor at Philion. Varen notes that he was also quite surprised, and would have written a letter of recommendation for them if he knew they were entrance applicants. Ronan notes that it's fine, and since they are here, he has something important to ask. Specifically what this is, as that bluebird just left it behind like it was too heavy or something. Varen looks a bit closer, and confirms that indeed, this is a dream bird egg. He's quite shocked that Marpez really laid an egg, but Ronan doesn't understand him, as birds lay eggs quite often. Varen explains that it's not just a simple bird, but a dream bird, and that he has absolutely no idea about what's going to hatch from this egg. Ronan again is puzzled, and says that if it's a bird egg, a bird will hatch, right? Varen notes that a dream bird is quite different, as depending on the environment surround it, a dream bird will absorb unique mana and lay an egg. In an area of lava, a mighty phoenix might hatch, or in a monster's nest, the hatched dream egg will take the appearance of a monster, and so on. There are many circumstances where it won't take the form of a normal bird at all. If he analyzes the mana that's coming from the egg, it's possible to predict what appearance the dream bird might have. However, this certain egg holds a myriad of mana, and it's going rampant. As of right now, it's hard to say for certain what this egg contains. Ronan notes that he really likes to put meaning into mere things like eggs. But where has this bird been wandering to lay an egg such as this? Marpez chirps, and Ronan finds his attitude quite shameless. Varen asks if they will take care of the egg, and Ronan notes that they will, but isn't it a precious item? Varen confirms that indeed it is, as a dream bird lays a single egg in its lifetime. But it laid it in front of its heroes, so Marpez must have felt something special with them. He just wants to respect his friend's choices, that's all. Ronan says that he's fine with it, as he's quite curious as to what will come out of the egg as well. However, it's almost time for the exam, so they should be going now. Varen stops them for a second, as he wanted to give something to them that will certainly help with the hatching of the egg. A while later, at the practical testing hall, Galean Castle's main building, every participant sits in the waiting room. Some check their weapons, while others pray. A man announces that applicant 111 exam has ended, so applicant 112 should come forth. He does so, and Ronan thinks that if this guy is number 112, he's up next, but they really like to make they wait a long time. Doesn't she think so as well? Marya says that every exam is like this, and Ronan asks why she's wearing that, as it seems very uncomfortable. She notes that Philion is a private academy which nobles attend, who might become expensive customers in the future, so she should look the part, right? Ronan thinks that she's just doing too much at this point, and she notes that it would have been nice if Asel was here too. Ronan explains that nothing can be done about that, since the magic testing hall is somewhere else entirely. However, he will be quite glad if he doesn't see her crying by herself when she gets back. Applicant 112 gets out of the exam chamber with quite the tired face, and so, it seems to be Ronan's turn. Marya urges him to not be nervous and try his best, as if he fails, she will chase him down to the ends of the earth. Ronan thanks her for the ever-so-touching words and support, and notes that he will be back. He enters the chamber, and comes in front of the Philian professors, who look extraordinarily powerful. Among them, that old man in the middle stands out, as he's the headmaster, Archmage Krava Kratir. The woman next to him also has an overwhelming aura, and he's rarely felt this type of vigor from someone, even in his past life. This is the swordsmanship instructor, the Grand Sword Saint Nabaros. He presents himself, and Krava does the same. He explains that he will be up against a magically engineered dummy, and he needs to demonstrate a technique. So what has he decided to show them today? Ronan looks at it and thinks that a fast cut might do the trick on this dummy. The man next to Krava notes that there's always someone who underestimates the dummy just because of how it looks, and says foolish things. The man next to him concurs, but if this applicant is from the country, of course, he wouldn't know. Even if it does look the way it does, it has fast regeneration, and it's a product of magical engineering. He whispers that even the genius Schlieffen barely managed to leave a scratch on his own sword, so he really wonders what he will be doing differently. The other jokes that he might actually split it in half, and they laugh quite loudly. Krava wonders if that child will prove them wrong, and when he looks at him, he's surprised that he holds such vigor, especially at such a young age. Ronan breaks the ground with his movement, and in a single slash, impresses Nabarose a lot. He sheathes his sword, and says that this is all he had to present. The two gossiping professors note that they expected this much, but when they look at Krava, his jaw is dropped to the floor. Nabarose puts her foot on the table and launches herself towards Ronan, with killing intent and sword ready. The sword almost reaches his neck until it stops, and she demands to know where he learned that swordsmanship from. He asks what she might mean with this, and she changes the question. Did he perhaps see her movements? Ronan says that he did, as in that instant she jumped at him. She unsheathed the sword and swung 3 times. Nabarose says that he's correct, and it's just like what he showed them with that arrogant cut. Did he really think she wouldn't notice? That foolish swordsmanship of his? He slowed down his last cut intentionally, just in case they didn't see it, like he was being considerate of them or something. He's quite arrogant for his age, but has he really forgotten where he is? Krava looks at this, and the theory professors, who now feel a bit guilty, wonder what to do. Ronan thinks that this is just a simple misunderstanding, as he only adjusted the strength because he thought the sword wouldn't be able to withstand the last cut. But judging by the current mood, it seems like she wouldn't believe him now. Nabarose sheathes her sword and says that she will remember him, and will definitely be the one to teach him. Krava looks at her and thinks that she basically called dibs on this to be her disciple already. It seems that he needs to pay more attention to the trainees from now on. He congratulates Ronan for a job well done, and notes that now they will end the test with a common question. It doesn't have a real answer, so he can answer with what he feels like. What does he want to learn from coming to Philion? Ronan ponders the question a bit, and he answers with, to not have any regrets. That is what he wants to learn first and foremost. Krava says that he can leave, and he does so. To not have any regrets, huh? He wonders how he will be able to teach him something like that, and one of the theory professors asks what's going on, as he and Nabarose are acting quite strange. What did that boy really do? Perhaps a trick. Krava notes that it might be a good way to put it, or rather, pure talent is a better way to explain. The head of the magic dummy falls off, and the cut is extremely clean. Ronan thinks about the lady who threatened his life just now, and wonders if he would have been able to win, even in his past life. He thought he went through way too many hardships for anything to surprise him anymore, but this is something very different. He thinks that he did good coming to Philion, as he feels he will be able to learn quite a bit. Now, only the written test is left, but it will be quite easy, as he memorized lots of things. However, after finishing, he's very down, and says that he's done for. Maria asks why he couldn't answer half of the test. Did he perhaps not look at the books in his bag? Asel explains that he took the things he needed to study and moved his bag, but after hyper-focusing, he forgot about the bag completely. Maria thinks that he's a real fool, and asks if the announcement will come soon. She picks him up, and notes that it's fine, as the practical matters more, and with his skills, he must have passed. The tower suddenly starts glowing from the bottom, and the list of people who passed pops up. They go to check quickly, and surely enough, both Asel and Maria are on there, with Asel being tied first in the theory test. They are extremely happy that they managed to pass, and Maria congratulates her for being basically the first, which is quite an amazing achievement. She turns around to Ronan, but he's basically dead inside, as he did not pop up anywhere on the list. Maria urges him to look closer with those tiny eyes of his, but he says that his name isn't anywhere on the list, as he messed up royally. Suddenly, a large ball of fire drops down next to them, and Maria explains that this is the entrance exam's last cannon fire for each department's salutatorian, a glory phoenix. It sends a few fireballs, and one heads straight for Ronan. It causes a pretty large explosion, but after the smoke clears, Ronan sees that he's been invited to the martial arts department's salutatorian, as he got first place in the practical, and we won't talk about his theory placement. The girls hug him tightly, and Maria notes that for someone who flunked the theory exam, he must have done something amazing to enter the martial arts salutatorian. Ronan thinks that if he got first place, that guy lost to him, and with his personality, there's no way he's just going to stay quiet. Sure enough, he comes from behind, and notes that he must be the one who came first in the practical test. This is the Sword Saint, Schlieffen. Other people are surprised that the Empire's shining star would be here, with Maria and Asel also being quite shocked because of his presence. Ronan thinks that if he's the same as he was in his past life, things will become troublesome. as that guy just can't stand anyone who is better at the sword than him. He has an outrageous fighting spirit. He must avoid this situation at all costs. So he tries to play dumb, but Schlieffen sees through him instantly and starts unsheathing his sword. He tries to strike Ronan, who manages to block him. Schlieffen notes that if he wasn't the first, he would have not been able to block that attack. People gather to watch the fight, and he notes that he wants to see the skills that bested him. Ronan has had enough, and notes that if this is really what he wants, he will be glad to show him. He strikes 3 times, and Schlieffen defects all of them. Ronan asks if this is enough for him, and sure enough, his hand starts to tremble from the force. Now, it makes sense he got a good score, as he has shown great technique, but this is nowhere near enough to beat him. Ronan urges him to relax already, but Schlieffen is too in his head to even comprehend words, as he still can't accept that this guy got first place. Ronan thinks that this bastard is plain crazy, and this is exactly why he didn't want to meet him. At this point, he will start manipulating aura, which will be very bad. As he can't handle his aura called the Tempest Sword, he's sure that he can't. However, he has a plan, so he starts running, and Schlieffen asks how he dares turn his back to an opponent like this. Ronan grabs a cell and puts her in front of him. Schlieffen is extremely angry that he's using a lady as a meat shield. Can he really call himself a knight? A cell notes that he's a guy. At this point, I think that the author is also quite confused about his gender, so we will leave it like that. Ronan uses this opportunity to hit Schlieffen square in the face and bolts it out of there with his party. One of the teachers comes to see what's going on and spots that Schlieffen is injured. He says that he will call the guards and go after those rascals, but Schlieffen urges him to speak informally, as he's not the son of an important family right now, but just an applicant with a commoner status. And he also doesn't need to worry about this, as it was a simple, fair fight. That's when he notices that his sword cracked, a sword made with the highest grade mithril. He thought that Ronan's skill wasn't that great, but to think he would do this much with such a common sword, he will certainly remember his name. The next day, at the outskirts of the capital, in a forest called Shimo, Ronan and Asel walk around, with Ronan following a map. Asel asks if they can really afford to do this right now, as yesterday, he broke the nose of the heir of the Grancia ducal family. What will he do if he decided to retaliate, huh? Ronan notes that he shouldn't worry, as he's a good guy, just crazy about the way of the sword. He's someone who upholds principle and trust above all else, everyone's role model, one who protects the weak, basically the epitome of the perfect noble. He probably said that what happened was a simple spar, as if he hadn't, they would have been behind bars already. Asel notes that he's right, and they arrive at the mana vein Varen told them about, the Fernardo Spring. Mana that hovers around the world for an unknown reason and gathers in a single spot is called a mana vein. With its existence, mana would be absorbed by its surrounding matter. A regular plain rock would turn into the highest grade mana stone, and a random weed from the ground would transform into a rare medicinal herb. It is quite famous, and it possesses great attributes. Its value is very large, and people would monopolize it in an instant if they saw it. So the Varen is quite generous to give something like this to them, only to hatch an egg. He asks Asel if it feels any different around here, and he notes that it's his first time sensing so much mana in one place. If it's around here, he can use magic that is stronger than usual. That egg in his pocket is also doing something, as it's absorbing mana at incredible speeds. Ronan notes that they will see, but it would have been nice to also have Maria here. But she couldn't come because she was busy with the merchantry. Asel notices that something is strange, as Varen said that since there's a lot of mana here, a few fantastical species nest and relax in this place. Even for regular animals, this place is a gold mine, but they haven't hurt a single animal since they came here. Ronan takes a whiff of the air and thinks that he was too complacent. He laments that things are getting out of hand again, and he urges Asel to get ready, as he has caught the scent of blood. The hunters who wear fox skulls start assaulting them with arrows, but Ronan destroys all of them with a single strike. However, he seems to remember the arrowheads these arrows use. In the past, at a campsite, one of the people from his group explained that this arrowhead could even blow up an orc head, and that they were used by an elite member of a certain organization, Caliboro. Ronan is surprised that he ran into them once again, and thinks that only the bloodhounds have access to arrowheads like this, so it must be a team full of them. He tells Asel to go hide, if he doesn't want to become a porcupine, that is. As for himself, he will have to do a bit of hunting. The leader of the bloodhound group is surprised that this brat managed to cut arrows that had mana infused in them. Just who is this guy? He tells everyone to split, and Ronan thinks that he's taking decisions quite fast, which isn't good for him. He tells them to stop attacking, as he's an ally. The The leader asks what nonsense he's talking about, and Ronan explains that he's the youngest bloodhound from the Damas branch, a Hayut. They all gather around him and immediately start interrogating him, as he's too young to be a bloodhound. Ronan tells him to ask the wolf from this branch, and also says that he shouldn't assume that people can't do what he does. This enrages him, and starts threatening violence. One of the subordinate calms him down, as even if he's still a Hid, he knows about the Calaboro ranking system, which is kept very hidden, and only members know. They should wait for the captain to confirm his identity. That's when the captain arrives, a man by the name of Viam, and the leader of the small group explains the situation. Ronan smiles, as he's quite glad they are all gathered in one place. Viam starts interrogating him and asks what he's doing here, as this mountain range belongs to Demir. Ronan says that he wasn't sure, as he's not really a Hayut. In that second he slashes most of the men in two, and before Viam can react, he cleanly cuts his head off. The only survivor is the team leader, and Ronan says that he told him already. His ending will be bad. The leader's fingers fall off, and he falls to his knees because of the pain. Ronan says that if he doesn't want to die like the rest, he will write down the locations of all the branches he knows of. Of course, if he's so loyal and doesn't want to, he will have to dispose of him. The leader asks how he can do that with one hand. But Ronan already gave him a pen, and his right hand looks just fine. Afterwards, Ronan congratulates him for drawing a detailed map, and the leader asks if he will let him go now. Ronan slashes him clean in half, as of course he couldn't have let him go. Asel starts throwing up at what he just saw, and Ronan urges him to stop overreacting and get a hold of himself. Asel apologizes, but this is a bit too much, as there are countless dead animals in here. Ronan told him before, letting people like these alive is a crime, so he should stop worrying about it. However, if Varen sees this, he will be quite saddened, as his bird is also among the victims. The egg suddenly starts shaking in its pouch, and Asel points at something while trembling. Ronan's eyes widen when he looks, as the blood from the animals starts to form into a ball. Ronan prepares to fight once again, and the egg escapes from its pouch. It starts glowing, and all of the blood starts circulating around it. It's absorbing the blood, and Asel asks what's going on. Ronan notes that he doesn't know, but one thing is for sure, whatever is inside of this egg is quite special. Eventually the egg finishes the blood, and shortly after, it starts cracking. Ronan patiently waits to see what's inside, but is greeted by a hit to the face by the dream bird, who doesn't seem to be a bird at all. Asel says that it resembles a dragon, as he saw similar things in books. Ronan wonders what that bird did to make an egg like this, but he admits that it is quite cute. However, the greeting was a little much, as a sucker punch to the face isn't the best feeling. The dream bird begins casting some magic, and it heals Ronan's injuries fully. Asel notes that it's capable of healing magic, and also seems to like him quite a bit. Asel says that they should name it, as they can't keep calling it a dream bird. Suddenly, it notices something, and bolts towards it. A Demire branch errand boy by the name of Balrus starts running away from the forest, as he saw the bodies Ronan left behind, and also what happened with the egg. That's when he notices that the dream bird is towards him, and in that moment of carelessness, he trips, causing him to fall. The dream bird starts draining his blood through his knee, which looks very painful, but Ronan comes and tells it to stop, as it will kill him if this continues. He also gives it the name of Sita, which it seems to like. Balrus wonders if this guy is the owner of this beast, and Ronan asks if he's alright, calling him by his name. Balrus notes that he is, and thanks him for saving his life. But how does he know his name? Ronan pulls his sword out, and notes that he doesn't need to know that. He didn't think they would meet like this, but it's nice that they finally do. This was a dear comrade to him in the past, who is now just a mere errand boy, which amuses Ronan quite a bit. But getting to the point, he needs him to do something, and for his information, he can't say no. Later that day, Ronan plays around with some cash he made through selling some of the water from the mana vein to Maria's father, who gave them quite a large amount of money for it. Ronan notes that they are indebted to Varen now, and they did want to thank him, but he went on a business trip suddenly, which is quite unfortunate. However, in addition to the job he assigned Balrus, the map he received from that bloodhound is quite useful. He also instilled so much fear in Balrus that he wouldn't think of betraying him. Asel asks if he wants to buy something with the money, and Ronan thinks that the entrance ceremony will be taking place soon, so it seems that he does have something. A few days later, Iris arrives in the city, which she likes quite a bit. Ronan greets her, noting that she must be quite tired from the trip, and also asks if something happened while he was gone. Iris notes that she should be the one to ask that, as she was quite surprised when a high-class carriage popped up in front of their house suddenly. And also, why has he lost so much weight? Is he perhaps not eating properly? Ronan notes that he's eating well enough, and Iris spots Sita, who salutes her. Ronan notes that they are just traveling together because of a few circumstances, but more importantly, they need to hurry, as he's going to be busy with the academy once he enters, but would like to do something beforehand. At a clothes shop, Iris says that she understands that he's got money, and is carefree because he also got a scholarship. But isn't it a bit too much? He talks with the store manager, and Iris continues, as these are way too many gifts. Ronan says that it's not that much, and it's about time she would benefit from all the hard work she did to raise him. This statement touches Iris's heart, and she screams that she has the kindest brother in the world. They finish shopping, and Ronan says that they will go to a few workshops, as he needs to repair his sword thanks to a certain someone. That certain someone pops up suddenly, which shocks Ronan and Sita a lot. Ronan asks what he's doing here, and Schlieffen says that he came to order a new sword, and that's when he spotted him. So he decided to wait until he came out, so he should stop misunderstanding things so easily. Ronan pulls out his sword, and notes that because of him his sword is in a poor state. Does he really want to for another round? Schlieffen notes that it's not a bad idea at all, but Iris gets in front of them, and demands that Ronan stops using such foul language. He tries to talk back, but she doesn't let him, and she turns to Schlieffen to apologize. In that moment, the most influential young man, and the Empire's shining star, fell into the trap of simping, as he fell in love at first sight. She continues to apologize, but while blushing, he says that it's because of his lack of tackiness, so a lady such as herself shouldn't take the responsibility. She grabs his hands, and notes that she's quite glad Ronan has a friend like him. Ronan just stares, as he's quite stupefied because of the situation. Schlieffen notes that he will compensate for the broken sword, and while he doesn't have any gold, they can have this, his family's proof of identification. Ronan is quite shocked that he would just give out something like this, and Schlieffen explains that if they are going to get a sword, they should go to the blacksmith on the western end, as that place has hundreds of years of history, and they will surely be able to enter if they give them that. With that, he leaves, and Ronan is still shocked. With that proof of identification, one could buy most villages. Is this simp really the sword saint he once knew? The next day, at the entrance ceremony, Krava welcomes the freshmen of class 787 to the school. He talks about their limitless potential and the education they will receive here. But most of all, he congratulates them for their abilities. Ronan thinks that this is quite boring, but things like this aren't bad from time to time, as his sister seems to be liking it. Krava snaps his fingers, and a strange glow envelops the students. The students are all shocked, as the sky is seemingly shattering out of nowhere. With a large blue flash, they are all transported into an arena. Ronan wonders if Krava really teleported everyone with just a snap of his fingers, who notes that now since everyone is here, they should start the meeting between their seniors and juniors. The senior-junior meeting is something that occurs between the incoming freshmen of the school and the seniors who have been here for 2 years. Because this is the place where they meet each other for the very first time, the process is known and expected to be quite intense. It is also an event which the Filian school deems special. The way things are done are as so. The first and second ranks go to represent the freshmen, and they are each appointed to one of the 4-year 2s that are waiting for them, which all have their individual fighting styles, representative by the weapons they use. With all of this prepared, they will be part of a one-on-one spar. Krava starts speaking to everyone and explains that this very significant event stands close to the hearts of the instructors of this school. It is not just about the professors, who eagerly wait to see what new pupils they can train and nurture, but also about the relationship between the seniors and juniors, as they learn from each other, for example, their weaknesses. He believes that from this exchange, they will be complementing each other, and competing like this is the start of their real, true education. These duels are only for educational purposes, and through them, the representatives of their respective years will be able to demonstrate how they take their first step into the real world. Naturally, because of this, the freshmen will be given the choice to choose who they fight, and it is possible to decline a duel. So they shouldn't feel burdened by this greeting, and feel free to do as they please. Ronan is kind of mad that this guy keeps beating around bush, as this is basically just hazing the freshmen. From the right, the first guy is the martial arts major sophomore standing at rank 1, Nasdo. The second is in the same category, but stands at rank 2, Brahm, who is glad to see some hardy freshmen this time around. All of them seem to be in the same category, but with different ranks. The one on the left is called Karun, who is rank 4, while the red-haired woman on the right is named Irina, who is rank 3. Brahm starts screaming about how excited he is for the battles to start, and notes that he can't hold it in anymore. He wants to fight with all of his might. This creeps Ronan out a bit, and thinks that, with this situation, he can show his older sister that he is not going in this place just to get beat up. It would also be better if he could show her his great companionship with this guy that is standing next to him too, but that is still to be seen. Krava announces that they can now choose who to fight, and Ronan puts his hand up, as he has a suggestion he would like to make. Krava asks what that suggestion might be, and Ronan explains that, since they are able to choose who to fight freely, he would like to be taught by all of his most respectful seniors. This means, of course, that they will be coming for him all at once. The arena stands silent after hearing this, and the teachers begin discussing if something like this can be done. Krava asks Nabirose what her thoughts are on Ronan's suggestion, and she asks him to proceed with it, if he wishes to do so. Isn't this school's principle that if one possesses the skill, they are free to do whatever they wish? So, in this case, no matter who wins this duel, it will hold a deep meaning to a lot of people. If this goes south, like they usually tend to, she will also be intervening, if that helps his nerves calm down. Krava understands, and with this, allows what Ronan suggested to happen. All of the seniors are now serious, and stare at Ronan with anger. Karun thinks that all of this is quite absurd. Just how badly is that boy looking down on them? Irina notes that he is doing whatever he wants, just because he was ranked second. They should use this opportunity to crush their spirits into powder. Nazdo urges them to calm down, as that child is arrogant, but Schlieffen is most definitely skilled, so he is an opponent that they can't just look down on. They will be going all out immediately, even if these are freshmen. Iris worryingly looks at Ronan and tells him to be careful, and if he thinks it is becoming too dangerous, he needs to forfeit right away. Ronan just waves at her, and with that all of the way, Krava announces that the first match between the juniors and seniors will now commence. Nazdo rushes in instantly, and tries to strike Ronan with all of his might, which makes Ronan think that they are quite sharp. It seems that they are only a couple levels higher than Maria, but it still means that they are basically on another level. Irina also charges in with her dagger, but Ronan blocks the attack and throws her hitting arm away. Karun comes from behind her and demands that she duck. She does so, and the spear almost reaches Ronan, but he blocks it, who is quite surprised by their level of teamwork. This attack pushes him back a bit, but that's when, in a moment of thinking, Brahm comes from behind him and gets ready to strike him with all of his might. Before he does that, he asks Ronan why he would be doing something like this, as he wanted to have a much more valiant spart with him. He tries to hit Ronan with the blade, who notices what they are all trying to do. A swift and strong finish blow, or distraction, while the others follow it up with an attack. Truly, they are all at a really high level, strategically at least. In that second, he jumps out of everyone's sight, and also hits them. They all begin falling down like swatted flies, but this proved to Ronan that they are all amazing, and this school that grew them into this must be even more so. He looks behind, and is quite surprised to see Brahm still standing, as he thought that his fighting spirit would have been shattered at this point. Well, he will remain considerate until that happens, so he should hold tight. They both charge in, but Brahm notices some extremely strange, as Ronan is now copying Nabarose's fighting style. Or this is how it seems to him at least. Ronan smiles, and with 3 swift attacks, Brahm's sword shatters into small pieces, and Ronan thanks his seniors, as he has learned quite a lot from them. What happened here shocks the whole stadium, and they all shout with amazement and cheer for Ronan as he is extremely skilled, while the seniors look at their broken weapons. Nazdo begins laughing, as this fight was so one-sided, he can't hope to be upset about losing it. Where did this freshman even come from? One thing is for sure, at least his strength is plain monstrous. Ronan looks at his sister, who is almost choking a guy from the excitement, and thinks that with this, nobody would dare to try and bully him. Now, there is only one thing left to do. He makes his way to the seniors and congratulates them for the amazing fight. He has learned quite a lot from this spar, and from them. He only placed himself in this situation because he was very excited to be a student of Philion, but their strength is truly unimaginable. From the bottom of his very heart, he thanks them for accepting his challenge. He also pleads with them to pardon the rudeness that he displayed today, and looks forward to learn even further from them. He finishes all of this with a bow, and all of the seniors stare at each other in shock and awe. Suddenly, Brahm starts screaming that he was wrong about him. He is not only extremely strong, but also extremely polite. However, he needn't be so humble, as he fought fairly and won just as so. He should be confident about his victory. He rises Rona's hand up and tells everyone that this is what an exemplary Filian student should be like. Brahm congratulates him on the amazing display of skills and manners, making Ronan say that he is quite the fiery man. With this, since he has shown his social skills so much, he is sure that his sister won't worry about that anymore. She begins crying about how he grew up so fast, while the guy next to her covers his chest, as she has ripped his shirt in half. A woman with purple hair watches this display and notes that this boy is quite interesting. That night, they hold a banquet with delicious food, and everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. Ronan looks around and says that he was curious, since this was the entrance ceremony banquet. But this is really grand. Maya notes this is the best institution for learning after all. So this much is to be expected. Asel asks if he met with his sister right before she left, and Ronan says that he did. It took him a good while to reassure her, since she is very worried about him. He also left Sita with her, so he doesn't have to worry about her returning home safely. Asel notes that he is truly one amazing brother, which Ronan thinks that is only natural. Well, after a long and eventful day, it is time to eat, so he should get to it. That's when Schlieffen pops up from behind him like a ghost and interrupts him before he can take a single bite out of the meat. This makes Ronan jump and ask him just what he wants this time around. Schlieffen says that he doesn't want anything in particular. He is just here to check on something important. Ronan asks what that might be, and Schlieffen begins his assault of questions. Where does Iris live, and how far it is from here? How are the road conditions there? Is the security good? And if there are any frequent bandit accidents around the area? All of these questions puzzle Ronan quite a bit, but Schlieffen continues nonetheless. He did employ some guards, right? He trusts that he at least employed some mercenaries to escort her home. Ronan screams at him that he did that, and who he employed is much stronger than all of them. Unless a wyvern descends from its nest and lands straight on the carriage, nothing will happen, so he can just relax. This takes Schlieffen by surprise, as it means that Iris will die if a wyvern appears, right? Ronan tells him that this is enough. He is too crazy about these things. Why is he worried about his sister anyways? Is he her husband or something? Schlieffen freezes up and explains that he is just worried about her, since they acquainted and all. Suddenly the woman with purple hair comes around and notes that this is quite an interesting sight, as she has never seen him so chatty before. Schlieffen asks what business she has with him and calls her by the name of Akalucia. This is Elizabeth Akalucia, and is the freshman top of the magic class. She tells him to not be mistaken about things, as she has no business with him, and is rather interested in Ronan. He asks why that would be the case, and Schlieffen sighs, as this must be her evil hobby. With that, he leaves, and tells her that she can do as she pleases. Before doing so, however, he suggests sending a guard from his family to Iris, but Ronan tells him off one last time. Asel thugs on his shirt and notes that there was something going on with that girl from earlier. Ronan notes that he doesn't need to explain, as he felt it too, that she was quite powerful. In fact, she is overwhelmingly so, for a mage. She explains that those who bear their claws so easily must be taught a lesson. Surely he knows what she means, right? Ronan notes that he doesn't. But why did she want to see him anyway? Elizabeth explains that she was simply very impressed by his talent, so she is here to make him an offer, a special one, that someone as mere as him couldn't just refuse. She pulls out a pendant, and Ronan looks at it, knowing that it is Akalucia's invitation. The Akalucias are a noble family, but unlike most nobles who prioritize bloodline above all else, Akalucia prioritizes talent above all else. In the past, they have debuted many talented individuals and secured their position as one of the two pillars of the empire. They offer an opportunity to those who show potential to become part of the family, which Ronan has just received. This is the symbol of all that, an invitation into their family. Ronan asks if she is just allowed to hand this over as she pleases, making her think that he already knows what it is, for him to be asking that question. He looks at the symbol and remembers the chat he had with Adeshan about it, who was also an Akalucia. She explained that if he received this, he needed to pass a test given by the patriarch, and that he would be a part of this famous and prestigious family. He should keep this in mind, as after he atones for his sins with his accomplishments in this war, he may end up also receiving an invitation. This made him feel quite strange, and that same feeling still lingers even now. Elizabeth tells him that he should think about it and make a wise choice. Even if he was born a beast, if he mingles among these sheep, he will just become a part of the flock. With that, she leaves, and Asel is quite glad. Ronan says that these geniuses do as they please around here, but thinks that it's good he has a method of contact now. The Acalusias will definitely prove useful for him. This academy is one that prioritizes a student's abilities above anything else. Depending on one's grades around here, their environment can change greatly. The most representative side of this is how the dormitory system works. The people who are intermediate rank are assigned to the Nataya Hall. Each person in there is provided with a clean room, a high-grade cafeteria, and much more. It is a pretty nice place, where one gets all of their daily necessities with ease. On the other hand, those who make up the bottom 30% are assigned to Crater Hall. And usually, the first day in the Crater Hall goes like this, with the shouting of the students. Especially the nobles, who felt wronged about the school sending them to a place like this, broken and run down. One of the academy workers explains that they will not be provided any servants, as there are no employees in this hall. It is also 4 people per room, and the cafeteria, shower, and bathroom are all shared. These are just the academy's rules, so they should study hard and get out of this place as soon as they can. Otherwise, they will also be staying in here the next semester too. And last but not least, the top 10% of the students, including Ronan in this case, are assigned to the Nabardozer Hall. One can describe this place in just one phrase. This is truly a very nice place. Ronan is surprised that they would accommodate mere students like this, and they also receive the class registration form on their table already. He is just supposed to write down what class he wants to take on this timetable. It is important to get adjusted into this place in the first year, so he heard it is not wise to choose many classes, but all of these look very interesting. This is a common misunderstanding of someone who has yet to experience the hell of multiple classes in a single day. Eventually he finished, and his timetable is quite full, but since he is in Philion and all, he should take all of the classes he wants. That same day, one of the instructors kick him out almost instantly, as he doesn't need to take this class. This is the instructor of the Empire Swordsmanship Basics, Abar. Ronan asks why that is, as he has just begun. Abar explains it simply. It is exactly as he says. They have just begun, yet he has mastered all of the Empire's swordsmanship techniques instantly. The rules of the academy state that if a student learned everything, they should leave that class, and if he were to stay, he wouldn't do anything but demotivate the other students. With that said, he shouldn't be so prideful, and continue to move forward. Later that day, Ronan sits at the lake saddened by how this day went. He didn't get kicked out just from the swordsmanship lessons, but also the bowmanship and monster hunting classes. Why did they all have to kick him out? Suddenly, Nabi Rose appears and asks why he isn't in class. But she can probably figure it out, that he completed all of those easily. Ronan confirms that is the case, and wonders if all of the classes are like this. Maybe Philion can't do any better than this. Nabarose is pleasantly surprised that he managed to complete all of those classes in a single day. But it is to be expected from someone like him. It only took him 1 day to copy her technique after all. She notes that she can't turn a blind eye to this, and asks him for his sword. She will now be teaching him a very important lesson. Ronan wonders what it is, but that's when she strikes near his head and into the water, creating a rainbow of sorts. Nabarose explains that this is to be expected from a chunk of metal that is his sword. Something like this cannot be called a true weapon, as it only wears down the owner's power. He should watch closely what a real weapon can do. She pulls it out, and in that second, basically splits the lake in two with just one strike. Ronan is extremely shocked by her power, and she notes that perhaps he gets it now, what he is truly missing here. A weapon is categorized as a piece of steel that is sturdy and sharp, and it shouldn't break when wielded. And even if it does, one can just obtain a new one. It is expandable. This is what Ronan thought, until he saw this display. This is just ridiculous, as he is certain that she used the sword that is in her hands. But when he used it, with the same slash, it was much smaller. Nabaros explains that one breath and a handful of strength is all that is needed to put one's life on the line if they are on the battlefield. So wasting strength isn't wise, and if he uses mana, then it is essential he finds a weapon that suits him. Of course, it's something that he still can't get, because he doesn't know how to use mana just yet. Ronan's hand shakes, and he asks her if she knew all of this time. She did, and tells him that even with this, he has a lot of energy, which she finds quite amazing. One day, he will be able to use mana, so in order to use all of that power he has, he needs to have a weapon that suits him. However now, it looks like he has a lot on his mind, so he should attend his class. Ronan asks if he really can, and she notes that he can. Even though those who have reached second year are the ones allowed to, she will make an exception and let him attend. However, instead of that steel shaped like a sword, he should bring a real, proper weapon. That is the only condition for him to attend her class. Ronan explained what happened to his friends and goes to a blacksmith on his first day off, with Sita also returning. This is the place that Schlieffen told him about when giving him the medallion, so it should be quite good. Asel asks if this is a forge, as it is quite shabby. Maria concurs, as it looks like it could collapse at a moment's notice. Ronan notes that this place was recommended by a noble, so they should go inside already. They do so but find it empty and quite dusty. There is only one door far back in the forge, which opens slowly, and out of it comes a giant wolfman, who asks who they are. Why are they so loud in the middle of the day? Don't they see that the fire is out? Ronan finds it quite fascinating that a wolf beast man is in a forge, who asks them to leave already, as this isn't the time for smithing. Ronan pulls out the Grancia family symbol, and notes that he came here to buy a weapon, as Schlieffen recommended this place heavily. The beastman analyzes all of them carefully, and asks why he would care. Is he a Grancia too, or not? He sighs, and notes that he doesn't know who leaked this place, but he should get lost, as he doesn't serve customers like him. Well, maybe there is a way. If they hand over the arm of that soft-looking guy, they can work something out. He was getting hungry anyways, so this should do quite nicely. Asel is extremely scared, but on the other hand, Ronan is extremely angry. He grabs the beastman's attention and says that he crossed the line way too much. In that second, he strikes him with all of his might, which sends the beastman flying. Ronan notes that something is strange, and the fact that he didn't get slashed is even more so. Out of nowhere, a set of armor appears on the beastman, which surprises Ronan's companions. But not him, as it doesn't matter if he has armor on him, he just needs to break it down to get to the meat. The beastman pleads with him to wait, as this was just a test. Ronan asks him to explain himself, and the beastman notes that they do this to people they have never seen before to test them. It is only protocol to verify their skills. They also wanted to test out his invisible armor, so he provoked him on purpose. He meant no harm to any of them. He promises this. Ronan thinks that this is a very original excuse, but why would he actually believe what he just said? The beastman urges him to think about, wouldn't a smithy used by the great Gracia family have some sort of test like this? If he still doubts him, even now, why doesn't he confirm it with Schlieffen later? Ronan sheathes his sword and notes that the test is quite risky, as he almost died because of it. The beastman laughs and notes that was his own fault for going overboard. He also apologizes to Asel for scaring him like that, and notes that he shouldn't worry, as he doesn't actually eat people. With that out of the way, he presents himself. He is Didikon, and is an apprentice at this forge, and sometimes also the gatekeeper. He asks Ronan for his name, who obliges. He notes that he heard about him coming for a weapon, so he should follow him, as this place is just the entrance. The real place is beyond this door. They all get into a pretty small room, which is empty, and pushes a secret button while telling everyone to be prepared, since they will be witness of something truly extraordinary. The floor starts descending, and Ronan asks what this system is. Didikon explains that it is an elevator made from magic stone and a pulley, the fastest way to get to the real forge. And what they are seeing right now, through the glass, is the largest and best forge in the capital, Grand Carpadoki. Ronan finds something so large existing underground quite ridiculous. Didikon understands why he would say something like that, but he should be excited as he passed the test, and to take responsibility, he will take him to one of the best craftsmen in the whole capital. Ronan looks at all of the blacksmiths working diligently on their various crafts, and is surprised that there were so many in this forge underneath the capital, of all places. Didikon notes that indeed, this is something very precious, and this forge only gives items to the royal family, as well as some selected nobles. Without any discrimination of race or gender, all the skilled master craftsmen are allowed to show their talents in here. However, the best of the best, the one which everyone agrees is the best of all of them, is the elder dwarf, who lives right in this house. He is someone unrivaled in his talents, and a master that has melted metal for well over 400 years. He can also be quite stubborn, since he is so old, but his skills are worth it, so they should respect him, says Dikikan, while kicking the door open with full force. Countless weapons and armor lie on the ground, and Dikikan says that he has brought some most important guests. The old master tells Dikikan off, as he warned him plenty of times to not enter so loudly when he's working, but like the bastard he is, he just doesn't listen. Dikikan excuses his behavior by explaining that he had no choice, as there were weapons piling in front of the door, so he couldn't open it like a normal person. He should clean after himself, since he is the elder Doron. He notes that, for one that is so young, he nags like a 100-year-old hag. But besides that, he has brought guests, so he presumes that they are not bad. Dikikan explains that it's only natural. He tested this boy directly, and he passed with flying colors, as his sword skills are great and rather deadly. Doron is surprised by this, as judging by looks only, he looks like a simple child, with a strange companion. He asks Ronan to show him his swordsmanship, as he can tell a lot, just by watching him at work. Ronan obliges and pulls his sword out, but the moment he does, Doron begins analyzing it thoroughly, and eventually breaks it in two, as it is straight rubbish. Everyone from the group is extremely surprised by what just happened, and Ronan gets furious, asking why he did that. Before things can get out of proportion, Doron points to the pile of weaponry on the ground and tells him to show his skills with one of the swords from there. With the trashy sword that he had previously, he wouldn't have been able to accurately get a sense of his true skill. Additionally, he will give him the sword he chose for free, no strings attached, since any sword he will choose now will be 1,000 times better than the trash he came in with. Ronan wonders if it is so, and looks at Dikikan for confirmation, who nods confidently. Without much choice, he picks up one of the swords, and feels that it has a completely different vibe. But will it really be so different from his sword? Ronan warns Doron that if he destroys anything, it's not his fault, but Doron doesn't care, noting that he should do it probably, by putting all that he has into that one swing. Ronan looks at the sword, and thinks about what technique to use. His mind immediately jumps to the technique Nabarose used to split the river, so he accurately copies the movements, and stands ready to strike like he is in a life-and-death situation. Doron recognizes those movements all too well, but before he can stop him, Ronan unleashes the attack forwards, and a large explosion occurs in front of the forge, which grabs the attention of everyone nearby. They wonder what is going on, as it's just midday. Did his blast furnace blow up, perhaps? Ronan stands with the sword still pointed forwards, as he just took out the whole front of the building, and asks, "Just what the hell happened?" He tries to excuse this, as it wasn't his intention, but Doron doesn't care, and recognizes that what he just used was Nabarose's technique. Is he her apprentice, perhaps? Ronan asks if he knows her, and he says that he more than knows her, as he was the one that made the blade that she uses now. Ronan is surprised that he made a sword so stupidly long, and Doron explains that the sword is a secret sword that goes by the name of Urusa. It's one of the few masterpieces that he forged throughout his entire life, and right now, he's holding something that can't even compare, but it feels nice, right? Ronan notes that it actually feels amazing, and at first he didn't think there was much to the sword. Doron says that he should be the one to tell him that, as he thought he was a newbie who couldn't judge his skills well, but in actuality, he is a talented swordmaster, something he hasn't seen in a long time. He pats him on the back with extreme force, and tells him that being too talented is also a problem, as it will be hard to forge a sword that can truly be called his, especially since he swung that sword only once, but it's already cracking from the immense pressure. What he needs is not normal materials, but some high-grade steel, and also special material to help it keep steady. Perhaps the byproduct of a wyvern would suffice, as that is extremely resistant. After hearing this, Ronan hands him something that he brought, as he thought it could have been useful, the eggshell, that is now in 2 pieces. Doron attempts to crack the shell with his hammer, but try as he might, he just can't get through it. He is extremely surprised, as this hammer is made out of mithril, but it couldn't make a dent in this eggshell. What is it made out of? He is now extremely excited and asks if he can really use that most valuable thing in his crafting. Ronan agrees, as it's literally useless for him, but that's enough for him to make a good sword, right? Daron, now more fired up than ever, says that it's plenty and he should come back in 2 weeks, as a sword that rivals the Empire's best will be in his hands. Ronan notes that he will be looking forward to it, and Daron tells Asel and Maria to go meet with the other masters, as he can't send them back empty-handed, and if they tell them that he was the one who sent them, they will look after them with great care. He would have liked to do it, but at this moment, re-smelting this is his only purpose in life. He smashes it with the hammer, and the others watch with confusion, as he finds way too much enjoyment in this. Below ground, exactly below the group in fact, there is a large tunnel, and a woman notes that she is tired of how the blacksmiths above are extremely annoying beings. The man behind her notes that he feels the same, and he wants to set them on fire now, but she tells him to hold back, as it is not yet time to reveal themselves. It will not be much longer anyways. They will start with these worthless blacksmiths, and then everything in the Empire will be buried under the true light of the world. A few days later, while walking around the school grounds, Ronan thinks about what happened. Daron promised to make him an extremely good sword, worthy of his talent. Additionally, Asel and Maria put in commissions with the craftsmen there, which will be quite expensive, but that doesn't really matter to him, as it's not his money anyway. The only real problem that remains is that it will take an entire fortnight for his new sword to be completed. He wonders what he should do in that time, as both Asel and Maria must be in their respective classes, so he can't call on them. That's when he passes the Galilean building, where there is exclusive training and lectures for the upper-class students. He is pretty sure that Nabarose also has her classes in here too, and she told him to come after he got a real weapon, so he postponed it. But now, he at least has something temporary, so he should go. In that second, Nabarose pops up beside him, and he is extremely scared by this. She pinches his ear off, and notes that it has been a long while since they met. If her memory serves her right, which it does, she told him to come to class the moment he got a new weapon. So what has he been doing all of this time? Skipping class? Ronan tries to explain the situation, but she doesn't listen to a word of his, and continues to pinch his ear off while walking with him towards the building. He starts screaming to let go, and a familiar face hears it, as she was besides the window. That's when someone bumps into her, and tells her to not block the path, and move already. If she has enough time to laze around in here, she should go and prepare for the lesson, like the loser she is. She says that she will go soon, and looks out of the window, as a familiar scene washes over her. In the first sparring room, Nabarose introduces Ronan to everyone else. They probably know who he is already, since he made quite a ruckus during the interview, but she will introduce him to everyone again, since they might not know. He is named Ronan, and from now on, will be attending class with all of them. Ronan bows down and also introduces himself, which makes the other students immediately judge his appearance, with most noting that he looks too frail to be able to do anything, realistically. Ronan can hear everything they are saying, and he's rather annoyed. There are also some welcome faces around here, and some rather unwelcome ones, let's say, so things will be fun. Suddenly, someone opens the door and apologizes for being late. Ronan's eyes widen as he recognizes that voice. She apologizes again and again for being late, but Nabarose says it's fine, as they just finished introducing the new guy, so she should go say hi. She turns to him and explains that she is the second-year martial arts major, who is also the Ta for this class. Her name is Adeshan, and it's very nice to meet him. Adeshan Akalushia was acknowledged for her incredible commanding abilities, and was the first woman to rise to the Grand Commander role, while also dominating the battlefield with her famous cool-headed judgment and outstanding leadership. Thus, she got the title of the Iron Lady, and those who have been under her direct command always say, "Inside her body runs not blood, but cold and fine iron." Ronan wonders, who would have guessed, that someone as great as her could have such a calm expression. It's very clear that she has no memories of the regression, so she has turned to her original self, and that means that he has to fulfill her request, from way back then, to tell her to just not do anything stupid and become a tailor, like she has always wished to. This puts him into a difficult situation, however, since earlier, everyone was calling her for various things, one to check his technique, one asked to change the towels, and so on. She is extremely busy, it seems. Why is she doing all of these small errands that only an attendant needs to do? Suddenly, someone comes next to him and asks to spar in a duel. He apologizes for being so abrupt with this invitation and introduces himself. He is the third-year Cardin own, and he has heard about him and how amazing he was during the interview. If the rumors about him really are true, he would like to learn from him, if possible. Ronan notes that he has a lot on his mind right now, but before he can refuse, Cardin apologizes for not coming for a duel with a weapon, so he calls that loser Adeshan to bring his weapon. Ronan freezes in place, as who does this bastard think he's calling a loser? Eventually, Adeshan arrives with the weapon, but Cardin immediately gets on her case, as she brought a long spear, and he recently switched to a short spear. Is she that stupid to not remember such vital information? Adeshan apologizes, as she saw him a long spear last lesson, so this is why she brought him one. Cardin sees this as her talking back, so he hits her in the head with the wooden part of the spear, continuously. He explains to Ronan that she is someone who doesn't have the right to take this kind of class, and only came here after begging on her knees, that she should be good at chores at least. Ronan is filled more and more with unbridled rage, and eventually he can't contain himself anymore, so he grabs the spear and tells him that they should do it, just like he said. If not, things might become dangerous for everyone. Cardin doesn't understand, but Ronan looks at him with fully killing intent and tells him that they should fight, as he will show him who is the real bastard in this fucking place. Everyone gathers around, and Doran is surprised by what he just heard. Why is he doing this? But he already knows. It's because of that commoner loser behind him. Does he even know her though? Or are they both lowly commoners? Are they perhaps from the same disgusting commoner family? Ronan hands him his weapon and tells him to just shut up and take his beating with at least a bit of grace if he doesn't want to end up in a grave. He hits him with a light jab, which sends him flying backwards and also cracking his spear. Ronan notes that he was whining before about not getting the right weapon, so he fixed it for him. Doesn't he like that? Cardin sees this as a direct insult to himself, and he charges in out of rage, exuding as much mana as possible, and asking if he really thinks he will be fine after this much disrespect. Ronan stands still while the attack approaches, but before it can even touch a hair of his, he cuts the spears into tiny pieces, and says that he will be very fine, so he should worry about himself more. He hits him with a barrage of attacks, every move being harder and swifter than the last. Eventually, he knocks him out fully, and tells him to be thankful that they are in the academy, as if this was outside, his lifeless body would have been thrown to the wolves. Everyone is surprised that Cardin lost, as he was the highest ranked throughout the first years. Ronan notes that it's time to move to the next target, and points at the scamp who complained about the towels. If they smell, she should wash them herself. Why is she making someone else do it for her? Is the assistant instructor her servant or something, huh? Ronan continues to move forwards, but Adeshan stops him, as she doesn't know exactly why she's doing this. But it's okay. He should just stop. Ronan tells her once to move, as he can hold back when it comes to other things, but not when she is being looked down on like this. Not by these idiots, not by anyone in this damn empire. Nobody serves the right to do that, after all that she had one. He pushes her out of the way, as these guys deserve a stern beating, one that they will never forget. Suddenly, Nabarose appears behind him and demands that he stop. She will not ask him to take responsibility for what he did earlier, since in a real battle, that guy would have been long dead. However, if he escalates things like this even further, she can no longer look the other way. He will drop his sword and walk away. Ronan can't seem to move, and when he looks behind, he sees Nabirose's aura, a giant snake, ready to strike at a moment's notice. He knew that she was strong, but he didn't know that she was this strong, to have this kind of aura. She tells him that what he was going to go through with cannot be considered a spar, and as the person responsible for everyone around here, she cannot let anyone else be injured. Ronan says that she should have known already what the assistant was going through. Up until now, she just stood by and watched everything happen, despite knowing. Nabirose explains that this is between her and the assistant, and it doesn't involve him in the slightest. This is his last warning to stop, or else she will have to deploy drastic measures. Ronan notes that it doesn't matter. If she's the sword saint or not, his answer remains the same. Her, and the whole damn empire, can fuck right off. Nabarose says that there is no helping it, and uses the grieving snake on him, something which makes him smile with anticipation. Ronan remembers how he asked Adeshan before, why did she volunteer for the commander position when everybody else declined? At the time, she told him that one day, he will understand eventually, there are some things that he can't force someone else to do. It's his destiny, after all. He was confused by that answer. But what was she thinking, truly? Just what kind of load was she carrying on her shoulders? He remembers when he last saw her. She told him to not forgive her for putting this burned on him, as she doesn't deserve it. He wakes up screaming, and then huffs loudly as he slowly realizes he is awake. Adeshan is next to him, and comes close, asking if he has had a nightmare or something. Adeshan asks what he's talking about all of a sudden, but Ronan excuses himself, as it was probably just a dream he had. But more importantly, are they in the infirmary right now? Adeshan confirms that they are. The instructor told her to bring him here, and additionally to fix that pride of his, as she does not want what happened today to occur again. That is precisely what she said. Ronan thinks that he's in big trouble, and wonders if he should just go back to sleeping. But suddenly, Adeshan asks him, did he perhaps get angry back there for her sake? This question makes him jump, and he says that it wasn't. He was just angry because he's sensitive to poor etiquette, and he's a very refined gentleman and all that. Adeshan notices that he's lying, but she tells him to not hate any of them, including the guy he beat up, since she kind of understands their feelings after all. Ronan gets mad again, and wonders how that's true, as she has been a great assistant instructor. How can they just treat her like this? Since they are talking about it anyway, why was she chosen to be the assistant for that class anyway? Even if she went easy on the various students, and that they did what they did because of this, why did Nabarose just sit by and watch as it happened? Is she not angry at this injustice? Adeshan explains that the instructor is doing nothing because she asked her to. She did this because she's getting preferential treatment, which she doesn't deserve in the slightest, as normally to take that class, one would need to be a sword expert, but she's currently being held back for an entire year, and she has barely started to control her mana. Ronan thinks that this is impossible, as Adeshan was the best commander ever, and she was able to use an amazing aura. Did she really go through something like this in her past life too? Adeshan continues. That is why she told the instructor to do nothing. No matter what happens, she should pretend to not see it. She already took her as her assistant instructor, so she did not want to make her take on an additional task. She is receiving this kind treatment, so being treated like this is nothing. She can handle it, anytime, any day. Adeshan still thanks him, however, for today, as she thought she got used to most of the stuff the students did, but today hurt a lot more than it should have. Silence falls for a moment, and Ronan breaks it by asking, is her objective to become a Grand Commander? Is that why she's going through this? Adeshan is surprised that he found out. Did she make it that obvious? But yeah, that's her dream. Even if she's lacking in lots of things, her dream is still to become the greatest Grand Commander there ever will be. Naturally, for someone who's not even at the expert level, she knows that saying this might seem dumb, but she's not going to give up, as even if she doesn't have the level, she is confident in military strategy, and she's working hard every single day. That can be clearly seen by how rough her palms are. Eventually, the next class is about to start, so Adeshan tells Ronan to rest and come back later. He thanks her for looking after him like this, and she says that it wasn't a problem. With that, she leaves, and Ronan's mind is filled with the Grand Commander's last words, to not let her mess around that place anymore, and become a tailor instead, as she's always wanted to be one. But now, he's conflicted. What would she want him to do? A few days later, on a sunny weekend, in the forge, at the entrance of Grand Carpadoki, Ronan, Asel, and Maria arrive. But there is nobody inside to welcome them, which is quite weird, as they sent a messenger bird in the middle of the night as his sword was made, and it's apparently the best sword Daron has made yet. Out of sheer anger, he kicks stuff out of the way, and the other two wonder why he's being like this, as it seems he has become more sensitive for some reason. Ronan notes that if they are not going to let them in, they should just let themselves in. Maria asks if they are allowed to do such a thing, and Ronan explains that they are the ones who invited him in here, so they should stop talking about it, and go already. They all go to the elevator room, and Ronan presses the button to start it, which he surprisingly remembered. While they go down, He says that he will teach that old man about the basics of customer service, as he appears to have zero knowledge on that. Suddenly, the elevator arrives at the glass part, and they see that the entire place is up in flames, and that most people are on the ground, unconscious, or dead. Asel tells him to look in a certain direction, and when he does, he sees a rock giant that is chasing after the blacksmiths. Asel wonders what they should do, but that's when Ronan grabs her tightly and tells Maria to go back and bring any instructors or whoever she can find that can help. With that, he jumps down with Asel, who can barely use telekinesis in her flustered state. Eventually, the blacksmiths are too tired to run anymore, and just when all hope is lost, Ronan strikes its hand with enough force to break it. He notes that this is great timing, as he's been thinking about tons of stuff lately, and they seem like the perfect stress relievers. The rock giant tries to strike Ronan with its remaining hand, and he lets it approach until it's inches away. That's when he jumps on Giant and cuts its head with one swift motion. The giant did not even realize what happened, and its head fell to the ground. The blacksmiths are amazed by that kid, as he took on a rock giant at such a young age. What power! Suddenly, Ronan appears before them, and he asks them to quickly explain what is going on around here. Ronan carefully listens to their story, and he's surprised to find out that dozens of rock giants suddenly attacked in groups. One of the blacksmiths says that they don't even know the reason. They just suddenly appeared out of the ground and started destroying everything, killing blacksmiths in the process. Additionally, one of them grabbed several blacksmiths, including Daron, and returned to where they came from. Didikun decided to give chase, but he isn't that great at fighting, and at this rate, they might all become food, which Ronan knows much about. He notes that if there aren't any more giants left here, they should go. He orders Asel to look for anyone else who is injured, until Maria arrives with backup. He will also hand her Sita, as she can heal the people easier with her. Asel asks what he will do, and Ronan says that it's quite simple. He is going to save the ones who got taken away, as he has something he needs to get from Daron after all. Somewhere else, Daron is holding the sword he made tightly, and thanks Dikikon for coming here. But there was no need for him to be here and risk his life like this. He should just run and get away while he is still able. Dikikon tells him to shut up, as he has enough on his mind already, so he doesn't need all this crap from him too. If he has such strength to say dumb things, he should swing that sword around instead of holding it like a baby. Daron says that he can't, as this is his best work yet. He can't just taint it like this with his awful swordsmanship. Dikikon says that he's crazy, even though he knew he was obsessed with weapons and such. Now is not the time to be like this. Suddenly, the rock giants break through the hole they were hiding in, and one of them strikes with all of its might. But Dikikon holds the fist in place, and thinks that with this final hit, the defense enchantment that he put on his armor has been destroyed. But it's kind of sad. As if he knew he was going to die like this, he would have done tons of things. Suddenly, before he can regret further, Ronan arrives. And much to Dikikon's surprise, he cuts the golem into countless pieces. Ronan congratulates him for holding out for so long. But now he can rest, as he will take care of everything. They are both shocked to see him here, and Dikikon asks how he got in here, as there were tons of giants along the way. Ronan explains that they were just fodder. He killed all of them, and saved the blacksmiths that were captured. Dikikon wonders how that's possible, but Ronan tells him to stop speaking about that, and orders Daron to give him the sword, as he can't use the sword he currently has any longer. Daron is confused, and Ronan notes that he's talking about his masterpiece, the sword he made for him. Isn't that what he's carrying right now? Daron finally understands, and hands it to him, while explaining that the hilt is not complete, but he is sure he can still use it well. Ronan picks it up, and says that it's time to see just how much of a masterpiece this sword is. A couple of golems charge in, but with one simple swing, Ronan easily takes all of them out, which surprised all of them, excluding Daron, who is just happy to see his sword doing something. Ronan is amazed by the amount of power he can exert with it, and Daron asks if he likes La Mancha. This is the name of the sword, a name he got from his favorite daydreamer. Even so, this sword is above many, as it's extremely light, and the material is extremely sturdy, rivaling mithril in fact, so it can withstand any swordsmanship thrown at it. As a nice bonus, the sword has a hidden trait, to restore any damage it takes by absorbing any kind of blood. Ronan notices that it's absorbing the golem blood, and congratulates Daron on a job well done, He really did impress with this. Dikikan says that this is not the time for congratulations, as they have to get out of here, since they are most likely the last ones around here. Ronan tells them to go on without him, as he has to check something out. It's not much, but judging by his feeling, it seems that there's a few rats hiding around here, and there's a big one among them too. Dikikan asks him to elaborate, and Ronan explains that something just feels off, as he knows about rock giants and their habits, and they are not known for gathering like this. Additionally, they are very well behaved, if one doesn't annoy them first, that is. If they need more evidence, they should see what's on the back of their heads, a suspicious mark that he hasn't seen before. Daron notes that it's a magic circle, but he's not sure about its origin, as he can only feel the reverberation of the mana, which is quite crafty. This must be the reason the rock golems were acting out, but who could have done such a gruesome thing? Ronan has no clue either, but he feels that soon, they will certainly find out, one way or another. With that, he begins sprinting across the numerous halls. Previously, he thought that he might have been wrong, but now, he's certain that there's someone here, as there are human footsteps. And there's a defense mana stone too. The people who did this really planned every single detail out. Suddenly, Ronan hears talking and hides behind a wall, as he wants to hear what they are talking about. But that's when he notices the giant golem that is present in the room, and judging by this scene, those two robed people are the ones behind this. But what could that giant golem be? He has never seen anything of the sort. Suddenly, he hears the two strangers talking about an intruder, as the brainwashing link they cast on the giants has been tampered with, and it was probably done by a third party. One of them is quite annoyed, as it seems that the Imperial dogs have acted on this pretty fast. What should they do now, though? They have no giants left, and they can't operate this big one just yet, since the situation became so drastic. Should he just go and slaughter everyone? The woman, who calls him Eduan, says that the situation is still salvageable, as they destroyed most of the surrounding facilities, and that will greatly affect the Empire's weapon output. They can't do anything now anyway, as if their identities are revealed, that person will not sit still at all, so they should retreat. This woman is called Cyrilla, and Eduan notes that she's quite rigid, but alas, they have no other choice, so they will do as she says. He asks if he should get rid of that, and she tells him to do as he pleases. Eduan then notes that this is dedicated to the one that has been spying on them, as the smell of sulfur coming from the smithy is getting on his nerves already. He then unleashes a fire attack on Ronan, which explodes pretty widely, but Ronan naturally still stands, as he has dodged that attack. Eduan is glad to have someone new to play with, as he seems like quite the agile toy. But he will put him in his place first, as he summons tons of fire attacks that stop inches away from Ronan, who thinks that this guy is not just an average mage, as materializing magic this fast is a skill, for sure. Eduan asks how he got here, as the defense system they put in place was not easy to break through. He's sure about that. Ronan notes that he wanted to ask them the same question. Just who are they? Even if they really wanted to meet with each other, isn't meeting in such a place quite weird? Eduan says that this guy is tons of fun, but Cyrilla tells him to stop wasting time, as they have plenty of stuff to do. He tells her that it's fine, he needs to have some fun, before this empire is buried entirely in starlight. Ronan's eyes become clear as he hears this. These were the last words of a High Ute, the giant he killed in his past life. Ronan asks them, do they even know what those words mean? What they entail? Damn fucking rats. Eduan is puzzled as to why the mood changed so suddenly, and Ronan orders the both of them to come with him, as he has tons of fun questions to ask them. Eduan smiles, as he has never seen such a confident brat before. He tries to ask him if he can get out of the situation he's in right now, but he doesn't get to, as Ronan cuts off his hand instantly. He explains that it's very possible for him to get out of anything, so they are both screwed. Eduan screams as he crawls to his arm, and Cyrilla is stunned, as she doesn't know what to do. Ronan suddenly grabs her by the neck and clenches tightly. He explains that she should answer his questions obediently, and not cause a fuss, if she doesn't want to end up like her little friend, that is. Ronan continues to threaten Cyrilla, but even if she's scared, she has had enough, and activates her mana shield, which sends Ronan back. But he isn't distraught in the slightest by this, and instead, cuts at it in seconds, and stabs Cyrilla's shoulder with his blade. That's when Ronan notices that she's a half-elf. But what are they doing, for her to be associated with such an organization? Suddenly, from behind him, Edouan unleashes a mighty explosion, but Ronan is swift and cuts it away, making it land on the golem behind him. Ronan is surprised to see him standing, as he already cut his limbs off. But when he looks, he sees that Edouan's limbs were replaced with a kind of wood. Edouan demands that he get away from Cyrilla this instant. But instead of that, Ronan stabs her in the leg and notes that it seems they have not yet grasped the situation they are in. He will make it clear, however, they are screwed beyond repair, but he will give them a choice. They will either listen obediently to him and answer his every question, or he will give this half-elf a nice amputation. Perhaps she will also grow her limb back, right? Reluctantly, Edouan deactivates his power and accepts his offer. He will follow him. Ronan congratulates him for making the smart choice, as he also doesn't want to spill more blood than he needs to. That's when he notices that Cyrilla is smiling from ear to ear, but before Ronan can even wonder why, he notices that the giant golem is trying to crush him, which he tries to block, but he is still sent into the wall from the sheer force. After the dust clears, Edouan asks Cyrilla if she can still move, and she confirms that she can, while also thanking him for the help. If he hadn't diverted his attention then, with his attack, she wouldn't have had time to use magic and hinder his perception, nor have the time to activate the giant. Although it was only his arm that he activated, that damn child is surely damaged. Edouan tells her to go to the church and report to the church about it. He will come too, but only after he's done with this guy. Cyrilla warns him to be careful, as he has already done too much damage. But Edouan knows full well that this thing is no child. It's a demon. That if he doesn't kill now, he will become a huge threat. The moment he sees Ronan is the moment he is cut up into 100 pieces until he is sure that he cannot regenerate anymore. He then asks Cyrilla, where is she going? He thought that he made it perfectly clear already, that he has a lot to ask. Before Ronan can make another move, his body gives up from the fatigue and he falls on one knee. He tries his best to move it, but it's just not responding. He's stuck in this position. Cyrilla thinks that this is really lucky. Even if it came to this, they can at least guarantee that she can report this to the higher-ups. That is the priority here. She opens a portal and tells Ronan to prepare himself. But even if he does that, she will make sure to find everything about him and take away everything from him. His family, lover, friends, she will destroy it all. Ronan is in a state of desperation at this point, as he managed to find a clue about the future. But if he lets her go, things will not change at all, so he tells her to stop with all of his might. But that's when, out of nowhere, Nabarose appears and demands Cyrilla to stop, which she does instantly, as the pressure is too much. She has a lot of questions for her, but she will confirm, first and foremost, did she really dare to touch her disciple? She also congratulates Ronan for what he did, and for holding out for so long. He notes that her timing is impeccable, and that he's very glad to see her here. With that, she shifts her attention to Cyrilla, who cannot move at all, as Nabarose's aura has paralyzed her from head to toe. How can one have this power? Before she can even think of running away, Nabarose grabs her head and says that she has committed a few things she should have never committed. But the most grave one is that she harmed her disciple's body. Now, she will look into her future, with her own 2 eyes. The aura snake opens its mouth, and the only thing Cyrilla can do now is apologize to her stars. Naturally, she faints, and Nabarose congratulates Ronan once again. But now, after they treat his injuries, they will report all of this to the principal. Before she can continue, Ronan asks about the future she mentioned. Was she perhaps talking about the Lodlin prison? Nabarose confirms that she indeed was. But why is he interested? Ronan was right on the mark. Lodlin is titled the Fortress of Screams, and it's in the middle of the sea. It is famous for interrogating criminals who have dared to go against the Empire, and they use all sorts of methods in order to receive every ounce of information from someone. Knowing this, Ronan asks to observe their interrogation, which Nabarose says that it isn't appropriate, as it's a dark place. Ronan grabs her hand and explains that he only wants to go just this once. He begs her to allow him, as this is extremely important to him. Everyone around the forge, who was left alive, is now getting proper treatment, and Maria is glad that everything is dealt with. Acel also feels the same, as she and Sita are poofed. Still, she hopes that Ronan is coming back soon, as she doesn't want to think about something happening to him. Suddenly he appears, and notes that he heard the summary of what they did here. They really worked hard on this. While Maria brought more and more backup, Asel and Sita saved over half of the people who were buried. He also asks them if they are in a hurry, but they should be asking that, as he is full of wounds and doesn't look well at all. Asel tells Sita to heal him, but the little guy can't do that, as it doesn't have any mana. Ronan tells them to relax, as he has already received treatment, and now there is something that he has to do. A few hours later, at the secret rendezvous for Lodolin's convoy, specifically at the Grengo Forest Cliff, Nabaros and Ronan wait for Lodolin's escorts, and they eventually arrive on a gigantic crow creature. They get down and announce that they have been called here by the Empire in order to escort the criminals. Nabarose shows them the perpetrators and warns that the male has regenerative abilities, so they should be careful. One of them says that they will, but the interrogator will be very happy with this, as such a fun object will be a great toy to play with. With that, they grab them and say that they will contact them after the interrogation is over. They should continue to work hard for the prosperity of the Empire. Nabirose explains that probably, in 1 week, those bastards will open their mouths, and she will let him know once they do. That should be enough, right? Ronan confirms it, and also thanks her for the opportunity. After this, time moved quickly, and the restoration of Cappadocia quickly went underway, thanks to the Empire's support. Ronan returned to the Empire, and started to train even more diligently with Nabaros. And a few days later after that, at Lodolin, the captives' torture continued. But today is special, as a special guest will arrive soon. Nabaros and Ronan arrive at the prison, and a man welcomes them, while also introducing himself as the interrogator who has been in charge of interrogating the new criminal, and the one who is in charge, Karaka. He explains that he will show them the criminal first, and tell them details on the way. They agree, and Ronan notes that he did not expect such a nice-looking old man to be an interrogator in this place. Nabaros smiles, as everyone who meets him first says that, but he shouldn't judge him now, as he will find out soon why he is called the worst nightmare. While they are near the cell, Karaka gives them a summary, and the first thing he will tell them is about the Nebula Clasier. That is the name of the organization they are a part of. This is the first time Nabirose heard about them, and so she asks, is it a criminal organization, like Caliboro? Karaka confirms that it is, but it is much more dangerous, as from the great fire that destroyed the Nalanda granary, to the explosion at the magic engineering facility, Ataman, it has been confirmed that they were behind these cases. Ronan is surprised, as he has never heard of them in his past life. While Karaka tries to explain further, Ronan interrupts him and asks, did they perhaps use the word starlight or star's advent in any way? He confirms that they didn't, and Ronan notes that it's just something he heard from them while they were fighting. Perhaps it has something to do with their goal. Karaka swiftly grabs his mask and slowly puts it on, while his expression changes instantly. Ronan is shocked by this, as the kind old man that was in front of him just now transformed into a maniac. Karaka opens the door to their chamber and notes that he's quite ashamed by this, as it seems like he was not able to show them the sincerity of his actions. Ronan looks inside and is shocked to see Edouan and Cyrilla in extremely poor states. Karaka explains that Edouan is quite an amusing toy, as he regenerates using his specialized dark magic. But if he gets burned, he can no longer regenerate, and after that, he cut his limbs off and put effort into the torture. That is how they became the bestest of friends. That is what he believed anyway. But friends don't hide stuff from each other. Did they not agree to be sincere with each other? Edouan notes that he told him everything, he swears, so Karaka asks him about the star's advent. For his information, he would like this conversation to stop with him, as Cyrilla does not possess regenerative abilities, so if he doesn't comply, he will focus his attention on her. Does he really want that? Softly, Cyrilla begs for death, but this makes Ronan think, can Edouan really withhold information in that state? That's when he tells everyone that maybe it's not that he's not saying it, but maybe he can't. There are methods used on soldiers to protect secrets, to be able to withhold information, with a forbidden magic cast on the respective soldier. Karaka lets him go, and notes that he can't believe he missed something so obvious. They should also wait here a bit, as he needs to get something. Eventually, he comes back with a cursed eye, a monster that eats curses. It's quite useful for people like Edouan, who cannot say certain things. After explaining, he puts it on Edouan's head, and the monster crawls under his skin and directly into his brain, which consumes the curse that has been put on him. Karaka asks again, who is the star's advent? Edouan explains that the star is an eternal entity, the only grace that will save them, the lowly beings, from Earth. As the small lights, who are waiting for the star's advent beyond the skies, they work to ensure that nothing interferes with their wish. Cirilla tells him to shut up, and Karaka notes that from what he understood, something will fall from the sky soon. But what is it? That's when Edouan says it. The star's children. Which makes Ronan clench his whole body, as a Haiyut was one of those too. Ronan walks next to Edouan and asks, the children of the start that he is talking about, is he talking about a Haiyut? Edouan asks how he knows of such a thing. But before long, his body starts to swell, and Karaka protects Ronan with his magic, as the explosion was quite volatile. Karaka did not expect this, and Ronan asks if this is a usual thing for him. Karaka explains that it doesn't happen often, as it's rare for things to get to this point, but it was probably because the curse was cast in two parts. The first part was to not reveal anything about the organization and the star's advent, and the second, when the word he said was mentioned, the curse would explode within him. So, he will have to ask now, what is a Haiyut? If his theory is correct, that information is secret even within Nebula Clasier, so how did he get it? As the interrogator, he must know, so he will have to answer now. Ronan explains that he coincidentally came to know it, as he heard it when he was eavesdropping on them. At first he thought it wasn't important, but upon coming here, he changed his mind. So, he apologizes for interfering. Is that enough to please him? Karaka knows full well that he's hiding the truth, but he doesn't think he's of any danger to the Empire, as his eyes are filled with something. Willpower, maybe, or better yet, it's anger, directed at these prisoners. Nabirose swiftly puts her blade at Karaka's neck and tells him to stop, as she doesn't believe he dared to question her disciple in front of her. Karaka apologizes, as he is double-checking everything. Ronan says that it's fine, but he's glad that he got out scot-free this time. Karaka says that it's a shame they lost a cursed eye, as they are very hard to kill. Ronan asks if it really is that powerful, and Karaka explains that it is. But that's when he notices that its eye is glistening. Did it absorb a curse? But from who? That's when he remembers that he touched Ronan's shoulder, so he grabs the eye and puts it on Ronan's hand. Before long, the creature explodes, meaning that inside of Ronan there's a curse that it cannot handle. So Karaka tells him that he's cursed. He also asks him, has he ever felt restrictions regarding day-to-day movements? Perhaps he can't run, or hold objects made from steel. He's asking if something happened like that. Ronan just stays silent, which tells Karaka everything he needs to know, but he will not press further. But he should know this. Judging from the curse's power, it was cast with extreme amounts of ill intent. Shortly after this, it's time for the guest to leave, and Karaka explains that as soon as he lifts the spell from Cirilla fully, he will let them know, as it will take time. He also looks at Ronan, and notes that he must have a lot on his mind. He confirms it, as he just found out his body is cursed, but Karaka tells him to not worry, as he is a Filian student, and that place holds the only mage in the continent that knows everything about curses, Maya's secret. While leaving the prison, Ronan keeps rubbing his eyes in the carriage, and Nabirose notes that he has been doing that since getting in the carriage. Is it that itchy? Ronan says that it's been a while since it started happening, but he knows it began ever since he has touched that eyeball monster. Is there something wrong with him after all? Nabirose tells him to relax, as this is one of the common symptoms that appear when a curse is getting weaker. So it's actually good. However, does he still not have a clue as to why a curse was cast on him in the first place? Ronan can't think of one, as surely he has lived the life of a saint, so he really doesn't know who would have ill intentions towards him. Nabirose finds it hard to believe that, but her thoughts are interrupted by Ronan thanking her for what she did back in Lodolan. When the interrogator approached him, he could feel the intense pressure from only his eyes, and if she wasn't there, he would have made up something to confess. Even though he didn't do anything, he was that scary. Nabirose tells him that she was just doing what every instructor should. There is no need for thanks. Ronan looks at her and thinks that she is not only extremely skilled, but also a good person. The more he gets to know her personally, the more she seems to be a nice person. But something is really strange about her, as even if she is so great, he didn't hear a single thing about her in his past life. Could Nabirose have done something unforgivable to the Empire? If not that, then who really knows at this point? The next day in the training area for magic students, the Sherry Forest, there is a location called the Pillar Park. At the entrance of the park stand Ronan and Adeshan, who notes that it's been a long time since they last met each other, but it was because of the instructor's grace that they were able to. Anyways, how has he been this past few days? Ronan just looks at her with a confused look, as he hasn't thought of what to do about her yet. Actually, he just didn't have the time to think about what he should do, but for now, he will just pretend like everything is normal and laugh it off. He says that it has truly been a long time since they have met, and asks how she's been doing. Adeshan explains that after what happened, all of the guys who were scared of Cardan became much more friendly, although she is quite concerned about Cardan himself, as he gets scared every time he sees her and starts screaming. She must say, it's really not that bad of a feeling though. They walk inside of the park, and Adeshan seems to have heard from the instructor that he has a curse that needs undoing. Ronan explains that it's true, as it just kind of popped up, but he heard that he would have to meet one professor's secret. So he came here to do so, but this place is quite strange, so he wouldn't be surprised if secret was also the same as this place. Adeshan notes that the professor is a really unique person, with a very unique office, so non-magic students don't even dare to come here. So that is why she asked a younger magic student for guidance. She must have been here by now though. Suddenly a shadowy figure appears in front of her and charges to grab her. But this was actually a hug from Eri, because she was happy to see her since they haven't talked in a while. Ronan just looks at this with a plain face, and remembers that this girl is the same one who was constantly yapping about the wolf and the sheep of this world. Akalusha Elizabeth, if he recalls it right. Adeshan apologizes for calling her here so suddenly, but there were some urgent matters to attend to. Akalusha Elizabeth tells her to not worry, as she is always welcomed here. But why does she need to see Professor Secret so suddenly? That's when she notices Ronan, who is locked in and sweating bullets. She stares back at him with a defeated expression. To break the awkward atmosphere, Ronan explains that he was the one who asked to see the professor. Also, it has been a long time since they have met, so he greets her too. She starts screaming from the amount of embarrassment she is feeling right now, and asks why he is here. After everything is settled, they go and eventually arrive at the professor's office, which is a shabby cabin in the middle of the woods. Ronan finds it very suspicious, so he asks Eli if she is trying to bury him alive for what he saw back there. Elizabeth tells him to not call her Eli, and no, she will not bury him, so he should just follow and shut up already. Ronan does just that, but he is surprised that someone like her would be friends with the Grand Commander. But she was the original Akalusha in the first place, so the only question remains on how exactly they met. Elizabeth opens the door of the cabin, which reveals a lone granny standing in a rocking chair, which makes Ronan wonder if this really is Professor Secret. Elizabeth tells him to not rush, as there is one more step to entering. They both approach the rather motionless granny, and Elizabeth is saying this just in case, but no matter what happens from this moment forth, he should remain motionless and not do anything foolish. Ronan agrees to those terms, so Elizabeth begins casting a long spell on the granny, which eventually ends with the word open. A strange purple mist seeps out of the area, and suddenly, the motionless grandma becomes an enlarged head, which unhinges its jaw and sucks them in. Ronan is rightly quite shocked to see this, but Elizabeth tells him to not be afraid, as they are now entering the real office, Separatio. Before Ronan can ask what the hell just happened, the professor floats behind him and says that he must be student Nabarose sent here. She suddenly approaches Ronan with a teleportation spell and touches Ronan's eye. While noting that it is just like Nabarose said, he truly has something that makes him very determined deep within him. This is the continent's best curse artist, Maya Secret, a being that has lived for 83 years, and now finds Ronan quite interesting. Ronan looks at this person with a puzzled look, as he cannot believe that this kid is the professor of this place. Maya tells him to not be so surprised, as there are some personal circumstances to her look. But besides those, her body is over 80 years old. Ronan is even more surprised by that, as there is a limit to how young a person can look once they get older. Yet she would fit as one of this academy's students quite easily. Maya says that they should talk about her beauty routine another time, as there is something more important at play here. With one snap of her fingers, Ronan is engulfed in strange runic lines that seem to seep out from inside of him. He asks what these are, and Maya is quite surprised to see that there are so many curses inside of a single body. Their origin is also strange, as it's closer to ancient magic than anything else, This situation is quite dangerous. Even a person with tons of great skill wouldn't dare to touch this. Ronan asks if this whole meeting is pointless if that's the case, but Maya tells him to relax, as even if the amount of curses are beyond what she anticipated, she naturally came prepared for anything. Suddenly, a large symbol appears at Ronan's feet, and Maya explains that right now, she is going to materialize the curse within his body into his mind realm. What he does then is up to him. But he must do one thing in order to be free of the curse. Find its source and slice it. Ronan understands her words. But how is he supposed to know what to cut in the first place? Maya notes that he will know instinctively. She taps his head with one of her fingers and wishes him a safe trip. Ronan is pulled below into a dark realm, but eventually, it changes, and he is sent to a forest area. However, when he looks behind, he spots his house. Does that mean the source of the curse is inside of there? Out of nowhere, a little girl rushes past him and tells her mother that she's home. Ronan recognizes this voice, as it's of his sister's, Iris. When she gets inside, she starts looking at Ronan and finds him quite cute, but asks her mother why he is always sleeping like this. Is he sick, perhaps? The mother explains that babies grow while sleeping, so she was like this too when she was a baby. However, if her younger brother gets sick in the future, she should look after him, since she is his older sister. Iris agrees wholeheartedly, as she will protect him forever if she needs to. Ronan looks at this interaction and doesn't know what to say, as no matter how he swings it, this is their house, and this is what it looked like when he was born. Additionally, that baby that is in the cradle must be him. He does not like to see himself like this, as he thought that he was a pain to deal with as soon as he was born, so this image is not pleasant to him. Anyway, even if this is the past, he couldn't have remembered it, so why is he here? Suddenly, the door behind him opens with a slow creak, and from the outside comes a malevolent being that makes Ronan's heart almost stop in place. He cannot even move his body. Just who the hell is this mysterious figure? Iris rushes to hug the mystery figure, but he ignores her completely, and presumably asks where Ronan is. The mother notes that he is in the cradle behind them. He must be curious about his appearance, right? That's when he pulls out some dark magic and says something intangible, but he knocks the mother out with a single dark spell. Iris rightly is confused, and calls out for her mom, which makes Ronan turn around and see his older sister be put to sleep by the same dark spell that did their mother in. Ronan screams at the top of his lungs for him to stop, but this is just a memory. So the man moves on to him and pulls out the curses that he cast. With a bright light, he begins casting them, but this gives Ronan a target. It's him. The fucker he needs to slice is this bastard. Back in the real world, Maya finds it surprising, as she did tons of preparations, but even so, she still used up all of her mana in a single spell. What this child has is truly unbelievable. Elizabeth is shocked to see the professor so defeated, and asks just how many curses are cast on him. Maya can't say for sure, as there may be hidden ones somewhere, but for now, there are around 10 curses on him. Elizabeth is surprised, but notes that this must be why she is out of mana, because she is trying to lift 10 curses at once, right? Maya says otherwise, as right now, she's only dealing with a single curse out of the many he has. The shadow figure finishes casting the curse on him and says something before leaving. He also looks at Iris one last time, and with that walks away. The confinement that was put on Ronan is finally lifted once he leaves, so he rushes to his family to check up on how they are doing. But they are just sleeping, so he didn't do anything malicious to them. Ronan sighs in relief, but his mind is going in 1,000 places now, so he needs to focus, as he only needs to do one thing in this realm. He needs to kill that fucker. With a few slashes and a mighty charge, Ronan breaks through the door and gets to following the figure, but he is stopped dead in his tracks, as it seems that the figure was waiting for him. Ronan thinks that this means that this bastard must want something from him, yet he does not speak a word. Ronan asks how he dares to lay a finger on his family while he is there. He will never forgive him, no matter what. He rushes to the figure with rage-fueled eyes, but the figure calmly looks at his hand and creates a sword to defend himself with. They both start trading blows, but unfortunately, Ronan is being pushed back by the figure, and eventually he cuts him up really bad, which makes Ronan fall to his knees. Ronan doesn't accept this reality, as he hasn't been able to even scratch the figure with his sword. He just can't manage to reach him. He notices that the figure is walking away, but he cannot allow that, so he tells his body to stand up already, as he has something to ask him, no matter what. He manages to get up and say that this is not over yet. Why did he do what he did? Their expressions, tones, and actions, He knows that his family does not act that way to just anyone. He sensed the same affection that he gets when Iris looks at him. So that means he is that fucker, right? But why would he do something like that? The figure does not say a thing. Ronan clenches his sword tightly and notes that he made Mom and Iris sad. He even placed a curse on him. But he has no excuses or explanation to help his case. He charges in once again and asks how he still dares to call himself their father. The shadowy figure becomes clearer and looks at him with the same golden eyes that he has, almost as if to say sorry, and accepts his fate. Ronan cuts his head off with great force, and once it falls to the ground, he strikes it again and again. If he doesn't want to talk, then so be it, as he will just find everything out for himself. So he should get out of his body right now and leave like the bitch he is. Eventually, Ronan wakes from his slumber and finds himself still in the office. Maya comes from behind him and asks how he feels after that experience, but Ronan is too shocked to answer and asks who she is. However, seeing his attire, she must be Maya, who is now much older than he originally was. She congratulates him for his good senses, but Ronan asks why she suddenly aged so fast. Is it because of him? Maya tells him to relax, as this has nothing to do with what she did for him. Enough about him though. Does he feel any different? Ronan says that he does, and if he's honest, he thought that she wasn't a normal person when he laid eyes on her, but now, he can tell that his thoughts were an understatement to say the least. Maya says that if he feels this way, then it means that everything has worked out just as he planned it to. They sit at a table and Ronan explains to Maya what happened in the mind realm. Maya is quite surprised, as it's rare to see a curse use the memories of a person they had no recollection of in order to create a background. He also thinks that the curse was placed by his own father, but why does he think that is? Ronan explains that it's the most likely thing, as he was able to hear the words that his sister and mother said to him. Also, when he put his family to sleep, he felt that something was off. However, it was too foreign to be his. It was a foreign feeling of sadness. Maybe that is why he was more riled up about the whole thing than ever before. If he thinks about it now, though, with a clear head, those feelings might have been from his father. Maya notes that he also said that he had no recollection of his parents, right? Ronan confirms it, as both he and his sister have never doubted it. It is as if the memories in his mind were cut off entirely. Maya sips her tea, and thinks that it's not only his mana sense that was sealed, but part of his own existence was also done in. She explains to Ronan that his father most likely altered his memories too, and during the process, part of his memories must have been transferred into him. Magic related to memories often have these kinds of side effects, and as such, the mind realm could have been made using his father's memories, rather than his. The reason he was able to use mana at the end may be due to the fact that it was upon recovering his lost senses that he was able to temporarily activate his mana sense. Ronan looks at his hand and notes that these shiny strands that are coming out of him must be mana, right? Maya confirms that it is. As of now, he can only see it, but one day he will be able to use it just like all of the students of this academy. If he can remove 2 of the 9 curses he has, that is. Naturally, that will take time, since the curses are strong and from an unknown origin. For now, she will contact him when the preparations are done, so he should go back for today, since the sun is already starting to rise. Ronan is surprised to see her in her younger self again, so he asks if her body changes based on the time of day. She notes that she also has a strange body, just like he has, so she would rather not talk about it. She gets serious for a second, and notes that he might be burdened by the harsh truth that will reveal itself with time, but he should stay collected, as the days ahead of him would be for nothing if he were to live in the past. Ronan agrees and bows down to her, as he will be relying on her from now on. Somewhere else, at the same time, in the Grand Carpadoki's basement, a man looks at the giant golem and notes that it's much bigger than the reports say. Even still, a student managed to hold off this thing alone, quite shocking to say the least. Another person approaches him from behind by the name of Dolan, and so the man asks how the recovery efforts are going. Dolan explains that it is progressing quite smoothly, so things should be back to normal in a week, give or take. Additionally, he looked into what they were doing according to his orders, but he was unable to find out anything that they already knew. However, thanks to Philion, he was able to confirm the identity of the student that was at this scene here. Would he like to meet him in person, since he's the Duke? This man is the head of the Grancia Duke family, Joseph Sinivan de Grancia. Before he can answer, he notices that the golem behind him has started to move. Dolan apologizes for his rudeness, but could he leave this place for a bit, as he will have to take care of this. Joseph tells him it's not needed as they were in a hurry, so he will take care of this thing. With 3 swift sword movements, he cuts the golem into pieces and tells Nolan that they should go, as he wants to meet the young hero who saved this place. The next morning at the Naberdozer dormitory, Ronan is woken up by a loud knock on his door room, which he is very annoyed by. But when he opens, he is met with Dolan's face, who he doesn't recognize, so he says that peddlers aren't allowed in the dormitories. Dolan notes that he's pretty rude, but does he even realize who he's being rude to right now? Ronan notices that he looks to be from some royal family, but besides that, the mana he is feeling around him is so dark to the point where it's kind of odd. But there's something else mixed in too, something which may not even be mana. Before he can deduct more, his thoughts are interrupted by Joseph, who tells Dolan that they are in the wrong for coming like this unannounced first thing in the morning, which Dolan agrees with, and calls him the Duke. Ronan is shocked by this, and Joseph apologizes to him for his night's foolishness, but could he spare them some of his time? Naturally, Ronan invites them inside, where Joseph presents Ronan with La Mancha's sheath, which was finished just yesterday. Ronan wonders why someone as important as him brought him this, but Joseph explains that the master craftsman of Carpadoki insisted on this. Master Daron specifically was quite thrilled. Besides that, however, he came here to express his gratitude, as the Grancia family and the Grand Carpadoki have a long-standing relationship. His personal blade, the Pale Road, was also made by Daron, so as a token of appreciation for the hero who saved Grand Carpadoki, he just wanted to express his gratitude, and naturally, that comes with a gift. Ronan is shocked by what he gets. A Grancia medallion and one with the Patriarch's seal, no less. He gladly takes it, but says that he could buy 3 villages with this if he wanted to. Is he sure this is okay? Joseph tells him to take it. It's only fitting for the savior to get this much. Naturally, the other students who helped him were also generously compensated, along with a lower-ranked medallion. He only hopes that it's enough. Ronan assures him that it's plenty, which Joseph is happy to hear. However, they should get to the point already. Can he speak about the person behind this incident? He has developed a certain interest in these evil deeds of theirs. As he says that, Ronan feels true power coming off of him. Truly, he is the head of the Grancia family. He explains that those dirty little rats are much more devious than he can predict. They are quick too, as it took him some time to track them. Before he can say anything further, he feels that same strange mana off of Dolan, which is now much stronger. It seems like he reacted to him talking about them. Now that he thinks about it, this feeling is very similar to what he faced when he fought those 2 fuckers. Does that mean this bastard is also one of them? Joseph asks why he suddenly stopped talking, which allows Ronan to find out that Joseph doesn't seem to be feeling what his subordinate is emanating, but he is one of the strongest people in the entire continent. How can he not see this? Perhaps only he can feel it, but if that's the case, he needs to test the waters, and so he asks Joseph if he knows about the star's advent, something which immediately gets a reaction out of Dolan, so he must try to provoke him further. He begins saying that their organization, Nebula Cluster, consists of children of the star. Joseph did not expect for such an organization to ever exist, but how did he get all of this information? Ronan says that before the instructor had arrived, he lightly cut them up, and so they started to talk. But he can't deny those idiots and the sight of them begging for his mercy were entertaining, but he must want to get into specifics here. Joseph stops him and says that it's fine, he will confirm the rest with the interrogator. As if he hears any more of this, he won't be able to have breakfast this morning. Ronan gives up on telling him, but there was no reason to tell more in the first place, as Dolan can't even control his aura at this point. Joseph says that it's time he went, but Ronan thinks that if they infiltrated the Garcia family, he must take some urgent measures against it. Before Joseph can depart, he stops him and says that there is something else he must know about these evildoers. But since there's a lot to discuss, and he doesn't want to keep him further, he will write a summary and send it by email. He is sure he will find it interesting, especially the part about a certain Ahayut. That evening, while Ronan is sleeping like a baby, the strange mana appears again, and Dolan tries to cut him down without prejudice. But before the blade can strike him, Ronan disappears and pops up above him, noting that it's nice to meet him so late in the evening. Before Dolan can ask how he knew, Ronan points out that he should take a look there first, as he invited a special guest to this event just for him, that guest being Schlieffen, who demands an explanation right now. A few hours earlier, Ronan went to tell Schlieffen about Dolan, and naturally he didn't believe him at first, as Dolan had no reason to prepare an ambush. He is one of Grancia's top knights in both skill and loyalty, and he was appointed as his father's guard just 4 years after becoming a knight in the family. Ronan said that if it was for 4 years, his family is fucked, but whatever, he can come see it for himself, as he's got nothing to lose anyway, and if he's right, he will get rid of a rat bastard who infiltrated the family. Schlieffen demands an explanation once again, this time with his unsheathed blade pointing towards Dolan, Ronan asks why a traitor like him would just answer nicely. Truly, he is far too naive. With one large step, Dolan releases a bunch of electrifying mana that makes Ronan's body feel much heavier and distracts him from the attacking Dolan, who manages to send him away with only a few attacks. Schlieffen asks why he is doing something like this, but then Dolan charges him too, and tells him that it's nice he did not master controlling his mana. Considering his personality, he would not use such a powerful skill in an area where other people can get swept into it. Even so, it is unfortunate that their relationship ended like this, as he didn't want it to. That damn child ruined everything. Schlieffen notices that his skills are different from what he remembers. Why has he been hiding his real skills? Why has betrayed the family like this? Dolan says that it's not a betrayal, as he has never been a part of the Grancian family to begin with. As he goes to strike Schlieffen down, he says that he understands with a defeated voice and will now let him do as he wishes. That's when Ronan appears in front of Dolan and blocks his attack completely. Ronan says that he is truly an annoying kid, but he must feel better now, right? Schlieffen apologizes, but it was important that he made sure this is what it was. However, now that he has found out, he will make sure that a bloodbath will happen in Grancia. Dolan can't believe that he can endure his mana at full capacity and still has enough power to wield his blade in such a manner. Just how much mana does this guy have? Was he also hiding his power? But there's no reason to do that, meaning that he grew stronger within that short period of time. As he thinks of how that is even possible, Ronan appears in front of him and says that he must be pretty bored, so he will help alleviate some of it. He starts beating on Dolan, who notices that he is as strong as Schlieffen, so he dodges an attack and kicks Ronan away. He then looks for a way of escape, which he eventually finds and swiftly gets out of the building, as the professors will surely be coming by now. He damns his emotions, as it led him into this situation where his cover was blown and he almost got beaten. He must hide for now. That's when Schlieffen appears behind him and says that he's right. Unlike his father, he is still lacking in his skills as he can't use Tempest Sword properly. But like the fool he is, he ran into an open field where he can use Tempest Sword without worry of hitting others. With that, Schlieffen unleashes the Grancia family secret technique on him, which he tries to defend at first, but the amount of power is far too much for him. So with his last thoughts, he prays to his dear star. Schlieffen gets on the ground and says that from this day forward, nobody will remember who he is in the family. But that doesn't matter, as he was never a part of it in the first place. Ronan comes around and says that he dealt with this traitor harshly. He must have been pretty angry, huh? Won't the state he left him in kill him though? He should have kept him alive for interrogation. Schlieffen says that he only severed his tendons. Theoretically, he won't die. Anyways, things are now fine because of him. So he will go and inform the household about this, as they need to track down all of the traitors that have potentially infiltrated. So he will leave it to him. With that he runs away, which makes Ronan scream at him as he destroyed literally everything around them, and now he expects him to just handle things. That's when a golden portal appears behind him, and out of it comes Nabirose, who asks if he's injured anywhere, as they saw a storm come from around here. She is also accompanied by the headmaster, but Ronan notices that Nabirose is still in her pajamas, so he says that they are very thematic. But Nabirose urges him to answer the damn question already. The headmaster agrees that they can discuss PJs later, and it's a real relief that he was not harmed. But can he explain what happened here? Ronan agrees, but before he does that he has something to say. Ahayud is the son of a bitch bastard rat who deserves death. The headmaster is quite confused by his words, meaning that he is not part of those cultists. The next day at the headmaster's office, he gets the information from Ronan that Grancia had traitors inside of it. This issue is much more dangerous than he thought. But again, thanks to his service, he kept the situation from becoming even worse. Ronan says that it's nothing, while also thinking that he can see special mana hidden from them, as he can't be certain it is what he thinks it is. And if this information were to leak out, everyone around him would be put in danger. The headmaster says that this incident will be investigated with the Grancia family in the middle. But enough about that, as the Empire is indebted to him again, so he feels that he needs to reward him. Is there anything he would like? Ronan was waiting for an opportunity like this, as there is something that he wanted to do at school, but it can be done only with his approval. The headmaster agrees to see what he wants to do at least. The next day, in the Grand Plaza of Philion, Ronan places himself near a board and tells everyone to listen, as he knows that their school activities happen only at school. So he created this for everyone. It's called the Special Adventure Club. Someone asks what that is, and Ronan says that it's a great question. It is a constructive club with external activities that mostly focus on fighting, so that they can reveal their true talents and serve the Empire well. Since he got the Grandmaster's approval, they are the only club that can go out of Philion, so if they want to join they should drop by the first arena, during interviewing hours. A strange woman looks at him while he speaks, and wonders if it's that guy that she needs. After a few hours at the interviewing place, Ronan is quite mad that he tried to recruit many talents, but in the end, only these two managed to survive until the last day of the interviews. Acel and Maria, who explains that it's because his so-called reviews were separated into two difficult tasks. One was the verification trial where he beat everyone up, and the second one was that those who survived had to sign a contract, pledging their entire life to the club. Acel says that she heard rumors about their club already, that if one joins they would need at least 10 lives to do anything worthwhile. Ronan says that they are just weaklings, but it's fine, as what he needs is some real promising individuals, like this one in front of him. It appears that Ronan had one last candidate, who wanted to fight him even though he would have been accepted, but he tells the guy, Brahm, that he passed this too. However, he will let him know in advance that the club activities will be quite tiring, so he hopes that's fine with him. Brahm says that this is what he is here for in the first place. He wants to grow stronger. With that, he tells the others to leave and rest before their first activity, as he will stay here and wait since there is still some time left. Someone might actually come. Day turns to night, yet nobody shows up. Only the crickets are here. Ronan gives up, and thanks Adeshan for coming here when she had time, as she was a huge help, which she was glad to do. But it's a shame, as if she wasn't the assistant instructor she would have tried to join too. Ronan can't tell her that even if she did try out, he would refuse, as she needs to decide slowly whether she will give up on her dream or not. He will leave it up to her, as he can't force her. That's when the strange woman appears, and says that it's a relief he is still here, making Ronan think that this person is here for the club tryouts. The woman says something in a raspy office which Ronan doesn't understand, so he asks her to repeat. As she uncloaks herself, she asks, if she joins the club, can she touch it? Ronan is confused at first, but then said that he will not let her conduct shameful acts on his body. She wasn't referring to him, however. She was referring to the little creature on his shoulder. As Ronan pets Sita, he notes that he misunderstood her at first, but this little thing is always with him no matter what, so if she joins the club she will be able to touch him. Ronan also thinks that she's a strange person, as he did not sense her approach until she got too close. She's not a normal student, that's for sure, so she must be the real deal. The mysterious girl ponders for a second, and then asks what she needs to do for the interview. So Ronan asks her to show what she can do on that magic doll, and also say her grade and name. As she unleashes her mighty power, she introduces herself as a Magic Major Junior, Ophelia DeKnight, and with that she begins. Adeshan is shocked to see dark attribute magic, with Ronan also being surprised that she can control that dark mana almost perfectly. Besides that, there is something else. He can feel a red energy coming out of her mana points. From the center of the mana, even Sita feels it. With her mana gathered, Ophelia uses Shadow Claw to completely engulf and blow up the dummy, something that creates a lot of dust. Even with this, Ronan can still see what she did to the dummy, and says that there's no need for a duel, as she has successfully passed. As he goes to ask her something, Ophelia uses telepathy to speak to him, and notes that he must have seen it, but he should keep it a secret for now, as things will become troublesome if others were to find out. But now they should move somewhere else, as she has something to ask of him. With that, they go somewhere more secluded, where as promised, Ronan lets her touch Sita, and finds out that he's a dream bird, which she finds quite interesting. Ronan says that she's even more interesting, as he heard that they left quite a long time ago. Vampires, he means. Ophelia explains that not everyone left the Empire, and it's true that they are few, but they are still scattered through the Empire. However, most live in hiding since they don't like tiresome activities, so Ronan figures that the reason she approached his club in spite of that is because of Sita's mana. She confirms that it is, as when she first saw him at the plaza, she felt the energy of blood magic, her species magic. Ronan was actually wondering about it, but it seems that Sita really has vampiric abilities. However, the first thing he did after getting out of the egg was absorb blood. So yeah, Ophelia is extremely shocked to find out that he used magic like that from the get-go, but then wonders how many years it's been since he was born. 3 years, or at least 5, right? Ronan says that it might have been 2 months at most, which Ophelia is amazed by, as he is already exuding blood mana of very high density. If that is true, then what she really wants might be possible. She instantly starts hyper-talking and says that she wants something from them. She was going to just leave after seeing Sita, but if she has her request fulfilled, she will work hard. Though now she needs to do some research. After that, she promises to be included in all group activities. Ronan stops her and asks, what research is she talking about? The next day, at Nest, the Filian club room area, Ronan and the others arrive at the Special Adventure Club, which is quite a big building. Ronan is pleasantly surprised by this, and says that the headmaster was really generous, but he also notices that something changed with Acel and Maria, as they both have things from Cappadocia. Joseph must have sent them, right? They confirm it, and Maria notes that she got a great sword, since she wanted to switch up her style from dual swords and see how it goes. Acel got a magic bracelet, made with materials from the magic city, Delpium. It also helps her mana and power increase. Ronan is glad for both of them, but says that they should get inside, as they will have a pretty important conversation. Inside of the building, he explains that they have only one goal: to improve their latent abilities as swiftly as possible through real-life experiences. But he's the only one that needs to know it's actually for that day. He points at a map and says that this is their first exploration zone, as this mountain range hasn't been fully discovered by the Empire. So the Vadian Mountains will be a good place to get experience, since it will be unusual. Additionally, he also has some personal things to do there, but that isn't the most important thing, as there's a problem with these two that needs solving. Instead of explaining what it is, Ronan tells them to come outside, as they will have a sparring session. As they walk to the training room, Ronan mentions to them that the problem they have is that they haven't completed their modules yet, something which they need to do. If they leave, they will do so for about a week at least, but they have classes, and it will be difficult to juggle both of them. He is also sure that the headmaster will not allow it, so the solution is pretty simple. They need to finish their classes early like he did, and become as free as a summer bird. When they arrive at the training room, Ronan notes that before training them individually, he will assess their skills, so they should come at him, as he promises to only use the sheath for them. However, it won't be fun if they are relaxed, so they better do their best, or else. Maria doesn't feel too comfortable with him, but this is an opportunity to test that out. They should show him just how much they have grown. Acel understands what she's trying to say and promises to do her best as she uses magic to support Maria. With that, she charges in with a heavy attack, which pleases Ronan, but why did she hit the floor with it? That's when he notices that Acel is using her magic to pick up the rubble and starts to throw it at Ronan, who is pleased with her telekinesis control, but he will not allow himself to be hit. As he removes her attacks, however, Maria appears behind him and tells him to dodge if he knows what's good for him. Ronan does just that as the attack lands to the ground, with him also being amazed at the amount of power she put into this one attack. She isn't finished, however, and starts to swing at him, but he starts pushing her back with his heavier blows. Before he can do anything else, however, he looks above and sees Acel, who just ripped a huge chunk of the arena out and is now throwing it at Ronan while telling Maria to dodge. Instead of dodging the attack, Ronan meets it with his unsheathed sword and cuts it into tiny little pieces, but he is amazed by their growth. They have really improved quite a lot, meaning that they weren't just playing around all of this time. Especially Acel, her new abilities are simply amazing. It's like she's a whole other person. With that, he ends the test and notes that 2 weeks should be enough in order for them to be ready, so they should begin right now. They both say that they just finished sparring, but Ronan doesn't care, and immediately starts whipping them into shape. From that day onwards, Acel and Maria have commenced their special training, something which caused them to lose a lot of sleep. 2 weeks later, as promised, Ronan hands the headmaster all of their early completion certificates. He explains that it's not for all subjects, but this should be enough to let them go out. The headmaster is surprised that they managed to do it, but as he promised, they are allowed to leave, so he wishes them a safe journey. The next day, the first activity of the Special Adventure Club starts in the Vadian Mountains. Maria is surprised by how pure the mana is out here, and Brahm feels it too, but he notes that this will make training easier. He also asks Ronan what they will do, who says that they are still far from the core, so when they arrive, he will let them know. But he will tell them this, that they need to find a little something. Somewhere deep in the forest, the wind whispers to an elf that there are visitors, so he decides to greet them, as he hasn't had guests in quite some time. Eventually, the party arrives where they wanted to be, at an orc encampment. Brahm finds it amazing that the orcs actually managed to create a village, which Ronan confirms that in these secluded areas, things like this can happen. Even though this is just a village now, these bastards are pretty fertile, so soon enough the entire mountain range will be covered in orcs. The people in the vicinity will suffer when that happens, so to nip the problem in the bud, they will fight them. Pretty simple, right? Acel is surprised that they are actually going to fight them, since they are so many, but Ronan assures her that everything will be fine, while noting that there is a variable to think about, that being the dominant species of this place, the ogres. These guys will not do anything to those giants, and especially the leader of the bunch, the twin-headed ogre, was so strong that even he had trouble with him in his past life. However, it's not like he will appear now, so he shouldn't be a problem. Before they can jump in, the elf appears behind them and says that even with pure intentions, they should not go and do that. It is not the right time to do that. Ronan is extremely surprised that he didn't feel him until he spoke, but the elf tells them to not be on guard, as he is a simple priest that stays in the mountain. Ronan asks what kind of priest, and so the priest explains that he serves an ancient spirit with the divine name Senial, though now they should move somewhere else so that they can converse properly. Before he can even finish his sentence, Ronan pulls out his sword and aims it squarely at his neck. He apologizes for his behavior, but he needs to make sure of something, so he should copy what he says. "Aha, you dog bastard!" Naturally, the priest is struck with confusion. After the confusion is aired out, they follow the priest, who notes that as someone who serves a deity, it was pretty embarrassing for him to say those words. He must admit thought it was a bit thrilling, considering it's been 200 years since he spoke like that. Ronan tells him that he did great, but just how old is he now? The elf says that he stopped counting after some time, but he's probably over 1,000 years old by now. Everyone is shocked by this, and thinks that this guy has been around well before the Empire's foundation, perhaps even more than that. He also asks what he meant by this not being a good time to kill the orcs, which he begins explaining. The monster's different actions have been puzzling recently, as the orcs who are not nocturnal go around the mountain range every night, while the ogres who do not leave their set territories started to explore the outskirts. Since they have not found the cause yet, it will be good for them to be careful, so they should relax a bit. Inside of this place, Senial's temple. Brahm notes that this must be barrier magic, for the temple to just appear like this, and Acel assesses that a barrier of this scale is much greater than any of their instructors. She also asks Ronan if he knew about this, but he notes this is his surprised face, though he also thinks that this guy is by no means a normal elf. When they go inside, they all see the Senial that the elf serves, which is a really rough rock. The elf says that it has other meaning to it despite its appearances, but he will only bore them with that story, so they should unpack and get comfortable, as there are many rooms in the temple. Maria then remembers that he should ask him about the place they are looking for, meaning the Cursed Eye habitat. The elf wonders why they are looking for such a monstrous place. Is it perhaps because of the curse that is cast upon him? Ronan is surprised that he knows, with the elf explaining that the dangerous vibrations around him were what gave it away, but they should go and talk somewhere privately. They go to a secluded place where the elf says that the moment he saw him, he knew that he wasn't a normal student. Something which Ronan answers with half a mouth, as he thinks that he was swept up in this without thinking. Is he just being too sensitive right now? Is this man really unrelated to those star-obsessed bastards? He does not sense any mana from him, and he didn't react at a Hayut's name drop, so he must be fine. The elf notices that he's deep into his mind, and tells him to drink this tea, as it will surely help. Once the tea's scent starts to engulf him, he looks back at the elf and sees an incredible flow of mana coming from him. The elf asks how he finds the tea's scent. Is it to his liking? As Ronan feels true mana all over, he notes that it's like his pupils were refreshed. Just what is in this tea? The elf explains that it's a mix of herbs that rarely grow into the mountain range, and it pierces through blocked veins and revitalizes senses. It is not so special that he can feel the effects only after one cup, but because of his curse, this might seem like something amazing to him. Since that's the case, he will pack him some so that he can have it regularly, only under the condition that he stops using the Cursed Eye to detoxify himself. While that thing does get rid of the curse, it also eats at his life force. So if he uses it repeatedly, his life will soon be at risk. He must not know that, right? Ronan confirms that he did not. He just wanted to rid of the curse, which the elf fully understand, but he must not hasten this, as it will take time, and if he makes a mistake, just one, he cannot take it back. Ronan looks back at the tea, and thinks that it's like Secret told him, that the curse is hard to detoxify, and that many preparations would be needed. Even after that, when he met that guy, he felt rushed, something which could have ended up doing him more damage than good, but thanks to this guy, he was able to prevent it. However, he feels strangely familiar. Ronan says that he felt rushed because of all the fanatics going around. The Stars Advent people, who are some strange people. The elf thinks about this, and knows about these people, but how are they able to make moves again? At night, he stands at the rock formation and thinks that if those religious people Ronan mentioned are who he thinks they are, they will soon take the lives of innocents, and a great calamity will befall this land. Will he really be forced to watch again, or will that child give him enough courage to push forward? Ronan comes around and doesn't expect to see him awake, calling him Sarante. He asks why he is up himself, and Ronan says that he's here for some water. But looking at this place again, it is truly fascinating. Does this boulder really represent God? Sarante explains that every 1,000 years his order moves 1,000 boulders to the Empire's most remote area. In that place, there is always rain, so most boulders do not last longer than 200 years. They wear away and disappear. Despite that, the ones that survive this trial will transcend and prove their will. The soul within them becomes a clear representation of Senial. Ronan is surprised that it's so deep, but if that's the case, where are the other priests of this place? Sarante explains that everyone has circumstances, and devoting one's entire life on a god that will never answer is hard. Even he had his doubts, but something made him stay every time. Perhaps it was the will of Senial, or the hope that one day someone will come around and save the world because of her. That to him is like fate, something which he couldn't just pass out to someone, and that time is very near. The next day, they officially organized, with the others also taking the tea, and trained their mana sensitivity with it. While they did that, Ronan helped with the foraging and exploring of the mountain, but he was surprised by Sarante's kindness, as they had just met, but he was really genuine. These 2 peaceful days passed without anything happening, but as always, tragedy always appears unexpected, and it is swift in its dispersing of despair. The day of the village orc raid, Sarante was quite worried for the team as the monsters were abnormal, but Ronan assured him that it's fine as because of him, and the training they have become strong, with the others also agreeing. Additionally, the trip timer was over, so they had to go back to school. Sarante noted that if it can't be helped, he will at least give them access to the barrier. With this they can enter freely, so if they feel any danger, they should not hesitate to return, and never let their guard down as the forest is beautiful, but it is also deep and crude. In a dark place, hundreds of orcs are dead, as a woman with a sharp blade walks around and says that person is hard to find. But she can't rely on dumb beasts anymore, so she will go meet that bastard elf herself. Eventually, Ronan and the party arrive back at the orc village, where the orcs are relishing in their spoils with newly acquired clothes and jewelry that they know nothing about. Ronan can only come to one conclusion, that they raided a nearby village, so he tells the others to get ready, as he will not allow these beasts to tarnish their lands any longer. 2 orcs start talking, with one complimenting the other's necklace, as it looks good on him. The other orc says that it belonged to a kid from the village they raided, which was quite annoying, as he kept whining while he was being beaten to death. He could barely hear because of that. Suddenly, with the help of a cell, Brahm and Maria jump down the mountain, with the orcs being quite confused by their sudden appearance. Before they can even move a single muscle, they are both cut up in bits by the 2, with the other orcs noticing the commotion, so they all get ready for bloody combat. They start charging in, but that's when a boulder hurls into one's head and knocks him out in a second. The one next to him is quite confused, but that's when a boulder crashes into his head too, completely erasing it from this world. Ronan congratulates Acel for her accuracy, as she must have gotten pretty proficient with her now. As they both float off the ground, Ronan tells Acel to destroy them completely, which she reluctantly agrees with, and brings down a rocky calamity upon the orcs, who all want to run away. After that is done and the dust clears, Acel looks at what she did, and thinks that she will surely receive divine retribution for this awful sight. Ronan tells her not to worry about such things, as if she would receive it, they will all receive it too. He asks Brahm to back him up, which he does, as he will be with her till the end, but it's pretty obvious that she will receive the biggest punishment out of all of them for this massacre. Ronan thinks that it was a grand idea to bring everyone here, as they got a chance to show their true skills in a real fight. Some battle experience is always worth it. That's when Sita pushes his face and tells him that there is something over in that direction, and when Ronan looks to see what it is, both him and Acel spot an injured and tied up elf. Ronan immediately goes to untie her as he orders Sita to use healing magic on the elf, which slowly wakes the elf up, who is surprised by the mana she is feeling around them. Before she can do anything though, she starts to cough up blood, with Ronan being surprised that Sita's healing did not work. The elf, with bated breath, asks if they are from the shrine, and when Ronan shows an ounce of approval, she grabs him and tells him to take her to that man. As they are coming, they do not have any time left. Sarante and the shrine are in immediate danger. Before she can say anything more, she passes out completely. As Sarante is clearing around the shrine, Ronan rushes in with the injured elf, and Sarante asks what happened. Ronan tells him to look after this elf, as she was a prisoner they saved from the orc village, and she seems to desperately want to meet him. When Sarante looks at her, he is quite confused, but then he remembers who she is. Brygia. Just what happened to her. The others were left behind with Maria and Brahm looking around in their respective areas, but both of them found nothing. It seems like the elf was the only prisoner. Maria says that they should go back too, but that's when she notices Acel and asks what's wrong. She explains that there's something strange about these orcs, as they did not have these things before. Maria agrees, and asks if she knows anything about them, which she doesn't, as it seems that they were hidden with double magic up until now, but just what do these magic circles do? Sarante eventually stabilizes the mysterious elf with basic first aid and some potions. Ronan wonders if she really is okay, as even healing magic does not seem to work. What if she's been poisoned by something? Sarante notes that he took care of that first thing by giving her an antitoxin, so she will be fine in that regard. However, he is in debt now, as if it were not for him, he would have lost another one of his precious siblings. Ronan asks what he's talking about, and so Sarante tells him that she is one of the few senile believers that still exist in this world. She once had the deepest faith out of everyone. She is a true sibling in his eyes. since he has saved someone so important to him. How can he repay him now? Ronan notes that he didn't do anything special, but if he wants to give him something, then he wants a question answered. When he first met his sister, she was constantly rambling about and warning them. Is his life perhaps in danger? Just what is going on? He and Sarante go back to Signal Rock, and he starts explaining. If he is honest, he does not know much. All he knows is that they are a religious group that worships an unknown being, whom they have deemed to be the one true God. They have been so intricate in hiding their identities that even he does not know who they really are. But one thing he knows for sure is that they commit all sorts of evil deeds. They call themselves the religious order, Nebula Clasure. Ronan can't believe that those bastards are after him, with Sarante being surprised that he knows about them. But they have sent some people to him several times in the past. He thought that they gave up, because it's been something like 100 years since they tried, but it seems that they are back. Ronan screams that this is not something that he should be so calm about. He needs to run away from this place with them. Sarante refuses, as he cannot leave this place while evil spirits meddle about, and if he really moves, innocent people will start to be harmed. He does not want to be responsible for pain, so with this in mind, he wants him and his friend to hurry and leave, as he really does not want to bring any other harm to anyone else. He hopes that he understands why he is doing this. Before leaving, Ronan tells him to wait patiently, as he will bring the strongest person he knows and come back, so he should hide until then and wait patiently for them. Sarante is amused by the words of this youngling, but says that he will do as he said. However, he should take this as payment for saving Brygia, the elf. Ronan is handed a ring, an item that can be used as an entry pass to the Mage Tower. If he ever has the chance to visit the Mage Tower of Dawn, he should show this to the librarian, as they will most definitely have some information about how to help him with the curse that is on him. With that, he wishes him to be safe and healthy, as these past few days that he has spent with him were truly a blessing. Ronan notes that he's speaking like they won't see each other again, which is not true, so he should wait patiently as he will be back soon, with reinforcements this time. After Ronan has left for a while, Sarante sits at a doorway and speaks with someone, saying that it would feel nicer to meet her after such a long time, as they are long-lost siblings. However, that title does not befit her anymore. She is the religious order's assassin, Brygia. The elf suddenly changes form, and notes that he shouldn't be complaining about that with their relationship in mind. How has he been anyway? Sarante tells her that if they really chose her out of all the people as an assassin, her religious order must be seriously violent. Brygia notes that he's not exempt from violent actions, as he fed a paralysis potion to her, and even lied that it was an antitoxin, which amused her quite a bit. Sarante says that he did not have a choice, as Roheim's shadow has been putting up a facade, her being captured by mere orcs. What a joke. Brygia notes that it couldn't be helped, as meeting him is not as easy as it seems. Even though she tried getting his attention with the monsters she gathered, he didn't seem to care much. That's when she stumbled upon something, or someone, very interesting. A boy and his playmates, who all looked like fun toys to break. They had his energy on him. So at first, she thought of cutting them into small pieces and throwing them around the forest to get his attention. But since she is an old believer, she held this primordial urge inside. Isn't he happy? Sarante says that if she would have done something like that, she wouldn't have been alive right now. Brygia notes that it was a simple joke. Is he so senile that he can't recognize that now? Anyway, they have chatted for far too long. She will tell him the orders that she was given, to win him over to their side. If he refuses, however, she has every right to kill him. As soon as she finishes that sentence, they start to trade blows, something that shakes the entire mountain with energy, with Ronan feeling some of it come down to his level. That's when his friends arrive, with him asking if they have checked their surroundings for anything. Maria confirms that they have, and they found nothing weird, except a cell, who stumbled upon something quite scary. A cell explains that after he left, she found something strange on the orc corpses, some kind of magic circle that she has never seen before. Ronan tries to ask what she is talking about, but that's when a flurry of dark and green energy explodes behind them, with Ronan knowing that something bad has happened to Sarante. He does not have enough time to worry about that even, as a mighty beast treks through the forest, smashing everything around it with great rage. The two-headed ogre has arrived. At the once peaceful worship temple, Sarante is now fighting Brygia with everything he's got, as he summons a large gust of wind to protect himself, something she likes very much. She starts to retaliate with her expression changing slowly into that of a killer. She stabs the protective barrier he cast with a large amount of dark energy, something that manages to break it. As the dust clears, both of them stand looking at each other, until Brygia rushes in with a blinding attack that Sarante barely manages to block with another barrier. But this too is swiftly broken. They both stand opposite each other, and with Brygia noting that he is as cunning as he is old. Wouldn't it be better to just join them already? His talents will just be wasted if he dies. He could also get an executive position and order people around and stuff. It's very fun. Sarante refuses, as he is too religious to serve a mere cult. From what he has seen though, she has gotten quite rusty with her abilities, as she was never this slow. Does her little cult not teach her anything besides worship? Bridgia notes that it's not like that. She's just a bit bored, as she has noticed for a while now that he's just buying time to let those kids escape the mountain, and hasn't been paying attention to her at all. He puts on that kind and rather pathetic act so that black-haired kid wouldn't get caught in this situation, right? So he could leave with an unburdened mind and soul. But that makes her even more curious. Why is he, who has denounced the world and all it stands for, protecting a child of the world? Sarante explains that they are his guests who he stumbled upon, and she shouldn't even think of laying her grubby hand on them, as if she crosses that line, it will be difficult for him to be as gracious as he has been up until now. Bridgia notes that he's quite scary, but what can he even do, as that has already happened without him knowing. That's when a large thump happens, right in Ronan's direction. Sarante turns around, allowing Bridgia to zoom behind him and use this opening to cut one of his hands off. The others are extremely shocked to see a two-headed ogre, but Ronan tells them to not just stand there and get behind him, as they couldn't handle him even if they wanted to. The ogre does not wait for them to move and immediately slaps Brahm away into a nearby tree without an ounce of care. Up next he moves to the others, Acel and Maria, who cannot move at all under the ogre's might. Seeing this, Ronan passes them and blocks the ogre's fist with his sword. This surprises both the girls and the ogre, who did not see him arrive. Ronan tells them to take Sita and look after Brahm with great care, as he will make sure that the large guest will have an enjoyable stay in this forest. He tells them to hurry as he deflects the ogre's fist, but he is sure of something. That magic circle that the ogre has in his eyes is the same one that controlled the giant when they attacked that forge. These Nebula Clasier bastards are at it again. The ogre attacks once again, but Ronan is prepared with a dodge, allowing him to counterattack with tons of cuts, but it does not seem to do any damage to the ogre. It truly has legendary endurance. With him in the air, Ronan cannot move away from this next attack, which sends him flying through the forest. He manages to shove his sword into the ground and stop himself from going any further. He notes that he didn't miss this amazing strength either, but the ogre does not stop there, as it picks up a large tree and throws it directly at Ronan with reckless abandon for the other orcs next to it. Ronan stands still and says that he would have been really happy about a fight that he couldn't finish with one blow, but this ogre dared to do something that is deserving of death. It hurt his precious comrade, right in front of him, so he can promise that it will die a gruesome death. As soon as the hurdled three appears in front of him, Ronan cuts it down in half and jumps on the other trees nearby to arrive at the ogre, who screams out as it sees Ronan. He thinks that the only reason he couldn't defeat one of these fuckers in his past life is because he didn't have a way to pierce through its skin and land a deadly blow, but things are much different now. He has this sword, and the techniques that he was taught by his instructor. With this in mind, he uses the Nabarose-style fourth form, revolving sword. He instantly slashes the ogre and gently lands on the ground. As soon as he sheathed his weapon, the ogre fell into dozens of pieces instantly. Even with this victory, Ronan notes that he has a long way to go, as it took him quite a while to defeat such a weak enemy. He can worry about that later, however, as he is more worried about Brahm, so he asks the others if he's alright. Maria tells him that with Sita, they were able to treat him pretty well, though he still needs a proper checkup when they get back. Ronan is very glad to hear this, but they should go on ahead, as he has something to do and go back to Sarante. When he arrives there, he sees that the once beautiful temple is now rubble, which he can't believe, as he hasn't left for even half an hour now. That's when a very injured Sarante appears, who is very glad to see that he is safe. He apologizes for not coming to rescue them, but with his current body, he can barely move. Ronan immediately runs up to him and asks what happened. Why is he in this state? Who did he fight? He tells Ronan that he's fine, but he needs to get out of this place, as he has managed to end things now, but they could come back at any time. Out of nowhere, a dark strike comes from behind and impales Sarante's chest, something that confuses Ronan to no end. As Sarante falls to the ground, Ronan tries to put his hand on him, but that's when he starts to cough up blood. Ronan can't even think about it for long before Bridgia comes around and notes that she almost died. Is it really alright for him to actually try and slay his own comrade? To use such a powerful skill after losing one of his arms? Truly admirable. She might have really died if she did not possess the blessing of the stars upon her. Anyway, she did not expect to see him around these parts again. To think that he survived the two-headed ogre, which is quite impressive for a kid. Ronan asks who she is and how she dares to hurt Sarante. She apologizes for showing this ugly side of hers, but she promises they have met before, very recently too. Does he want to see it? She transforms part of her visage into that of the elf he saved and thanks him for his kindness. Ronan can't believe that she is the elf he saved. Was her being captured by orcs just a ruse? Bridget does not answer. Instead, she says that she's quite thankful, as she was able to cross this pesky barrier thanks to his intervention. As a reward, she will make sure that he suffers no pain as he dies. Tons of dark strikes appear out of nowhere and attempt to strike him, but he has ample time to dodge and put Sarante in a safe place. She notes that if he managed to dodge that so effortlessly, he must not be an ordinary kid. Ronan looks at the injured Sarante with a gloom on his face and tells Sita to heal him as much as possible. After that, he turns around to face Bridgia and starts speaking. They are like fucking rats. Not only have they destroyed a beautiful smithy, they also dared to spy on the duchy, and worst of all, they dare to crawl with their dirty fucking feet to where he is. Bridgia notes that if he's acting in this manner, he must have met her children. She heard that there was a man going around killing believers. Before she can ask if it was him, he instantly goes for her neck, but she has ample room to dodge. She notices that his movements are very swift for someone his age. He must be the one who killed her children. So since he has made her curious, what else is he hiding in that flabby body of his? Ronan notices how strong she is as she strikes, and she's reading all of his movements too. He must finish this while she still has her guard down. He goes to strike her once again, but they just start trading blows. Bridget says that she really enjoys playing with him. It would be a waste to kill someone as powerful as him. Does he not want to join the order? He will be treated like a prince. Wouldn't he like that? Ronan tells her to stop speaking crap, but she says that he doesn't really have a choice. She starts to harm Sarante with a few spikes and says that if he refuses, she will kill his little elf friend in the most gruesome way she can. So his life is in his hands. What will he do? Ronan does not give up, however. Even in the face of adversity, his only decision remains to shred her into 1,000 pieces and feed her to the wolves. After he pushes her away, she says that if he continues to act this way, it will make her want him even more than before. They start to trade blows with much more force this time, as they create gusts of wind with every blow. The barely conscious Sarante looks at Ronan, who seems adamant on winning no matter what. Bridget smiles and thinks that it's been such a long time since she fought someone so strong. It would truly be a waste to kill him now that he has made an awful mistake. After she catches his fist with ease, she tells him to be a nice boy and not move, as he might die if he does. With that, she stabs him in the chest with her dark arts, allowing her to have the complete advantage. The last message she leaves him with is that when he opens his eyes, the starlight will greet him and everyone else around him. As Bridgia lunges her sword forward towards Ronan, he desperately tries to move, but at this point he is completely defenseless. That's when a green mana shield protects him, with this shield being deployed by Sarante, which makes Bridgia even madder than before. He notes that he already told her once, but he will say it again. If she dares to lay a hand on that child, she will never be forgiven or allowed to leave. Ronan tells him that it's far too dangerous for him to do anything in his state. He will be the one to take care of this woman. Sarante notes that he has done plenty. He has stalled enough so that he could prepare. Now all he needs to do is leave him and stay far away. He blasts Ronan away with a gust of wind, but Bridgia refuses to just sit back and watch while he does as he wishes. As she tries to strike, however, her hand becomes electrified, knowing full well what it means, her eyes opening wide at the realization. She looks up, and sure enough, Sarante has stacked spell after spell onto her, which she never expected, as he seemed far too injured to unleash something like this. Sarante charges up the spells, and notes that this is where her life ends, and even though he is saddened that he couldn't do anything for her, he will at least not let her old self experience the atrocities that she is doing now. With that, he unleashes a mighty strike on Bridgia that seems to fully engulf her. Ronan can't do anything but just watch, as this is a battle he cannot hope to intervene in. Sarante continues to put his energy into the attack, and thinks that he will have to end everything here, even if he runs out of mana, even if it takes life force to continue. Bridgia refuses to give up, however, especially in front of some idiot who still believes in ghosts. She will never yield to him. This surge of power makes Sarante's spell stop, and Bridgia explains that they are the disciples of the Great Star. As long as the blessing is upon them, nothing or nobody in this world can hope to stop them. Since he has shown that he will forever rebel against his rightful rules, she has no choice but to kill him. Sita stands in front of Sarante, who wonders if this is truly how it ends. He starts communicating with Ronan telepathically and tells him that there is no longer any time. Bridgia can nullify attacks with a skill called the Blessing of the Stars. Fighting her would be meaningless, but her movements are restricted because of the injury he caused her, so he must run away and prepare for the day she comes for him. What happened here, everything, was his fault, so in his last moments he wishes to apologize. As Bridgia's sword falls on him, however, Ronan tells him that there's no need for goodbyes, while he attempts to strike Bridgia, who cannot believe that this little shit is still here. Sarante is surprised too, and Ronan tells him that he shouldn't even think about giving up. This is not over until they are both on the ground. He should also know one more thing about him. For a very long time, He has never run away from a fight. That is what makes him a warrior. All he needs to do is trust him this one time. Brygia starts to attack him to show where they stand in power, but as the attacks rush Ronan, lightning rain starts to cover him, and the attacks disappear entirely. Brygia is very annoyed, but knows who did it, that being Sarante, who strikes her once again as she turns around, annoying her even more. Ronan charges in while she tells them that this will all amount to nothing. She has the blessing of the stars. She cannot be defeated by weaklings. As she tries to strike Sarante, Ronan charges in with amazing speed, and with one amazingly swift blow, he completely cuts her attacking hand off. All of this time, Ronan has been waiting for this moment, the moment where she leans towards her powers. Sarante is amazed, and Brygia is shocked. How did he get through her blessing? Ronan doesn't know the answer, but if she really wants it, he can give it to her. She goes ballistic and tries to say that this isn't real, but with more than a few cuts all across her body, Ronan defeats the woman who has caused so much harm. He explains that if she really wants her answer, maybe she should go ask her stupid fucking star and see if it even answers. As Brygia's consciousness fades away, she wonders if this is really death. She only needed a bit more time to reach the truth. It was something she has sought after for an eternity, it seems. Now, in her eyes not filled with hatred and control, she wonders if Sarante has reached that truth. Ronan catches his breath as he looks at Brygia and thinks that if she hadn't let her guard down because she had that blessing or whatever it was, he would have been the one lying there in cold blood. In his past life, people other than him couldn't lay a finger on the giants, as they also had a nullifying ability. It seems that the higher-ups of the nebula can also use the same in the form of a blessing. Sarante barely has any strength to ask if he's alright, but Ronan immediately forgets about any possible injuries he may have and asks if he's alright. And he also orders Sita to use her healing magic on him already. He tells Sarante that it's fine, and he will be back on his feet in no time. Sarante grabs his hand and tells him that truly, he is fine, but he wants to ask one last favor from him. Ronan does as he is told and puts Sarante next to the Senyul, but starts to cough up blood at this point. His body can no longer keep up with him, and so he apologizes for being so unsightly. Ronan looks at his hands and apologizes profusely. If it weren't for him, if only he hadn't come here. Sarante tells him to stop saying things like this. It was all a timing thing, and nobody was truly at fault here. He also tells him that what he will go through will be unending, and that he will lose more than he could imagine, and being hurt shouldn't even be out of the question. He truly feels bad for asking someone like him for this, but he should never give up. He begs him, in fact. He is sure that he is the only one who can do it. As he finishes his speech, Senyul's light washes over Sarante, and he slowly starts to transform into a rock. Sarante just puts his hand on Ronan's cheek and thanks him for becoming his answer. He will keep watching him, from Senyul's point of view. He will never truly leave him, so he shouldn't worry. Eventually, Sarante transforms into a beautiful smooth rock, and as the skies clear up, Ronan can only wish one thing for him, that he may rest in peace. With that, Ronan left the mountains and returned to school. That is how his first adventure ended, with Sarante giving him what he really needed. At the principal's office, the principal reads the report written by Ronan about their first adventure, which makes him think that it was quite tough for their first adventure. Doesn't he think so? Ronan desperately explains that it was because of that angry and rather crazy woman. He swears he won't be this bad all of the time, so he asks that he doesn't ban their club abilities. The principal wasn't referring to their injuries or anything similar, even if he did not know that man for a long time. The death of a close one is not a light matter even to the toughest of soldiers. Is he truly okay now? Ronan clenches his fist and notes that he would be lying if he said yes, but he would probably be sadder if he was just sitting around crying about the situation. So there is no need to worry about him, though he thanks him for his concern. The principal closes his eyes and notes that he understands, so he will let this matter go. They also raided an orc habitat, and even took down a dangerous criminal. He cannot punish them for achieving something so great, though he would like it if he would promise that they won't do anything too hasty if they encounter that group again. As the school principal, he cannot stand idly by while his students are getting hurt. Ronan immediately agrees and bursts out of the door as he has something to do, and apologizes for the inconvenience. The principal is naturally quite surprised by his sudden departure, though this made him remember that he has not been to class as of late, so he might not know that thing is going to start pretty soon. A bit later, at the Special Adventure Club building, Ronan goes inside to oversee the training session that was supposed to be happening, but he finds someone else, that being Schlieffen, who hopes that he has some time, as he wants to talk about Nebula Clasier. Ronan sits down and asks what it is. What is this about Nebula Clasier? He also asks if he dealt with the rats that he had in his house before coming here, which Schlieffen confirms, as from around yesterday until today, they have been searching non-stop. They tracked 19 traitors, and among those, he dealt with 5, which was quite unpleasant. The rest are being moved to Lodolin as they speak, where they will receive a really nice interrogation. As he might already know, However, there is one problem they have. Prohibition does not work on them anymore. Ronan is quite surprised by what he just said. How can prohibition not work? Schlieffen explains that upon tracking and gathering the 19 traitors, prohibition just stopped working. But considering how scrupulous they've been up until now, they might have already dealt with prohibition, something that Ronan was also thinking. He notes that this is a real piece of work, and wonders if the only way to detect this bastard is to look at their mana. Schlieffen gets up, as this is all that he wanted to say, but he will expect a lot from him, as they will face each other once again in the approaching midterm exam. Ronan doesn't get what he is saying, as surprisingly enough, nobody told him. 2 days later, Nabiros's midterm exam, the real battle with high-ranked word techniques, took place on an island that was under Filian's control, promptly named Finland. When everyone has gathered, Nabiros gets to explain the exam instructors to them. As they may know already, her classes are focused on real battles. If she could, she would have dragged them to some battlefield somewhere. But according to school guidelines, that's dangerous and unprofessional. Dumb aristocrats. Ronan is also kind of sad about it, as it would have been fun, and Nabiros tells them that instead of that, they will disperse through this island and begin a limitless real duel. Naturally, they don't need to worry about dying, as she has prepared safety gear for all of them. These bracelets will ensure that as soon as a wearer becomes incapable of fighting, they will be transported to the Grand Plaza, where their injuries will be healed by the best healers they have. This means that they can have a real battle using whatever techniques and fighting styles they want, and at full power too. On this day, they are allowed to go for the neck and kill each other as much as possible. Ronan notices that she sure is excited about this, and she tells them to come around when she calls their names, as when they put on their bracelet, they will be moved to fixed coordinates. Naturally, the first one is Adeshan, with Ronan not knowing what to think about her participating in this. The others begin talking about her behind her back, saying that she's being treated as a paid student, and that she's a dunce who can't do anything. All of this pisses Ronan off, but currently, that is the most objective assessment of the once Grand Commander, though he thinks that the battlefield is currently not a place for her, even with that bracelet. Eventually, everyone is transported to their coordinates, including Ronan, who is glad to be the only one who was isolated. He really wished that was true, but that's just not possible, so he tells the student behind him to come out and stop hiding, as he seems quite uncomfortable there. The student wonders how he even noticed him, but that's when another jumps at Ronan's neck, ready to strike him. But even if he gets close enough, Ronan easily puts him in his place, and notes that they are doing too much to a junior. Don't they think so too? More and more people reveal themselves, and Ronan says that he is glad to see that they actually managed to form an alliance against him, and they also handled the situation pretty well considering. He picks up a rock and instantly throws it at the archer of the group, while saying that this really isn't their best idea. The leader of the group tells everyone to prepare, as their ambush has failed, but they still have numbers. Even if this guy is a fighting beast, they have the advantage in terms of numbers. They all decide to attack at once, and after a while, Ronan has dealt with all of them in all kinds of ways. He admits that it took him a while more than he expected, but now he wonders if things are all right the way they are. Somewhere else, Adeshan is cornered by 3 students, who didn't expect her to last as long as she did. But this is the end, so she best give up and not suffer any unnecessary injuries. Adeshan knows that she has passed any limits, but the 2 in front of her have their guards let down, probably because of the guy behind them, a top student named Ayun. Thanks to their carelessness, she can spot tons of openings, so she has one chance, one opportunity to seize the moment and end things here. She strikes the ground and moves on to defeat both students at once, but she doesn't stop there, as she uses her momentum to go towards Ayun, but he just strikes her with his weapon and sends her flying. He was wondering what she would do in this situation, but to pull such tricks, truly shameful. He knows that she's smart, so she must already know that no matter how much she fights, she can never defeat him. It was pretty fun to watch her try though, but that too has to come to an end. Ronan watches all of this from a nearby tree, and notes that this ended exactly how he expected. Adeshan's strategy was the best thing she could have done. Exploiting everything she had, including the ground, she was able to strike and display amazing battlefield knowledge. However, she cannot overcome the skill gap between them. Now that he has made up his mind, as soon as the exam ends, he will force her to leave. He thinks that it's over, but when he turns around, he sees that Adeshan has managed to block Ayun's attack and even stood up, making him wonder if she really wants to be even more injured. Adeshan tells him that it's only natural. The exam has yet to finish, and she has yet to give up. She does manage to strike Ayun, but her attack was far too shallow, allowing him to attack her right in the gut, making her fall to the ground. He is shocked that she managed this, but he also asks who is backing her, as she is acting way too strange. He is also curious about her background and abilities, as she doesn't have any talent. So why isn't she giving up? She should already know that there is no hope for her, So why go this far in the first place? Adeshan sees a vision of someone hugging her tightly in front of a large tombstone and notes that she must become the Grand Commander no matter what. Ayun asks what she's talking about, but she just goes on. This is not about giving up or things like that, because her dream is one that nobody can fulfill for her. This is something that only she can do and that fate will lead her to. Ayun has had enough of her nonsense and tells her to just fuck off, as dreams are only for those with power. The weaklings should be happy with what they have. As his mallet flies towards Adeshan, it is cut in two. Ronan apologizes for intervening, but he will have to stop here, though he admits that he is strong. With that, he immediately removes him from the exam, and Adeshan is very surprised to see that Ronan has come to the rescue. He asks if she's okay, which she confirms, and also thanks him for the rescue. But why is he here right now? Ronan tells her to look past these details and come with him, as he wants to hear something from her. They go to a cliff, and Adeshan is surprised that he wants to hear the reason she wants to become Grand Commander. Ronan notes that it's important for him, so he would like her to say it, even if it might hurt. Adeshan looks at him for a bit, but then asks if he has heard of the Night of the Canine before. Ronan remembers it happening 10 years ago. It was an invasion from the werehumans, right? Adeshan adds that it was the first battle between the Empire, which wanted to expand their territory north, and there were humans who wanted to block them. On that night, she lost her family. Just when they were about to have dinner, her two brothers and mother went to the battlefield, and she was asking where they were going all of the time. Her mother crouched down toward her and said that they had some urgent work to attend to. She wanted to come with them, but her mother only apologized and told her to take care of herself. That was the last time she got to talk with her family. After that, she heard what happened. The knights of the village were deployed to protect the breached castle walls because of some strategy, but from anyone's view, that was no strategy. It was sending soldiers to a meat grinder. They underestimated the forces of the werehumans drastically, and it resulted in a tragedy. As he probably knows already, shortly after that incident, the Empire and the werehuman coalition finished their negotiations. The Empire promised the werehumans their rightful land, and the werehumans were incorporated into the Empire. Her entire village, which was sacrificed for nothing, was only given a useless memorial monument at the cemetery. When she went to that cemetery and felt like the whole world had crashed down on her, one of the only surviving soldiers came by and asked why his comrades had to die like dogs. Some call this day a noble sacrifice, but she doesn't agree with that. None of the people involved had to die there. The negotiations could have been peaceful from the beginning. If they needed to fight, they had so many other strategies that they could have used. The deaths of that day weren't for some noble cause. They were a useless sacrifice that happened due to the superior's incompetence. She cannot endure that truth. This is why she's going to become the Grand Commander, so that there won't be meaningless sacrifices. She will become perfect in every way. That way, nobody will have to sit at the tombstone of someone they cherish. They fall silent for a moment, with Adeshan apologizing for spoiling the mood, but it wasn't a cheerful thing to talk about anyway. Ronan notes that thanks to her, he understood something clearly. No matter what he does, it's impossible for him to make her give up. That also means that he can't just sit idly by and watch her go to her death. He cannot bear to experience that feeling again. Suddenly, a large gust of blue wind appears out of the forest, with Ronan saying that he is probably ready, though he is quite impatient. Since they are short on time though, he will get to the point. Does she know what Shadow Mana is? Adeshan does not. So Ronan tells her that it's something that is tricky to obtain, but once she does, she will get significantly stronger. He knows someone who named it herself. That person reminds him of her quite a lot. She will probably be able to use it too, so they should look into it. Adeshan doesn't understand what's happening, but Ronan tells her not to worry, as he has decided to help her. Just knowing that should be enough. He will support her with everything, so they should give it their all, since she is the Grand Commander after all. Before Adeshan can feel touched by his words, Ronan pushes her into the water, as third place isn't bad for her, right? They will talk once he gets back. Now that he's free, he has enough time to deal with Schlieffen, who has come out of the woods. Ronan notes that since he came here like that, he must have taken everyone down already. Schlieffen confirms it. It's just the both of them on the island. He knows what that means, right? Ronan naturally understands. Better than anyone, in fact. They have a proper fight, and see who the strongest bastard of this school is. Adeshan eventually wakes up in the main area of the school, where everyone is watching the match with eagerness. She also notices that she's been healed, and since Ronan told her she got third place, she must be out now. The ones who lasted until the end are only those two. After a large blast, Ronan tries to get out of Schlieffen's attacks, who keeps sending attack after attack, something he's amazed about, but he knows that his power has dispersed, so he goes on the counterattack and uses the Nabarose style to cut through the wind. This creates a lot of rubble, but Ronan is just glad that he actually managed to deflect all of it. However, he is also surprised that Schlieffen has become even stronger than last time. something way past his predictions. Even though he used to be slower than him, they are almost at the same level now. Does that even make sense? That bastard has gotten stronger than himself at this time in his past life. Schlieffen also thinks Ronan is impressive, as he used Tempest Sword at full power, but he just slashed his mana attacks away with no problem. Not to mention, he was able to recreate Nabirose's swordsmanship almost perfectly. He thought that he was superior in technique, but that gap is getting smaller and smaller each day. Since he is at his limit in terms of mana, he must end things now. Ronan also thinks that he cannot drag this on for longer, as his technique is starting to fall behind. He gets out of the shadows, and they both attack each other at the same time, creating a flurry of light before they dash away. Ronan charges in again, making Schlieffen use Tempest Sword to clear the way, something Ronan takes head on. After the attack is finished, Schlieffen starts breathing heavily. He expected him to dodge the Tempest Sword, but also use it as an opportunity to set up such an attack. He keeps surprising him again and again. Ronan asks why he is smiling if he got cut, and runs in again, but Schlieffen uses his superior technique to attack at the same time, making them both bleed. After that, they clash swords once again, and everyone watching is amazed by their abilities and the way they fight. Adeshan is worried for Ronan, and Nabirose is quite amazed by how much they have both improved, but anyone with a keen eye can see that they are at their limit. The next clash will decide the winner. Schlieffen says that he is glad that he came to Philion, as he was able to meet such a good rival. It was the best decision ever. He must feel it too, right? It's about time to finish this fight. Ronan tells him to stop with the pleasantries, as he will get attached to him. After they dash away, Schlieffen charges up all of his power, as he will leave without any regrets. So he should do the same, and come at him with everything. Ronan notes that he's a crazy bastard, but thinks that he must bring him to his side no matter what. Before that though, he must make the hierarchy clear to this bastard. He charges in with amazing speed, and Schlieffen barely has any time to block the attack. He is shocked at Ronan's abilities, as even with his injuries, he got even faster. He doesn't have the energy to use the same speed. However, if he goes on to use this much speed, his body will soon crash, and that's when he will strike. He notes that he keeps learning from him, so he should try and see if he can get past this. As soon as he puts his sword in the ground, Ronan is blasted with power, as the bastard in front of him is scattering his mana all around him. Due to his injuries and mana precision, he is getting injured too, but that doesn't seem to stop him. Ronan doesn't just give up, however. He refuses to move aside, and since they are both at their limits and can't have a boring conclusion, he will put everything into this one attack. He thinks that it's over as soon as he has his blade over Schlieffen, but this is what he has been waiting for all of this time. He notes that he met all of his expectations. He will put everything into this, even if it injures him. He uses the entire aura of Tempest Sword, creating an attack that breaks everything around them and leaves both of them bleeding and almost passing out. Ronan didn't expect him to use Tempest Sword at full power. This was enough to almost kill him if he wasn't careful. He truly is a crazy bastard when it comes to swordsmanship, but now he's thinking that coming here was also the best decision. Ronan charges in one final time, as this is the final stretch to the finish line. Everyone watches with bated breath as the match ends, and Nabirose already sees it concluding. They both strike their blades, creating one final array of light, bright enough to light up the forest. After the dust clears, they both stand in front of each other, but Schlieffen is the one who falls first, as he has nothing left to give. Ronan notes that he shouldn't have used all of that power since he got more injured than him, but he also falls to the ground, unconscious from everything that has happened. Everyone is silent at first, but then the crowd erupts in a giant cheer. With this, the real battle of the midterm exam has ended. After a while, Ronan awakes in the medical room, where Nabirose and Adeshan sit beside him. Nabirose tells him that the exam is over, and although the aftermath was something to deal with, because they both wreaked so much chaos, it was truly an incredible fight that made it all worth it in the end. However, considering that he awoke first, it means that he is better in terms of stamina. Ronan asks if this means he pummeled that bastard into the ground, but Nabirose notes that it's unrelated to who won. Both of them were judged to have returned at the exact same time, so it's a tie, with both of them in first place. Ronan is a bit surprised, but understands. Nabirose is shocked that he's taking it so well. She imagined that he would throw a tantrum and start flailing around, with Adeshan thinking the same. Ronan notes that just thinking about the fight, this result makes sense, as that guy is extremely strong, much more than he anticipated. It's obvious what that means to everyone. From this moment forward, he plans to train even harder, so that he can win more easily next time. Nabirose is happy to hear something like that. It's not just his abilities that have improved, but also his mentality. Nabirose agrees that it's nothing to be mad at, as it was a good experience for the both of them, since he got to use mana too. Ronan asks when he did something like that, and Nabirose explains that he used it in the final collision, real sword chi. Ronan tries to remember, and he did actually feel something different at that exact moment. Was that really mana? Nabirose confirms that it was sword chi, something that can only be used with mana. Compared to the internal chi he has been copying up until now, the depth of it is on a completely different level. Judging by his expression, she can say that he has not yet claimed this sensation as his own. They must take action, since unlike the other students, they do not know when his body might spring up with new restrictions. She tells Adeshan to bring Ronan to that useless bastard early tomorrow. She doesn't get who the useless bastard is, but she remembers that she calls Professor Jared in Stonesong that all the time. The next day, Adeshan does as she is told, though she notes that it's been some time since she last saw Professor Jaredin. Ronan notes that if Nabirose herself wants to introduce him, it means that he must be amazing. Adeshan explains that he's the best in the mana utilization sector, which is why others often seek his counsel. Rarely during classes that use mana, a student's mana will become entangled, and their core will harden. Whenever that happens, they go to Professor Jaredin, who easily fixes them right up. Ronan asks why Nabirose seems so annoyed by such a person, and Adeshan herself does not know the circumstances, but they seem to have different personalities. He will find out when he sees him. The professor has a unique flair to him. Ronan doesn't really care about that. The most important thing to him is that he can use mana, and if that professor is as incredible as they say, he will be able to know about the Grand Commander's mana too. Shadow mana was elusive even in his previous life, so he does not know much. It would be good to learn about it since they are both going to the same place. Adeshan looks at him and heard that he met with Schleifen before he came here. How did it go? Did he agree to the thing he mentioned yesterday? Ronan says that he obviously did. That guy wouldn't refuse such an offer. When he was discharged, Schleifen immediately accepted Ronan's invitation, which he thought was a rematch, as he was not satisfied with the results of their previous battle. Ronan told him to stop staring so much, as even if he did not like the results either, he did not call him for this reason. That's when he presented him with his offer to join his club. He could leave school and gain real battle experience, and he wouldn't be bored either. Schleifen didn't know what to say, as he didn't want to be real good friends with an enemy he plans on defeating one day, meaning he just wasted his time with nonsense. So he is leaving. Ronan told him that it was a shame, because the club was planning on having a real fun housewarming, and he timed it with his sister's arrival on the island too. Schleifen was shocked to find out that Iris was moving to the islands, and began asking all sorts of questions about when and if he had hired any bodyguards. Ronan refused to tell him, as he wasn't a club member, although he would be more lenient if he joined. In an instant, Schleifen pulled out his pen and spread ink everywhere as he wrote his signature. After that, he wanted to know every little detail. Ronan is worried that Schleifen will one day become Lord, and what that might entail, but he doesn't have time to think about it, as they have just arrived at Professor Jaredin's place, which is creepy as hell. Ronan feels the eeriness around the place and wonders what kind of guy he is, but that's when he comes from behind, and asks what she wants now. Adeshan explains that she is here with Ronan, who is having a hard time manifesting his mana, so Nabirose advises they come and seek his help. Jaredin notes that he must be a promising student, for Nabirose to recommend him. Ronan tries to introduce himself, but Jaredin tells him to cut it short, and asks how much he has prepared. He does not do charity work. He must pay a fee for work outside of his working hours, though he is sure that he has prepared quite a sum for him, right? Ronan asks if he's really asking for money now, and Jaredin notes that his understanding is that of a scholar. Additionally, it's 10 gold per hour, per person. Ronan thinks that he must be joking, but when he sees the greedy look in his eyes, he realizes that he's serious. But how can he just rip off students with such confidence? Ronan tells him that he has no money on him right now. Perhaps they can do something else, but Jaredin swiftly moves around him and tells him to go back, and while he's doing that, he should ask Nabirose for some pocket money, since she's the one who made them come here in the first place. Suddenly, Jaredin notices something about Ronan that changes his mind entirely. Perhaps they can do something else. He will offer him a deal for it. Ronan answered every question about the ring Sarante gave him, which allowed them swift entry. But now when he's inside, he is quite surprised to see how desolate this place really is. Additionally, the moment the door closed, they stopped anything coming from the outside. Perhaps this is some obstruction magic at play? It must be so, because the door locks are strengthened with magic. But what can this do that requires such secrecy? Jaredin sits down with them and tells Ronan to hand over the object so he can examine it. Ronan gives it to him, but asks him to be gentle, as this is a precious item. Jaredin tells him that he has nothing to worry about, and starts analyzing the ring closely. He can definitely feel it when it's so up close. To think that such pure and clean mana would be put in such a small object, it must mean that a dragon has devoted thousands of years to do it, or perhaps it was an elf. Ronan is surprised that he was able to deduce that, but Jaredin says it comes with the job. Only the best are hired at Philion after all. Anyway, here's the deal. He would like to extract just a little bit of magic power from the ring, as there is an experiment he has been carrying out for a while. and he needs the mana of a species that has lived for a long while. They do have old elves in Philion too, but they cannot compare to this. Even if he's young, he does seem to have deep connections with powerful people. Ronan says that he does, and Jaredin only asks for this. Then he will help him with anything. Ronan notes that it's definitely not a bad offer, but he will only accept it if he helps Adeshan too. Jaredin says that he only needs a small amount of power. Why is he adding a condition to this? Seeing that he doesn't want to, Ronan gets up as if to leave. Jaredin tries to offer him a discount, but when he doesn't budge, he relents and accepts his request, before noting that he has quite the negotiation skills. He will look into his problem first. As Nabaros sent him all of the way here, it must be something quite urgent. He opens up a magic circle and tells Ronan to stand right there. He does just that, and Jaredin explains that his senses have not been open for long, and there are also traces of him having used mana, which must mean that he never did up until now. Ronan confirms as such. He could see it but never use it, as one vile bastard cast a curse on him. Jaredin says that whoever it was, this is not an ordinary curse. The path of mana that's opened slightly is trying to close again, so he will channel his own mana and open it forcefully. It will feel like someone stabbed him in the back with a sword, but he can endure something like that, can he? Before Ronan can prepare himself, Jaredin does what he just said, which does feel exactly as he said, but with it, he is able to go through Ronan's path of mana well, and open it quite easily. If things continue like this, he will be able to finish in no time, but unfortunately for him, he doesn't have that kind of luck, as a black mist soon envelops him, and a pressure falls on him, as a demonic eye looks at him with murderous intent. Jaredin wonders why a child has something like this in his body, but he soon is ripped out of Ronan, and a bit of the dark mist starts pressuring him in the real world, until it eventually overtakes him, and he starts vomiting blood. Ronan asks what happened, but Jaredin doesn't answer, and instead says some words to open a doorway. Ronan remembers that Eli said those exact same words too, and sure enough the same mouth swallows them, transporting them to Secret, who is surprised to see the situation in front of her. He swiftly moves to Jaredin as he must treat him at once, but asks what happened. Did he try to channel mana in his body? Ronan confirms it. He was doing it to apparently widen the blocked mana path in his body. Secret can't believe that this fool did something so reckless, but it seems like part of the curse inside of him has ridden the mana and moved right to Jaredin. Only he can handle this curse easily. Others will succumb to this curse of extreme evil in an instant. If this continues, Jaredin will die. Ronan can't believe that he will die because of his curse, but Secret says that it's not rooted too deeply, so thankfully he can still remove it with ease. He starts doing just that, and it's not long before an evil-looking thing comes out of Jaredin's mouth. Secret grabs it and throws it at Ronan while telling him to cut it until it's dead. Ronan instantly cuts the curse up into 100 pieces, making it disappear in some black mist. Jaredin thanks Secret for the assist, as it's only because of him that he survived. But Secret notes that it was his judgment that saved him. If the curse had rooted deeper, he wouldn't be alive now. He also told him about Ronan recently, the student with an unbelievable curse. Jaredin remembers, but he didn't expect this bastard to be that guy. Ronan also rushes to him and asks if he's alright, which he confirms. He had a wonderful experience because of him, as he never believed that such an evil curse could ever exist. He must have had quite the sad life to be living with that thing. But enough about that, he kept his promise. He asks Secret to look at his condition for a second, and when he does so, he's shocked to see that mana is flowing through Rona's body. He truly cannot believe such a marvel. Even though it's weak, the mana meridians are open. He asks Ronan if he's done anything to undo the curse recently. A skinny dip in a pool full of cursed eyes? Ronan notes that he did nothing like that, which surprises Secret. He does not know why the curse that was blocking his mana has weakened so much. Even at this moment, this power is eroding the curse little by little. It's just like the rain weathering a boulder away with time. Naturally, because the curse is still active, it's still trying to close the mana meridians, but due to that unknown power, as well as Jaredin opening his mana meridians a little bit, they won't be closed so easily. Ronan asks if he can use mana from now on, which Secret confirms, but it will take time for him to use it fully, as the curse is constantly aiming for his meridians. So if he trains every single day, in about 20 years, he should be curse-free. Ronan can't accept something like that. 20 years is far too long, but Secret notes that it's a miracle this even happened, without using any cure that could endanger his condition. Jaredin skips forward and says that there's a way to reduce this time. It will be different depending on how much effort he puts in, but he can shorten it by a lot, using the mana practice method he developed. With that, they both sit down, and Jaredin tells Ronan to listen closely. The amount of mana he can handle now is only a handful. His meridians have just opened, and are narrower than a child. However, if he does learn this practice method and trains with it constantly, he will be able to increase his mana use by a lot. It will all depend on his own ability, but in around 5 years, he should be able to use as much mana as everyone else. Ronan feels like 5 years is still a lot, but there's nothing he can do for now. Jaredin starts channeling his mana to let him feel his mana meridians. Although this procedure is risky, it is only possible right now, when the curse is already weakened. Ronan thanks him for the encouraging words, and with that they begin. Almost instantly, Ronan's body starts jolting, and Jaredin explains that this practice method is much different than others, only because he needs to adjust to the speed and direction of the mana to the extreme. However, he must not rush right now. He must guide his mana as carefully as possible. His feeble paths have been suppressed for far too long, to the point where they might just break, but they will be supplemented with this mana. He should follow the flow of mana like a drawing, do it little by little and slowly. Only then will his mana become his source of power. Does he understand what he must do? Ronan takes a deep breath and says that he certainly does, so he will try it out. Jaredin is shocked to see that Ronan memorized the practice after feeling it just once, and he's doing it perfectly too. It seems that the potential he had within him was not something fake after all. He is thankful that he won't have to encounter that ugly curse ever again, and he must repeat this every day when he has the time, of course. Ronan feels the mana surging within him, and thinks that he is changing constantly from his past self. Back then, he couldn't even dream of having mana. Right now, this shows him that in the future, he will be able to control it even better. Ronan thanks Jaredin for doing all of this, but he suddenly falls to the ground, heavily weakened. He grabs Ronan and says that since he solved his problem, he must keep his promise, which Ronan understands, but he must take care of his body. Jaredin does not care for that. What is important to him is something he must save, which he will sacrifice 1,000 lives for, so he wants the ring he promised him, right now. Ronan looks at Jaredin and can see that he's totally lost it, as there's only desperation on his face. Jekrit knew that he was pushing himself. It does seem that he has a temporary impulse disorder. It also seems that he wants that ring for that research, which is pitiful. How long will this man live a life tied to his bloody past? Adeshan and Ronan eventually teleport back to Jaredin lab with him still passed out, and Adeshan tells Ronan to hurry as she knows of a clinic nearby. Unfortunately, right as they get to the door, a magic seal completely locks the door, making them wonder what to do. But that's when Jaredin starts using what's left of his consciousness to unlock the door. He promises to return to that person, and he will. It seems that the door Jaredin unblocked was the wrong one, which Ronan is quick to point out. But Jaredin did this on purpose, as he must descend to that person, before her rose withers away. Without much of a choice, they decide to go down, where Adeshan is shocked to see what's going on around here. But Ronan just feels like they are looking at something they shouldn't have. Ronan wonders if Jaredin's desperation came because of this woman, which Adeshan says is likely. Ronan puts him down and tells her to take care of him, as he will go to see if there's anything he can find to help him. He looks around, and spots countless awful ingredients and traces of experiments on the goblin's body. He knew that this guy was weird from the moment they met, but he didn't expect him to cross such a line. Just what has he been doing here? Even in his delirious state, Jaredin still thinks of his beloved, whom he begs to wait a little bit more, calling her Sunya. In the past, he was able to preserve her body before decomposition fully started. He thought that the body was like a cup holding the soul, so as long as he could maintain that cup, he firmly believed that he could bring back his wife Sonya to life. Even though he fully knew that nobody else had succeeded in resurrection magic, it didn't matter to him. He refused to give up, and he tried again and again without stopping, recording all of his attempts. On attempt 54, he tried to use an ogre heart, which still had no effect, and he was having difficulty balancing mage tower work in his experiments. On attempt 76, he got kicked out of the magic tower because he was barely attending, but without pay, he had no way to continue his research, meaning that he had to find a way to make money. He eventually found a job, with the help of Headmaster Kratir, as a professor, and he also managed to transfer Sunya to Filian's magic tower basement. He hated teaching children, always disliked them, but this is the only way for him to make money, and he will not stop. A number of attempts pass and pass, until number 134, where there is still no progress. Ronan reads all of this, allowing him to find out why this guy wanted money so much. It's true that some of these ingredients are extremely rare and not accessible by normal means, so really, all of this is because of his love for that dead woman. He saw a couple of these scenarios in his past life too, people who put even their very souls on the line because of love. He even knows one right now, although he would like to not think about him right now. The only problem with these kinds of people is that they don't end up well, especially when there are people who would take advantage of their weakness. He finds a mysterious package in the book, and a message from Jaredin, noting that he should probably accept the deal of the rebellious crowd. Ronan picks it up, as he seems to know who they are, but that's when Jaredin surprisingly gets up and asks if he's touching his stuff without permission. Ronan can feel the anger in his eyes, and denies such accusations. He was simply looking for a way to make him recover. What could someone like him, who has never used mana, know about something that's in this room. He managed to steal the strange package, meaning that he has access to the rebellious crowd. Somewhere else, a lowly servant reports to his lord that they were able to meet with their target with no hiccups. At first he was hesitant, but the deal being accepted is only a matter of time. He saw the desperation on his tired face. He will soon want the essence of fresh blood, which only His Highness can provide. The vampire he was reporting to finds it amusing that the Geraldine would be ruined by a mere woman. Humans truly are effortlessly stupid sometimes. After a while, Geraldine gives Ronan back his ring, as the extraction was successful. Ronan doesn't feel the ring to be that different, and asks what he did to it. Geraldine explains that he only extracted a really small amount, not to mention the sheer amount of magic in that ring in the first place. Still, this will be a great help to his research, so he has his thanks. Ronan says that he should be the one to thank him for releasing his mana like that, and Geraldine knows that they have some feelings of their own about what they saw in the lab. Even if it's shameless of him to ask, he would like them to keep it a secret. Ronan tells him that there's no need for this, as he doesn't want to get involved in other people's business anyway. Geraldine thanks him, and moves on to Adeshan, noting that he will fix her issue too, but not today. It is not as complicated as Ronan's, but she too has quite the unique aura around her. After getting back to town, Adeshan and Ronan part ways, allowing Ronan to pull out the package he stole. If this contains evidence that the rebellious crowd is related to the Order, and that they are on the same side as the Professor, he will have no other choice but to exterminate everyone involved. When he opens the package, he only finds a blood stain, making him wonder if it's some kind of encrypted magic. That's when the blood suddenly pops out of the envelope and begins making shapes, something unknown to Ronan. Fortunately for him, someone tells him that this is a letter written using vampire magic. She came because she sensed blood magic, but she didn't expect to meet him. Ronan didn't expect to see Ophelia, who seemed glad to see him. They go back to the adventure club and sit down, with Ronan noting that she surprised him. Since she left with Sita, he hasn't heard from her at all, so he presumed that she was just busy. How's her research going anyway? She explains that thanks to Sita, she has progressed quite far. As payment to Sita, she taught it some blood magic, showing her that Sita is truly more talented than she expected. Anyway, enough about her. Why does he have a blood letter with him? Ronan asks if he's referring to the envelope he was carrying, and Ophelia confirms it. Guess she has to explain what it is. A blood letter is one of the basic spells of blood magic, which allows a person to compress a ton of information into one single drop of blood. So vampires use it to write letters. All they need is to imbue magic into the blood, and the message pops up. Ronan analyzes the message, and wonders what the essence of fresh blood is. He finally remembers that it was one of the ingredients written in Geraldine's journal, that he needed for his next experiment. Perhaps the rebellious crowd isn't related to the Nebula bastards. That's a weight off his shoulders. But now he wonders who the Bloodhooks are. Ophelia seems to know them, so Ronan asks for an explanation. Ophelia goes on to say that the Bloodhook is an organization consisting of young vampires, who are not even 200 yet. They are immature children, who wish to revive the vampire's prime years by doing a myriad of awful things. Anyway, this is quite strange, as this essence of fresh blood is quite rare even in the vampire world. She asks Ronan to share who the owner of this paper is, as if that person happened to agree to this, they might lose something much more important than their life. Seeing that the situation is dire, Ronan tells her that it's Geraldine's. Ophelia knew that this was strange, but is he truly talking about Geraldine's Stonesong, the one who used to be top mage of the Full Moon Mage Tower? Ronan knew nothing of this, and asked if he was truly that amazing. Ophelia notes that his magic is well known even among the vampires. He's an elite who has reached a stage that many haven't reached in their lifetimes. With this information in mind, Ronan suggests that he shouldn't have a hard time dealing with them if they do try something. Ophelia agrees with him. With a few waves of his hands, he can take care of these childish vampires. But if he wants the essence of fresh blood, that changes things. This is an inherent monofusion formed within vampires, who have used blood magic for a very long time. It's a truly unique item with an incredible concentration of energy. It has amazing efficiency depending on how it is used. But if the owner of the essence does not activate the power themselves using blood magic, it's just a pretty red stone. Without the vampire's cooperation, it is impossible to obtain the complete essence. Ronan finally understands that Geraldine has no choice but to accept whatever offer they make. Ophelia is glad he realized this, but seeing how they approached him, she can assume what their offer was, giving them enough information to do something. Later that night, a few vampires eagerly waited for the new kin candidate that the master spoke about, Geraldine Stonesong, who arrived while cloaked. The vampires are suspicious of him, since they don't feel that much powerful energy from him, but one of them tells everyone to stay vigilant. Even if that man is what he is now, in his prime, he could go toe-to-toe with the sword Saint Nabaros. Geraldine arrives and asks where their master is immediately. The The vampires explain that he's waiting inside, but first he should take his cloak off, so that they can see that it's really him. Jaredin notes that their name does not fit their fearful attitude while taking his hood down, and asks if this is enough. The vampires say that it's plenty, and want to escort him inside, but that's when they see a sword at his waist, something that a mage shouldn't really have. Suddenly, Jaredin grabs it and says that they saw it already, before cutting up most vampires into tiny pieces, leaving only one. This person is actually Ronan in disguise, who has come to deal with this mess. A few days ago, Ophelia handed Ronan the shape-shifting potion he requested, which lasts up to 30 minutes, so he would be able to transform into Jaredin for that long. Even if the effect is not that great and doesn't last long, it should be good enough to fool the Bloodhook. Ronan thanked her for making this possible, but she wondered if he would be okay doing this alone. Even if immature, these are still vampires who have lived hundreds of years. Ophelia wanted to come with him, but Ronan refused, as he didn't want her to fight with her own kind. That would cause trouble in the future, right? He assured her that nothing would happen. Just a few dead vampires. The last remaining vampire is in shock, allowing Ronan to grab him and smash him into the wall. This allows him to threaten the vampire. From now on, he will answer all of his questions, unless he wants to be skewered like a pig, that is. After getting enough information, Ronan goes inside, noting that there really are traps along the way, and that the doorkeeper was really more honest than he seemed. Oh well, it's not like he can bring him back to life after what he did. He looks around, feeling strange about this entire area. These patterns on the walls give him a sense of déjà vu, like he has been around here before. Suddenly, his nose is attacked by the smell of blood, meaning he has arrived at his destination. This place reeks of blood, but what are they even doing for it to permeate through this thick door? When he opens the door, he sees a shocking sight. Vampires are feasting on the corpses of innocents left and right, and at the center is their leader, who notes that he must have had a tiring journey to this place, but he should feel welcomed. He introduces himself as the leader of Bloodhook, Zwei von Arnstaffel. He apologizes for welcoming him into such a mess. He arrived much later than expected, so they were having their evening meal. Would he like to join them? Ronan would like to cut them up right now, but he must remain calm and focus on his original goal. He says that he will pass, as he's a bit queasy. Besides that, this is quite the crowd for one meal. Zwei tells him to not feel burdened and to welcome such talent. It's only natural they put in this much effort. It's been quite a while since the entire Bloodhook group gathered like this, but he hopes this will show him how serious they are. Ronan notes that as long as he gets the fresh blood, he doesn't care. So what's the deal? Zwei knows that he might have guessed already, but it will all be done through a blood pact that stakes his life. He will basically become one of them. Ronan notes that they are really asking something ridiculous. Does he really want him to become their slave? Zwei says that the way he thinks is really shameful. This is something much more than the offer to become their slave. This is an opportunity for him to shed his humanity and gain the honor of becoming a vampire. They are going to bring new life to the clan, and in order to do that, they need to overthrow the older generation, which is very pacifistic in nature. He's just offering him a chance to be at the forefront of this historical moment. He will be a proud warrior in the holy war to revive their kind. Is it not such an honor? Ronan doesn't know what to say about that, but he knows that he's amazingly insane. Zwei is glad that he understands, although it still might be difficult for him to understand their intentions. However, he should understand that this is his only chance to obtain this item. If this deal is broken, there will be no other way to get this item, because of how rare it is. Ronan knows from just the atmosphere that they are not planning on letting him refuse, which Zwei confirms, and is glad that he noticed. With a snap of his fingers, the vampires all surround him. Zwei tells him to not resist, as they have magical tools, top quality ones, which completely nullify his magic. Even if he does force himself, his mana core will burst, and he will never be able to use magic again. He should think positively about this. He wouldn't want his wife to become a tasty frozen blood bag, right? Like the corpses they feasted on tonight. Now he should just stay still and accept this gift of theirs. Ronan notes that they really went all in with the preparations, but it's quite fortunate that he came instead of Jaredin. Zwei is quite confused and asks who he is. How did a human get here? In an instant, Ronan cuts the vampires behind him and says that it doesn't matter. He's just here to take care of some bloodsuckers who are way in over their heads. Zwei asks who he is, and how he dares to come here in this sacred place. Ronan instantly rushes to him and cuts his hand off before he can summon any magic. This allows Ronan to cut all of his appendages off, making him scream out in pain. Despite his injuries, Zwei is still threatening him, making Ronan throw him into the wall with full force. He should shut the fuck up for a bit, as he will leave him for the grand finale. The other vampires are shaken, as even if he was being sloppy, Zwei shouldn't have been defeated so effortlessly. Now that they know that this man in front of them is no ordinary human, they must stay vigilant against him. Ronan heard previously that they used blood as weapons, and now he has found out that it's true. How disgusting. They all charge him at once, with one of them sealing his feet to make him an easier target. Ronan blocks one attack after another before going on the counterattack and slashing the two vampires in front of him. Two more pop up behind him, but due to their sloppy movements, he has enough time to turn and slash them. He continues to fight like this, but the ones he doesn't kill instantly have time to regenerate, which is quite annoying for him. One of them uses a ranged attack, aiming straight for Ronan's head, but he dodges swiftly. Still, Ronan feels that this was an intermediate rank ability, meaning that the Bloodhook group is quite well off considering. The woman who regenerated rushes with great anther into battle, but Ronan cuts her head off and continues his rampage everywhere else. Even with their numbers and prowess, they aren't enough to deal with someone like him. One of the vampires who was spared the onslaught is going crazy. How is a human doing this when they are in a vacuum where humans cannot use mana, and his feet are also tied to the ground? Is the man in front of them truly human? Ronan asks him why he's not coming at him and just standing there like a dumbass. He's the only one left after all. He apologizes for fooling them like that, but they were the ones who did the fooling first, so no hard feelings? The vampire tries to run, which is a foolish venture, as Ronan instantly cuts him in half. He shouldn't have run, as he's leaving his leader behind. Now that there are no more mosquitoes to interrupt him, it's time he has a bit of fun with this bastard. Much later, Zui barely wakes up from his daze, more tired than ever. He feels like something is stabbing him constantly, which it is, as Ronan has just stabbed his leg in hopes of waking him up. He was getting quite worried for a second there. He thought his toy just died. As Zui realizes the pain he's in, he wonders how a single human kid killed all of their powerful members, and in seconds, no less. Ronan apologizes that his friends aren't in such good condition, but they kept on regenerating, so he couldn't just let them do that. However, if he doesn't want to suffer the same gruesome fate, then he should take out the damn essence of fresh blood while he's still not using his favorite torture methods. Zui starts to convulse and asks what he was doing when all of this was happening. If it were him, he would have been able to stop this human demon, so why was he not here, where he belonged? Ronan thinks that he's finally gone insane, which took him longer than expected, but that's when he notices the presence that was looming behind him. The man notes that he refuses to repeat himself, so he will only tell him once. Move. Ronan instantly backs away, and is surprised that man showed no killing intent. If he did, he knows that he would have died. The man is quite disappointed in Zui. When he made that offer, he thought that he would make Jaredin one of them. He dared to speak such grand words, but in the end, the only thing he could show him was this pathetic state. Unbelievably brazen for a child of the Arnstoffel family. Since he has fallen so much, he also cannot see reason. He has failed their plan, so he will have to take back the essence of fresh blood. Ronan wonders what he means, but he doesn't have to wonder for long, as the man starts taking back his blood from Zui, who begs him for one more chance, as he becomes more and more shriveled up. After taking everything, he forms it into a perfect sphere, and Ronan asks why he thinks he can just come in between them like that. If he truly is the owner of the essence, he will need to cooperate from now on, if he wants to get out of here alive, that is. The man is quite sad that his arrogance is just as boundless as Zui's, but those words are quite amusing. What if he just refuses him? Ronan charges in while noting that he will just get beaten up, and the attack lands, but the man does not seem concerned. His fangs are truly sharper than he shows, to be able to inflict damage on him, who has strengthened his mana for eons. He is truly worthy of impersonating his name. Since he is curious about his other talents, he will help him, show his absolute best. Ronan can barely dodge the incoming bloodcutter attack, but even then it sends him flying. He refuses to let such a simple attack put him to the ground, so he cuts through it with all of his force, allowing the man to point a bloodshot at him. Ronan looks at the attack, and remembers that he has faced something similar before, yet this time, it's much larger. He refuses to give up, however, and cuts through it, creating a large blood-red explosion. The man is quite shocked, as he has not seen this in his entire lifespan. He is not only offsetting the magic, he is actually slicing through mana itself. If he's honest, he holds no expectations for him, but he is amusing. Ronan notes that he really is the head of this mosquito gang. Since he buzzes the loudest, he should shut up already and give him the essence. The man cannot get enough of his spirit and confidence, so he will show him respect for having given him so much fun. As he is about to unleash a mighty attack, someone comes between them and tells them to stop while crashing in the ground. The man recognizes her voice, and Ronan knows her too, Ophelia de Knight. She tells Balzark that it's been a while since they met, although it's not really great to see him. Ronan is surprised by her presence, as he told her not to come here, but more importantly, does she really know this bastard? Ophelia can't deny that he's Balzark von Barshaba, the relative of the Shadow Duke who rules the vampire world, and the strongest second-in-command who assists him in any endeavor. That is who the guy he's been fighting is. Balzark notes that he never imagined they would meet again in such a place. He truly missed her for what it's worth. Has she been well? He notes that it's been 83-something years since they last met, but why is she intervening in their fight? Which is truly a trivial matter. As he tries to say something else, Ophelia stops him, as she doesn't want him any closer. Since the incidents of that day, Balzac knows what he did wrong. He saw her face of defiance and hatred as he did it, but he couldn't do anything else. It seems that after all, it will take more time to be forgiven by her. Ophelia knows that it was inevitable. He had no choice but to block her younger sister from harming the Duke, and now that she's thinking back to it, she knows that her sister had lost it, as if she were entranced. However, he must know that he cannot take back what happened on that day. Balzac understands, and he apologizes, but he was prepared for it. Ronan has no clue what they're talking about, but sheathes his sword, since things seem to be over. Ophelia asks how he came to work with the Bloodhook group. He didn't work with kids before. Lending them the essence of fresh blood was also foolish. Does he have business with Jaredin Stonestong, perhaps? Balzac smiles, and notes that the man she knows would only have one reason, because he has an unfinished battle with him. By pure coincidence, he met him on the west side of the continent, and battled against him with his pride on the line. He has fought many strong opponents in his life, but only few were like him. The battle remains unresolved because the sun rose, and he had to retreat back into the darkness. He chased after him afterwards, but he was already gone, so sneakily that he could not find any traces. After a few years passed, while he was suppressing that unquenched thirst, some children came to him with an offer. They said they knew about Gerodi's whereabouts, and that if he gave them fresh blood essence, not only would they drag him into his castle, they should make Geraldine kin, allowing him to enjoy those kinds of battles eternally. He knew what they had planned, but it did not matter, since they were children, and could only wriggle and try. In the end, he was right, and they did everything for nothing, thanks to that human child. He thinks that since this kid could keep up with him, even for a moment, it means that in the next 5 to 10 years, he will become someone who will be able to match him, and the strange energy he possesses is something he has never felt before. His blood boils at the thought of enjoying him now, but he must be patient, as he cannot hurt Ophelia a second time. Strangely enough, he gives Ronan the essence of the fresh blood he wanted, which confuses him, as this was supposed to be something quite precious. Balzac notes that most vampires will never be able to access such treasures in their entire lives. However, he needs to give that much to the future prey he will hunt down, and as a present for a friend he has not seen in 80 years. As one last gift, he hurls a bunch of blood orbs into a nearby wall, and notes that they should look there. He has sensed strange energy coming from there since earlier. With that, he will take his leave. He hopes that he will grow big and strong. That way they can have a lot more fun. As he disappears, Ronan says that he's quite flashy, and wonders what that strange energy he's feeling now too is about. Perhaps it's what he fears. Eventually they go back to Jaredin, who is amazed that he managed to obtain the essence of fresh blood. But more importantly, why is he giving it to him? Ronan notes that he worked hard to get this. He would be astonished at the story he's about to tell. Before he can, however, Jaredin falls to his knees and thanks him from the bottom of his heart. He doesn't know how important this is to him, or how truly thankful he feels right now. Ronan sighs and crouches down to his level, mumbling about not having his moment of glory. Balzac appears outside, and says that fighting someone with no fighting spirit would be extremely boring. He only came today because he was curious about his old rival's situation, so she shouldn't worry. He will not do anything more. Ophelia knows he's not the type who would do these kinds of things. She just wanted to thank him for helping Ronan. Truly, Balzac is shocked to hear thanks coming from her, an advancement in these short 83 years. He should feel thankful to that Ronan human for allowing this to happen. Alas, he must leave, even though he would much like to stay and talk. Even among the vampires, there is an evil organization that is making trouble, and to his understanding, they were the ones who stirred the Bloodhook into doing this. However, if she ever needs him, she only needs to call his name, and he will answer. She will forever be his eternal rose. After this, Jaredin attempted his 144th experiment, using Sarante's mana and the fresh blood essence. Considering the circumstances, it will take a while for this experiment to produce anything, but that waiting seemed like hope to this broken man. Jaredin notes that he did not mention it earlier, but he has changed. That mysterious energy that was cutting away at the curse in his body is now stronger. Perhaps something happened during his fight with the vampires? Ronan tells him that lots has happened, but in truth, he just got lucky. When Ronan inspected the cave, he was pleased to find that the energy he was feeling was something else. Something quite pleasant, actually. An idol of Senial. He approached it while noting that the Bloodhook probably didn't know about it, but he also wondered if this was an abandoned shrine. Suddenly, the idol's energy surfaced, and it all entered Ronan, who assimilated it slowly into his body. Jaredin doesn't know what happened, but he is indeed lucky, as thanks to that energy getting stronger, his mana meridians are also enlarging, which still needs some tidying up. but he may be able to wield mana now and use it pretty well. Ronan is surprised by this, but Jaredin feels like he spoke for no reason, since he must be feeling it himself. Ronan confirms that he can sense it way better than he does usually, but as he unsheathes his sword, he wonders if he will be able to use sword chi now. 4 days later, in the mountains of Ramira, in front of the Marba city, people are getting ready to evacuate, while armed forces are also coming in. Ronan and Schlieffen, accompanied by Acel, also arrive, with Ronan noting that there really must be a wyvern here. The reason they came to this random town is because 4 days ago, he received news from Schlieffen, who said that monsters surrounding the Ramira mountains were in a state of frenzy for an unknown reason. He said that the damage did not reach Nimbuton, and even some knights were sent, but that is not enough to appease him. Since this morning, more witnesses have popped up saying that a wyvern came by. Due to their flying abilities and deadly claws and fangs, even top-grade mercenaries are afraid to battle them, so if a pack gathers, they cannot guarantee his sister's safety. This is why they decided to prepare for her move a bit earlier than expected. Schlieffen is in full rage mode, as he cannot forgive those who dared to inconvenience Iris, who had all her plans set up. As soon as they get her to safety, he will end the bloodlines of the wyverns until there is none left on this earth. Ronan tells him to stop whining and split up here. He should go ahead with the knights while he and Acel follow behind. Schlieffen asks why they split up, so Ronan explains that he's going to look around. There's just something that's making him uncomfortable about this whole ordeal. He also shouldn't try to hit on his sister while he's there, if he doesn't want his head cut off. Schlieffen says that he would never do something so absurd, but since he has something to check, he will graciously accept the task of keeping her safe, and go first. Ronan lets him go this time, but Acel asks what's wrong. Does he feel anything strange? Ronan explains that the monsters who were all peaceful suddenly started to act up, and large-sized monsters have begun showing themselves too, which is a familiar pattern. When they visited Grand Carpadoki and the Vadian Mountains after that, this exact thing happened, because of the actions of those freaks. Acel finally understands. He suspects that the ones behind this are the Nebula Clasier. Ronan confirms as such, although it is a guess now, so they should investigate the area and find the main cause. Since Prohibition isn't working now, the one who can find those with special mana is him, and only him. Later, in a deep part of the forest, a bunch of orcs, big and small, stand ready to strike, under a man who notes that all of the monsters have been subjugated. It's a shame. If it were not for Lord Varen's direct order, he would have crushed all of the non-believers in the area. Suddenly, one of the orcs begins making weird noises, which the man knows that they only make when they are terrified, and more begin to do so as well. They should not be able to feel anything when they are under his spell, but something suddenly approaches from the forest, and his aura makes the man just as horrified too. He sees his huge scimitar, and his sharp claws, ready to tear into his flesh. Why is this man here? The beast asks why he's hiding, and before the Nebula Clasier man can say anything, the beast takes his head and crushes it in his hand. This makes the orcs have control of their bodies too, but the beast takes care of them all with a single claw strike. He will hunt all those who stand in the darkness and fear showing themselves. This is the Sword Saint, Jaipa Turgung. As Ronan and Acel explore, they find a route that has been blocked, and by werehumans no less. One of the werehumans explains that they are denying entry to the castle through this route, so they can wait or find another. This command was issued by the elite forces commander of the Imperial Army, who is currently on the hunt, Jaipa Turgung. Ronan knows about him, as he's the elite of the elite, and also the one who beat Nibros in the race of becoming the strongest swordsman in the Empire, the Sword Saint. Acel notes that if the Sword Saint himself showed up, it must mean trouble, which Ronan concurs. There's no way an elite of the Empire moved because of some monsters. It means that his guess was right. The Nebula Clasier must be the cause of this once again. As he turns back, he tells Acel to get ready to use her abilities, as they are going past the walls to investigate the nearby forest, since they are bound to find something. High in the air, a group of wyverns who are all under mind control glide in the air, while the Nebula woman who is controlling them wonders what happened below, as she cannot communicate with her brother anymore, which is weird, as they had to keep communications on at all times. Did something happen? She wonders if she has to move by herself, but she cannot, as this plan is centered around the wyverns, so she cannot do anything by herself, or Master Varen will have her head. She decides to move on the planned route, as her only job is to maintain the brainwashing on the wyverns. Down below, Ronan and Acel get ready to strike, with Ronan telling her to begin her attack. Sure enough, mere seconds later, one of the wyverns is struck out of the air with a huge boulder, making the Nebula woman confused about where it even came from. Acel is holding it with little effort on her part, and with some force, she makes it explode, making the wyvern too injured to oppose them. The Nebula woman can't believe that there is someone who can manipulate a boulder of that size, But something more shocking happens right next to her, as Ronan jumps in on the other wyvern, and notes that this is a perfect opponent to test his sword chi against. The wyvern can only look at him before it is cleanly beheaded. Ronan is surprised at how strong it is. Mana really changes the game. He continues to cut the head of the other one, making the woman wonder how something like this is possible. Ronan lands on her wyvern, and says that it's obvious where monsters this big can go without being seen. He's a local of this place, but their dumbasses probably didn't think of that. Before the woman can unleash a spell on him, she feels a sharp pain on her hand, as it's cut by Ronan, who says that he was just trying to cut her hand, but it seems that he took the whole arm off. Realizing what happened, the woman writhes and screams in pain, tears coming out of her once confident face. Ronan knows just by how she reacted that she's only a pawn in this game. She did not come here by herself, so who sent her? The woman is too focused on her pain to focus, but Ronan inches his blade close to her neck and says that there are countless villages that were destroyed because of them, but she dares to whine like this. She will no longer cry and answer him. Just what in the fuck are they up to? The woman, still having a bit of a fight in her, says that she has been personally chosen by the Starlight and will not ruin their important mission because of some miscreant. With those words and a fiery look, she activates an ability, surprising Ronan and making him wonder what she's about to do. What he doesn't see is that above, a gigantic wyvern has been summoned and is charging down towards him. He only sees it when it's right above him and roars loudly. Ronan figures out that this wyvern was hiding so high in the clouds that he could not sense him, and the woman laughs, as it's far too late for him to do anything. Out of all of the wyverns, this is the best one she has. Somebody as weak as him will be swallowed in the name of the Starlight. As soon as the wyvern does attempt to do just that, he is cut completely in half by none other than Jaipa, who seems to have a grudge against the woman. She falls into despair before growing madder than ever before and asking what he is doing here. Ronan is also shocked. He didn't expect to see the sword Saint Jaipa here. He cannot discern between friend and foe and sees Ronan as an enemy as well. To deal with that, he unleashes a big slash that Ronan can barely see as it cuts the red wyvern into tiny little pieces, rendering its flesh like a piece of cheese. As he starts to fall, Ronan is amazed by his abilities, as he did not even need his blade. He did that with his claws. This does not make a lick of sense. Before they can fall, Jaipa suddenly grabs him and kicks the woman into the ground with extreme force. Having taken care of her, this only leaves Ronan, and Jaipa orders him to answer truthfully. What is he? He does not feel as hollow as the other religious fanatics, which is quite strange. Ronan naturally gets mad and asks how he dared to lump him in with those bastards. Does he really want to die right here? Jaipa is caught by surprise, allowing Ronan to charge up an attack and throw it at Jaipa, who only looks at it as it hits him. This has allowed Ronan to back away, but the difference between them is proven once again. Jaipa did not even bother blocking the attack. He just took it and is now staring him down. Now Ronan understands why Nabarose had trouble with this guy. Even without fighting him well, he knows that he cannot win. However, that does not mean he will just stay still and accept his help. He will wait for him to put his guard down and strike again. Jaipa sees his beastly eyes and recognizes him as a warrior. Ronan is surprised and asks what kind of trick he is trying to pull. Jaipa interrupts him by noting that he will greet him as a warrior, so he should lift his sword with pride. Ronan is overwhelmed by his aura, but Jaipa is not done yet, as he says that he will attack straight in the middle. He should try and protect himself, if he can. The attack falls on Ronan with extreme force, so much so in fact that it lights up the entire area in a blue haze. After the dust from the attack begins to falter, Jaipa is quite impressed by what he is seeing. Even if he lacks some much-needed strength, his defense is something in which he cannot see any flaws. However, something has been bugging him. His movements are familiar to him. He has felt them before. Is he perhaps the disciple of Nabarose? While staring him down, Ronan says that he is of the Philion Academy, making Jaipa ask why he's announcing himself so. Does he want to become a disciple? Ronan rejects that offer. To him, those who attack people so recklessly are not worth learning from. He pushes himself away as he says this, and then asks if he understood, which he should have since he's a mighty sword saint. Jaipa scoffs, as he is truly insolent, just like Nabarose was. He apologizes if his way of greeting was excessive, but normally, one small battle tells him more than 1,000 words would. He is a warrior too, so he must understand this, right? Since he was the one who said it, Ronan jumps at him with his sword lunged backward, as he should also receive his greetings. Before he can reach his thought, two were humans jump him, with Ronan unable to react in time. One of them grabs him by his neck while the other lays his sword down and asks Jaipa who this child is. The gray were human is called Ver. He is a part of the Jaipa force and is the squad leader of the 3rd Squadron. He asks if this child is also a fanatic. He does not appear to be so. The other were human is called Betty, and he is the squad leader of the second squadron. He says that he shouldn't ask something so obvious. The kid was pointing his blade at their commander. It's pretty obvious on what side he is. He suddenly throws Ronan away, who successfully lands on his feet. But seconds after that, Betty rushes him with great speeds, slashing at him with his sharp claws. But Ronan suddenly disappears behind him, ready to strike him down. Betty barely has time to spin around before Ronan unleashes a mighty attack. But suddenly both of them have blades pointed squarely at their throats. A single werehuman has stopped their fighting and is standing between them. Ronan is surprised that she appeared so suddenly, and she starts ripping into Betty for fighting in front of their commander with no permission. Just what kind of behavior is he showing here? Does he need another round of disciplinary action to remember who he serves? This is Nemia, the captain of the Jaipa force. Jaipa also comes around and also tells Betty to stop. As the child is no enemy, it was just his turn to greet him, like a warrior. Betty is shocked. This means that this kid was able to defend against his scimitar attack, but none of them have been able to do that. Jaipa notes that it's actually normal that he's able to do that, since he's Nabirose's disciple. Betty is frightened when he hears her name, as she was the one who destroyed their force all by herself, and was the previous sword saint too. Since she defeated so many, he decides to apologize to Ronan, as he's short-tempered at times, and stuff like this happens. However, he must promise to keep this a secret from Nabirose. Ronan is quite irritated by how scared this guy is of Nabirose, something he did not expect at all. Jaipa goes to Nemia and notes that if she's here, the situation must be concluded. Nemia confirms as such. They did as he ordered. The monsters around the area have been dealt with, and the suspicious fanatics have all been defeated, but capturing them alive. As soon as she finishes explaining this, the entire force appears in front of them, showing the power they possess. Jaipa then goes next to Ronan, as he would like to introduce himself properly this time. He is the Imperial Elite Werehuman Forces commander, and has received direct orders from said empire to eradicate Nebula Clazier. He is also the leader of the search force, Jaipa Turgung. Ronan is surprised to hear about the Order's search force, but they get to talking. At the same time, in a part of the Romaera Mountains, more specifically in Nimbutan, a large group of soldiers come, making the locals wonder what's going on. Iris, who is also there, does not seem to get what is going on right now, so she asks Schlieffen to explain it to her, who is naturally there. He apologizes for surprising her on such a fine day. He has prepared a small sum of Empire Knights to quickly arrive here, but he apologizes for doing so without notifying her first. He falls to one knee and introduces himself as the Knight Schlieffen. He swears on the Empire's honor and his own name that he will help her with moving, so they should go and begin packing. This bastard is really enjoying this. Ronan was surprised to hear about the search force, because in the past, nothing like this ever existed. Did the Empire begin to move because he arrested some Nebula members here and there? Even so, he did not expect for them to put the sword Saint Jaipa as the commander for said force. He asks how they are going to find the pieces of trash who are hiding everywhere. That seems like a daunting task. From what he has heard, prohibition does not work on them, so interrogating them with that is useless. Jaipa did not expect him to know that. Perhaps Nabirose has told him that as well? Before Ronan can tell him anything, he suddenly hears a familiar voice calling out his name from behind, and when he looks, he sees a cell being picked up by one of the force members. He asks what she's doing, and she begs for his help. The force member explains that he caught her snooping around the area a little suspiciously, so he decided to bring her. But after she nearly blew his ear out from her constant crying, he's thinking of ending her right now. Acel gets even more scared, but explains that she's only looking for her friend, and does not want to be eaten by them. Jaipa asks an angry Ronan if she's his friend, who confirms it, even though he would like for it to not be true. After night falls, Jaipa, Ronan, Acel, and Nemea go somewhere else, and Nemea is about to report what they are dealing with in this general area. The members of Nebula Clazier have brainwashed the local monster population and caused some commotion, but this was all a ruse. Their real target stands at the center of the mountains. Jaipa understands that if it's at the center of the mountains, their real goal must be Romaira's mountain road. This place is one of the most important transportation paths for the Empire. A third of the supplies distributed imperially circulate through this rather dangerous road. If this place were to be destroyed or heavily damaged, one of the Empire's most important pillars of economy would be knocked down in an instant and cause a heavy blow to the Empire. That is why these bastards using monsters to get their way is not strange at all. However, Ronan must know how. As he unsheathes his blade, the woman asks what he's going to do. Ronan explains that the mountain road is vital to the Empire, and so it has harsh security measures put in place. It is not something one can easily destroy just by sending a few monsters there. Perhaps they did not know that, so if she wants to have a throat, she better fucking answer. What are they hiding? The woman is almost overcome by fear, but she suddenly closes her eyes and breathes deeply. Does he honestly think that they fear something as lowly as death? Only non-believers do so. Ronan is shocked by what he is seeing. All of them are gathering up their mana into one place. In her last moments, the woman prays. Even if her abilities are lackluster and she does not manage to carry out the promised mission, she will sacrifice even the last piece of her soul and burn the scum who dared to stand in their way. None shall defy the star. With that, a large explosion occurs that lights up the entire mountain in a bright light, to the point where the other Nebula members also notice. An elderly man is sad that their dear siblings made such a decision already. It appears that normal believers are not enough to buy them time against the mighty Jaipa. Truly thought, to have to sacrifice such precious believers. How saddening. One of his henchmen, who calls him Varen, says that catching Jaipa is too difficult for their current numbers. Should they not try another day? Varen refuses, saying that would just give them more time to prepare countermeasures, and will end up making their mission much harder to carry out. They cannot delay their holy visage any longer, and even if not at the center, the middle of these mountains will do just fine. Tonight, the non-believers will be punished for their crimes, and the star will smile. As soon as he ends his speech, Varen activates the item he was holding, which creates a pretty sizable circle of light around them. This is a detonator that was made by the great inventor Alibrihe, and is a masterpiece that contains 30 layers of hand-engraved magic. After absorbing mana from the vein, the 30 layers shall amplify, and that will be the catalyst that will cause this entire area to burn to ashes. All they have to do from now on is protect this bomb from the enemy, who have surely noticed by now that the vein's mana is fluctuating. Evan, a former Saran Knight commander, and Brua, a former green mage at the top mage tower, agree. Evan notes that after this task, he shall be bestowed with the branch leader position, which was held by the late Brygia up until now. Perhaps that means that he shall also receive the Holy Grace? Varen notes that he is half correct, as normally one will receive grace only after being officially appointed, but because this mission is important, their merciful leader has bestowed him with such an honor in advance. Naturally, his powers cannot hope to compare against Brygia, but with his mighty blessing, regardless of any variables, they will be able to withstand and overcome. Suddenly, he hears something strange coming to them, and Varen immediately casts a protective barrier around them, which protects against the incoming claw-shaped attack that destroys the ground below. Varen says that it's surprising to see him here, as even if he noticed that the mana vein is fluctuating, the bomb has just begun its duties, so it would be impossible to know this location. How did the mighty word saint find them? Jaipa is surprised that they thought they were invisible, but even if they were, it wouldn't have mattered. The moment they stepped into his domain, he knew their location, and was just waiting to see what they were going to do. They are mere prey who are blinded by their arrogance and vitriol. He will watch them struggle until the light disappears from their eyes. 10 short minutes before this encounter between Jaipa and the Order, Jaipa noticed that the other cultists used self-explosion magic to redeem themselves, but this was nothing for him, so he told everyone to retreat. However, that's when Ronan jumped high into the air at the surprise of everyone and rushed the magic ball with a few well-placed strikes, eliminating it completely from the area. The woman was shocked. How did their final flames get snuffed out? Before she could think about it more, all of their heads flew clean off. Ronan had already cut them. He was quite annoyed with them. If they wanted to be like this till the end, they should have just died peacefully. Jaipa was surprised that Ronan managed to offset the magic. He knew that the child in front of him removed the mana itself from the area. Ronan asked if he knows since he has faced them. He probably does. Even if they do run away sometimes, they are not the type to end things this way. So this means that there are other things happening in this mountain. Someone way above these guys is doing something. He does not know what or where, but he is the search force leader. He must have a way to find them, right? The only thing he's asking is to work with him. He will make sure that he will receive the Emperor's favor for this. Now the cultists are at the hands of Jaipa, with Varen thinking that he could not feel his mana. He only felt it when it landed, but that does not seem like mana to him. It's more like raw power. He has heard a great deal about this new sword saint, but he is truly a formidable force. He tells his minions that they have precious guests that they must welcome, so they should go ahead and do just that. Evan and Brua both agree. If it's for their mission, they will naturally give up even their bodies. Both of them explode with white light, and are imbued with the star's power, improving their abilities. Jaipa is surprised to find a high-level knight and mage here. It's not a bad combination either, making him sad that he didn't bring his force here, as this would have been some pretty good training. Evan charges in with a mighty strike, while he wonders if the stars have willed this, for him to have a fight with his pride on the line against the mightiest of the Empire. For a warrior like him, this is the best honor he could ever receive. While continuing to attack, he beckons Jaipa to attack, as he knows he is the strongest swordsman to exist. But if he can defeat him, he will own that title for their great organization. Unfortunately for him, his sword breaks just by Jaipa punching it once, leaving him speechless and with his spirit defeated. Jaipa feels angry at him, How dare he try to challenge him with that impious power of his? In a half second, he cuts his head off, and notes that he sullies what it means to be a warrior. Seeing what just happened, Brua tries to summon a shield, but Jaipa does not allow him, and cuts him directly in half, before kicking Varen's shield, forcing it into the ground. He thought that he looked familiar from somewhere, but he didn't expect him to hide in a cult. Around 10 years ago, at the western village called Arden, there was a wanted murderer who killed thousands of innocents with his black magic experiments, and suddenly disappeared. He was also known as Arden's bloodbath. Varen. He feels that it's an honor for the Sword Saint to know about him, however. He has long abandoned his past. Now he is a simple believer in the star, nothing more. Jaipa isn't interested in hearing more and breaks his shield. It does not matter for him who he is still his target, someone he must end. Varen does not flinch at the sight of his imminent death, as he summons the blessing of the stars, which pushes Jaipa back. He is surprised that the believers he chose carefully only withstood him for mere seconds. He knew that he was a giant wall to overcome, but even so, he will not be able to do anything against the power of the star, since he is a pathetic mortal who crawls underneath their starlight like the others. How does it feel for him to meet the greatness of the star for the very first time? He would like to know how he feels. Jaipa is quite amused, actually. Even in a moment where he's about to die, he is still trapped in his little fantasy. This is why he will die, and why he is still prey, who is blinded by a nonsensical god. Jaipa manifests Sword Ki on his polearm, making Varen prepare for an incredible strike, one that only the strongest swordsman in the Empire could ever pull off. The attack hits him fully, almost taking out that piece of mountain. After the dust settles down and Jaipa still stands in his attacking position, it's revealed that Varen has managed to block the attack with his shield powers. Even so, this is quite surprising for him, as he expected the Sword Saint to be quite powerful. But this is on an entirely different level. This is a force that could be comparable to those guys. However, it's unfortunate. Even the Sword Ki of the amazing Sword Saint is not enough against the mighty blessing of the stars. Varen asks what he will do this time. The bomb is actively collecting mana, and at an increased rate too. He should just plan his retreat and plan for the future, as he alone does not have the capabilities or means to prevent this explosion. He will not be able to save those who are weak. They will turn into ash along with this mountain. Jaipa is impressed by Varen's ability to negate attacks. As Ronan said, this is quite the annoying power. If they do not prepare properly, one day, this man will become an even bigger threat, so he must be disposed of right now. He would also like to see just how much the blessing of the stars can really protect him. Varen feels something different coming, as the pressure has changed entirely. Surely this must be aura. Varen feels that it's useless for beasts such as himself to struggle against the heavens, so it is impressive. But since he is the strongest opponent he has faced up until now, he should try his best. Jaipa prepares himself, his muscles tighten, and his eyes shift around in place at the sheer power of his aura. Ronan snaps him out of it by screaming that this is enough. At this rate, he will blow this entire mountain before the bomb even has a chance to explode. Varen is surprised to hear this, and Ronan continues cursing Jaipa for what he was about to do, who is glad that he's finally here, even though he came slow. Ronan tells him that he has never been called slow. Does he not realize it's his brutish strength that makes him so fast? Anyway, since this is the blessing of the stars they are dealing with, he should step aside, as no matter how much power he may have, he has no way of handling what is in front of him now. Jaipa agrees with his judgment. He is more suitable for this task after all. Varen is shocked to see that the arrogant Sword Saint is actually backing down. Just who is that child next to him? Ronan thanks him for being such a dumbass. His voice is so loud that he has already deduced what was going on, so he just needs to deal with him and eliminate the magic bomb behind him to end this late-night mess. He also wonders if he's really an executive. Judging by his annoying blessing, it does appear to be so, but he is nowhere near that strong woman, Brygia, who he sliced in half. Varen asks how he knows her name, but he soon realizes that he was the one who killed her, and not Sarante. He dares to belittle Brygia like that with his dirty mouth? Truly, he must want to be ripped slowly into pieces. Brygia was one of the few top believers in the order. She rose to that position through her strength and true wisdom. She was one of the most honorable believers. How could such a measly being like him with a pathetic amount of mana to boot dare to hurt such an amazing person? His lies will never work here. The fact that a non-believer like him knows her name means that he must have witnessed how she died. He will confess the truth of that day, whether to screams or pathetic whimpers. Ronan understands, if he wants the truth that much, he will personally give it to him. He rushes through the tentacles formed by Varen within a second, who can see that he has some skill behind that facade of his, but there is no way he can lose to something like this, let alone Brygia. Unfortunately for him, he's wrong, as Ronan cuts right through his blessing and him, leaving him a pile or body parts on the ground. Ronan confirms that Bridja yapped the same way he did before he cuts the main power line of the bomb, ending its consumption of mana. She also died the same pathetic way he did. So does he have any other questions he would like to indulge in before he's sent to hell? As Varen looks at his own blood, he thinks that this is impossible. There's no way that the blade of a young child can pierce through the blessing of the star. The only time he has seen such power is from the Order Leader. Before he can wonder who this human boy can possibly be, Ronan cuts his head in two, ending his misery once and for all. Jaipa comes around and asks if he's killed him, who confirms as such. The ordinary believers ended up trying something quite radical, so an executive could have probably done something even worse than they did. They also decided to use a radical approach to this situation. They must be careful and attentive for a while. Jaipa trusts that to be a wise judgment, they must not be blinded by their goal, although it's a shame that he couldn't properly face the blessing of the stars. If he could fight him once more, perhaps he could have done something. Ronan tells him that he would have literally sent chunks of his hometown flying. He made the forest look like this only with his sword chi. Has he considered what would happen if he actually used aura? Jaipa understands, and since things ended well because of him, he will sate his curiosity. For now at least. He should also tell him if he ever needs anything, as the Emperor told him to reward those who help punish the Order. He has proven himself plenty, so he promises to give him anything he can within his abilities, and the Empire's treasury. Ronan is very glad to hear this, as he was actually in need of some strong guys. Soon enough, the most precious person in the world will arrive in the Imperial capital city. Schlieffen's knights are surprised by how calm everything is, because Schlieffen told them to be ready. They thought that there would be some monsters in the way or something else. They all agree that it's better to be safe rather than sorry, but they also wonder about the identity of the woman they are escorting, just how noble she can be. To have the Grancia Knights personally escort her, they can't really say, but one thing is pretty obvious. She's pretty important to Schlieffen. He decides to break the silence by asking if she's feeling discomfort because of the sudden move. If her ride is bad, she should not hesitate to tell him. Iris denies such a notion. This thing is more comfortable than any furniture she had at home. Iris suddenly asks if he's not tired because he rode the horse all day long. If he would like, he could come and ride with her. Schlieffen's very soul would like to accept, but his sense of duty makes him refuse, as he's carrying out an extremely important mission right now. However, he is glad that she's enjoying her journey. If she ever needs a break, she should let them know. Suddenly, the entire ground begins to shake, and the horses get spooked. They can all feel that something big is approaching, something that threatens their lives. Schlieffen jumps off of his horse and rallies his soldiers, telling them to prioritize the safety of Iris above all else. With the honor of their house on the line, the knights all get lined up, but Schlieffen can't believe that they are facing such a gigantic threat. Just the act of the enemy approaching is already overwhelming him. Before Schlieffen can wonder who it even is, he suddenly gets attacked by Jaipa, making them engage in a beautiful clash of swords that has everything around them flying. He has heard the rumors, but even those are an understatement. That was some incredible resistance for the rising star of the Empire. If the next generation sword saint is a human, it must be one of them too. Schlieffen asks why he's pointing a blade at the Grancia flag, but Jaipa says that it was just a greeting. A warrior like him must know. A clash of blades speaks for 100 words. Ronan screams at him that this type of thing only works in the north where he lives. Schlieffen is surprised to see him, but he tells him that they came here to support. He shouldn't be upset at what happened earlier, as now they have some really good porters. The knights are surprised to see Jaipa's army, but Ronan is more curious to see if his sister was escorted well or not. The next day, they arrive in the capital city, where Iris can't believe what she's seeing. Is this palace where they will really live from now on? Ronan notes that she doesn't have to ask a million times. She just needs to live peacefully from now on, and since it's right in front of the school, they can meet often. Schlieffen explains that they hired the craftsman who works with their family to help with the interior and installation of appliances. He can only hope that she likes it. Iris grabs his hand and notes that this place is like a fairy tale. She thanks them both for what they did. However, she will not allow them to leave unrewarded. They should stop for a while and have some of her cooking, which she's confident in. Ronan hasn't had her cooking in a while, and Schlieffen is very excited to finally have a meal with her. Outside of the room, Nabarose approaches and screams at someone, asking them what they are doing here. Ronan knows what happened just from this. Nabarose and Jaipa have met, and it's not something they really wanted to allow. They move outside of the house, where Jaipa says that it's been a while, and her temperament seems to haven't improved even a little bit. Will she be able to teach the students of this school properly like this? Nabarose asks if he's really questioning her teaching capabilities, but this is not a place for him to be in. He should not overstep his welcome and get going already. Jaipa is impressed that her tongue is as sharp as ever. He's curious to see if her abilities can keep up with her words. Has she not gotten over her past defeats? Has she not gotten over that day when she lost the Sword Saint position to him? Everyone freezes as he asks this, and Nabirose slowly unsheathes her sword, as it's better if they confirmed it right here. Even if they would want to, Jaipa's men cannot move anymore. They are all paralyzed because of Nabirose's mighty grieving snake. Jaipa is amazed. She is not using her full power, yet his body has become stiff. She sure has grown to become quite interesting. If she wishes to fight once again, he will fulfill her wish, but he will not hold back at all. Their auras clash with each other, blackening the sky around them, but that's when Ronan screams if they are out of their right minds. Just what the fuck are they doing in someone's front porch? He's barely being stopped by Iris, but he vows, if as much as a hair on his sister's hair gets damaged, all of them are dead. He manages to stop the impending fight, but Ronan is really annoyed. They are no better than school children. Do they know what would have happened because of their pathetic fight over pride? Are they not embarrassed of themselves? Jaipa admits that he lost his cool. Behaving so indecently, just because a snake woman provoked him, is really rude on his part, so he apologizes. Since the move has been a success, he and his team will withdraw, though he hopes that he will become even stronger by their next meeting. With a simple goodbye, they all vanish, letting Ronan finally breathe, as that guy is really flashy for a sword saint. He tries to tell Nabirose something, but she only cares about his explanation, and he better not leave out a single detail. Ronan knows that there's no way out of this, so he invites her inside, where he explains everything over tea. Nabirose understands that this was just a reward for his contributions at Ramira. That's why that beast was here. He sure must like him a lot if he did something like that for a human. She will warn him now, however. It's best to not get involved any further, as that old bastard is dangerous. Ronan asks what she means, so Nabirose explains that 10 years ago, there was a large-scale attack and invasion of werehumans that left the northern region in a mess. This went on to be called the Night of the Canine. The one who led those werehumans to battle was actually Jaipa. Although now, through end-of-war negotiations, those werehumans have become soldiers of the Empire, she still cannot trust him. At the time, instead of fighting with the Empire until one of them lost, Jaipa put himself on the line in order to negotiate. He explained that he and the werehumans will become soldiers of the Empire, at the cost of the Empire not touching the northern land. The Emperor of the time thought highly of his strength, so he accepted his offer with only one condition: a blood pact. The majority of the Empire was happy that one of the strongest swordsmen joined them, but in her eyes, he is just biding his time, in order to protect his people. Should the blood pact ever be broken, he would become a threat much bigger than the Order, as he could probably guess. That is Jaipa's true identity. Ronan seems to agree with her, as he did not show up at the battle with a Hayut after all. Of course, he may also have been killed by the Order, just like everyone he has met, but he cannot rule out any possibilities that the bastard had a plan all this time. Nabirose sees that he's deep in thought, so she apologizes for getting him distracted. But what he said earlier was the truth, right? Can he freely manifest sword chi now? Ronan confirms as such, although it's still simple compared to hers. Nabirose is glad that Jaradine was useful for once, but they should go and begin his lesson already. She would really like to see just how much he has grown during his journey. Meanwhile, Schlieffen is having the time of his life while eating Iris's cooking. Nabirose tells Ronan that the method to confirm his growth is pretty easy. All he has to do is show her his sword chi. He should be careful not to cut with physical force, but with the sword chi that is based on his mana. Ronan knows this already, and so he prepares a light strike against the training dolls. He unleashes it swiftly, but even if the attack is fast, it dissipates just before making contact with the dolls. Ronan is surprised by this, as a few days ago, this would have flown out much further, so he would like to try again. Nabirose denies him that chance, as even though it's pretty big that he can imbue mana into his blade, he has not reached a level where he can call it sword chi quite yet. His abnormal cuts seem to have a little bit of mana in them. Naturally, she's sure that this fact alone gave him great power. Him cutting that wyvern in a single slash is an amazing achievement. Ronan does not understand. Is it that much different? Nabirose knows that he doesn't think there's much difference when it comes to increasing the force through mana, but that's wrong. He might think of sword chi as a compressed mana projection that deals more damage to his opponents, but considering mana as a simple tool to boost his strength is quite shallow. The true power of mana comes from the path to the next stage. That is why she checked by asking him what sword chi was, since she had to see how he understood mana in order to see where she needed to supplement. She's almost sure that he doesn't get what she's talking about now, but luck will not follow him endlessly. One day, this difference will influence his life, whether he lives or not. Ronan knows what she's talking about. He has faced deadly enemies in this life, who could all cut him down with mana. Nabirose sees that he's getting discouraged, so she tells him that this is just the beginning. They can just fill up the places he lacks something in. That's why she's here after all. Currently, They need to make becoming strong the simple part, so that in the future, something like this will become possible. Ronan wonders why she took his sword, but she suddenly starts emanating a deadly sword chi. He should watch closely, as this is the true form of his blade. Ronan is surprised to see that La Mancha had other forms, especially one so red, and Nabiros notes that it resonates with the mana she put in, allowing it to manifest its true power. Weapons like her Urusa or Duke Grancia's Pale Road, which were created by master craftsmen and are considered legendary, naturally hide their true power. This true power that can be revealed out of these weapons is several times stronger than normal, as shown here. Daron seems to have created a masterpiece, a true blade. Ronan is amazed. She actually destroyed the training room floor, which has been reinforced with magic, in a single strike, even though he couldn't make a dent in it. Nabiros tells him that his level of mana is too low for this blade to resonate with. The blade knows best of his amateur mana level. Ronan feels a bit insulted, but thanks to this, he has a clear goal now. He immediately asks what he should do first. He wants to show this bastard of a blade who its master really is. Nabiros likes the way he thinks, so they should begin training by forcing him to maintain mana, which he is the weakest at. After a day of training, Ronan became able to maintain his mana for 48 seconds. After 3 days, that number jumped up to 1 minute and 32 seconds. After 5 days of training, it becomes 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Days continued to pass, and this number continued to rise higher and higher. After 14 days of training, Ronan becomes able to go past 13 minutes, meaning that he has already passed his set goal. Now, he should try showing his sword chi, although he should be careful. Ronan agrees that he will be, and lunges his sword forward. At first, it seems like nothing is happening, but as soon as he fully sheathes his blade, a piercing air flies all around the dummies, and all of their heads fall off. Nabiros is impressed with his performance, but now he probably gets why he's doing this training. He sure does, as the more he trains, the more he can feel his mana. Just focusing on maintaining it helps him understand all of the senses in his body, and more importantly, just how much potential his inherent mana has. Nabiros is glad that he finally got the basics down, but that's when Geraldine appears, saying that having a student work overnight is something only she would do, although it's to be expected from the long-sworded scoundrel. He apologizes for interrupting their training, but he wants a bit of their time, as he has something important to tell them about Ronan and his condition. Ronan is surprised that Geraldine came all this way to give them the news, and also notices that he looks better somehow. Nabiros figures that this must be about Ronan's mana, which Geraldine confirms. He has quite the unique constitution, so regular checkups are a must. Nabiros wonders if this is the only excuse he has to lamely extort her pupil. If it is so, she has the perfect thing to give him. Geraldine tells her to calm down. This is not the mercenary corps, as it's not what she thinks. She should let go of that long sword of hers. He only came to keep a promise, as because of Ronan, Sunya, who has made no progress in all these years, has finally started to show signs of hope. Nabirosi is shocked to hear this, and Geraldine tells her that there's still a long way to go, but he would love it if she could visit sometime. Sunya loved her adventure stories after all. Additionally, Ronan's condition is strange, yes, but he's actually here to talk about her other pupil too, Adeshan. He has been researching her, as per Ronan's request. He cannot be certain of this yet, but if his theory is right, that child holds great danger in her, a power that she cannot hope to handle by herself. He figures that Nabiros already saw the danger behind that power, and so she kept her close in order to see what she would do. He tries to explain further, but Nabiros stops him, as her Adeshan is not as fragile as he thinks. He's drawing conclusions about her, when he doesn't even know her. Geraldine can see the determination in her eyes, and stops there if she's going so far. He will leave that child to her discretion. After this, Ronan talks with Geraldine, noticing that Nabiros looks pretty mad. He also heard him talking about the mercenary corps earlier. Did they work there together? Geraldine confirms it. Around 10 years ago or so, they were quite famous in the south. Their first meeting wasn't the best, but that's just how they met. They received commissions to eliminate each other, and began to move. He could never forget that day, because the Nabiros of that time was the true incarnation of death. That day, he felt a fear he would never be able to put into words. Compared to those times, she's much more docile now, making Ronan surprised that her current state is an improvement. Geraldine continues his story, saying that he almost died in that encounter. If Sunya, a person from the area, had not saved him, he would have died on that dirt road, and probably gotten eaten by the wolves too. Sunya nursed him to health, which wasn't easy, as he was basically a walking corpse. After a while, a natural bond formed between them, and they became a couple. After that ordeal, Nabiros and he become more like comrades, which is strange considering they tried to kill each other. Naturally, that was only possible because of Sunya's cheery attitude and pure way of being. That was also the reason Nabiros began to abhor him, It was all his fault after all, because he could not protect Sunya when she needed it most, and for his stupidity to let her go, she was utterly furious. Even so, she still kept his secret, and the fact that he can heal Sunya now is thanks to her. That is why he strongly believes that Nabarose will forgive him once Sunya recovers. Even if she's a ruthless fighter, she has a good heart. The next day, at the Magic Major main building, the Hall of Truth, Adeshan, Geraldine, and Ronan walk through the Black Magic Laboratory. Ronan finds it quite gloomy and creepy. Are they even allowed to be in this place? Geraldine tells him to just ignore it, as the super expensive piece of equipment they need can only be used here. This is the Adult Mana Extractor, the best magic tool for pulling out the inborn mana out of a living being. There are other people who are like them, who cannot understand their mana, and they would pay with entire fortunes for just a chance to use this thing. He tells Adeshan to stand in the middle. It's finally time to see that power hidden inside of her. Geraldine hopes that she has mentally prepared herself, and with that, begins the extraction. Instantly, black mist begins to come out of Adeshan's body, and it spreads all around, making the test subjects in this laboratory react. Ronan is amazed. Even if she has not used her abilities before, she still has an influence. The Grand Commander he knows was called the Iron Lady, and it wasn't for nothing, as she ruled the battlefield. She had and still has the strongest and most evil power in the entire history of the Empire. Adeshan asks why her mana is this color, and Geraldine knows there's no room for interpretation. What this is shadow mana. Adeshan is surprised. She has heard about it from Ronan, but she never heard about it from anywhere else. Geraldine says that it's only natural. Anything about shadow mana is a top secret within the Empire, so finding out about it is difficult. This also makes him wonder how Ronan knows about it, but no matter. Shadow mana is usually dormant for a few years at least, possibly hundreds of years, and even if it does manifest in the user's lifetime, most people cannot handle it and die. She should now be able to feel it because a little is leaking out. She can feel that there's something fundamentally different from the mana they use. This can allow even those who are unable to wield mana to become swordmasters. It's basically a miracle and a curse. This power goes against all logic and reason. That is the true face of shadow mana. The problem with it is that this power can suddenly manifest. Even the owner can't predict it until it's too late. They usually lose control and fall into a state of rage, where they begin to cause calamity all around. Eventually, the user will exhaust themselves and die. He asks Adeshan if she wishes to hold such power. If she wishes, he can put a limiter on her, so that it never manifests, and they can also resort to just eliminating it out of her body, although that's harder. She should think carefully now, as historically, those who wield this power cannot control it, and they can never reach a happy ending, because that's not what this power is. The shadow mana is a sharpened, double-edged sword that threatens to cut her head off at any second. Is she prepared to handle such responsibility? Adeshan remembers all that's happened in her life, and Ronan, who has helped her so much. She would be lying if she said that she's not fearful, but someone dear once told her to not worry, and try her best no matter what. That is why she cannot afford this week's resolve. She asks Geraldine to help her, who likes that hopeful glint in her eyes. She is Nabirosa's pupil after all. Since they have agreed to a decision, it's about time he begins. Raging mana begins to come out of Adeshan's body and forms into a ball. Adeshan notes that this feeling is familiar, and Geraldine explains that they are currently extracting the mana she has accumulated throughout the years. Before explaining why, he would like to guess the situation she has been in up until now. She probably thought that she had no mana, since no matter how much she tried, she could not catch up to her classmates. Adeshan wonders how he knows, but it's really simple. Shadow mana is a power that is not tied down to logic. There is no way that such a power would just patiently hide. Her shadow mana kept colliding with the mana she accumulated, so her growth was interrupted. The fact that she could still collect this much mana, however, is quite surprising. Her efforts are to be admired, but it's about time they say goodbye to it. The solution to her problem is really easy. These two energies will always collide with each other, so they will choose to eliminate one, and only let the shadow mana remain. He must note, they are quite an interesting pair. One of them is suffering from not being able to accumulate mana, and the other one can't get rid of it. Ronan feels that this situation is quite familiar. Will he say that it's going to take 5 years again? Before he can even finish, Geraldine confirms it, but they should return back to business. Mana that has found its place is not easily rid of, even though the extractor seems to well extract it. Once it deactivates, it will enter her body again. Ronan asks if there will be any side effects to removing the mana in one go, which Geraldine believes there should not be. But why is he asking? Ronan immediately pulls out his blade and cuts her mana in two, completely eliminating it. This surprises both Adeshan and Geraldine, who can't believe that her mana disappeared. Ronan says that it's simple. He has way too much to do with her. He cannot wait 5 years. Suddenly, the shadow mana springs out, letting itself spread around the entire area. Soon after, Adeshan wakes up from her unconscious state, on Ronan's lap no less, who is quite embarrassed to see herself like this. But why did she faint? The test subjects immediately begin to roar and claw as she wakes up, making Adeshan question why that's happening. Ronan says that it's because of her, and Jaredin adds that since her original mana is gone, the shadow mana within her rages, leading to this. Congratulations are in order, as regardless of process, they have succeeded. The foreign feeling she is now feeling in her heart is the pure shadow mana. That is the new power she must learn to wield. Adeshan is surprised. It's much heavier and colder than normal mana. Jaredin chalks it up to it being activated strongly right now. Soon it will return to its original state, although she does not seem to mind. She should start to slowly learn what abilities she has obtained through the awakening of her mana, but they should quiet these subjects first. Ronan tells him to wait, and let Adeshan do that instead. She should tell the test subjects to be quiet. That should be possible within her limits right now. Adeshan does so sheepishly, and the subjects do actually calm down. Jaredin is shocked. Normal brainwashing takes an incredible amount of mana to do, and also needs magic tools, but she did it with just a sentence. Her power is much more dangerous than he expected. Ronan knows what her power is. It is called mind control. With this power, Adeshan can choose any living target and force her will onto them. This ability can also teach, making it a great method to command others. But if she reduces her range to a military unit, she can turn them into mindless puppets who would gladly sacrifice themselves for nothing. The Grand Commander knew of this and did not hesitate to use it. She sacrificed countless soldiers for nothing and didn't even flinch. He asked if this is really necessary, but she believed so. This is the only method to attain victory, so he should continue to devote himself to this battle until his body fails him. That is the only reason they are still alive after all. In the past, Adeshan had no other choice but to become the Iron Lady. But now, she can walk a different path. The only problem now is if that path will be good or not. After this is over, Ronan and Adeshan walk out, with Ronan saying that today was quite eventful, since she awakened a new power, and the professor even accepted to help her. He asks how she feels, as she's closer to her dream, but she does not seem to be excited at all. Adeshan knows, if this power continues to grow, it will eventually reach people. Is it really okay for her to use something so dangerous? She was excited at first, that she finally obtained this power. It felt like her dream was closer, but after seeing its true nature, she has become afraid of it. What if one day, she will think that this power is their only salvation, and use innocent people as sacrifice in order to obtain what she wants? What if she becomes a monster who will do anything for victory? Ronan is happy, but also a little sad that she understood that side of her ability. In his past life, her plans were always almost perfect, and her outstanding judgment saved the lives of countless people. She became a beacon and guided humanity to a better tomorrow. However, there had to be sacrifices, soldiers who were dominated by her ability, and nobody can deny that they were ruthlessly sacrificed. Adeshan is not so corrupted yet, so she tells Ronan to stop her if anything happens. She knows that if that moment comes, and he is by her side, she will have the strength to overcome it, just like she has now. Ronan stands silent for a bit, and tells her to not regret her words after becoming successful. This time, it won't end with just a push off a cliff. After this day, Philion became peaceful for the first time in quite a while. Adeshan and Jaredin began to train her shadow mana. At first, she struggled to restrain even a bird, but now she can control 5, and will be moving on to bigger beasts. Brahm returns to his usual individual training, and Ophelia, who cannot be found during the day, has been teaching Saita blood magic, and having lots of fun too. Saita has been learning well, and her blood magic abilities have grown quite well. Ophelia is naturally happy with this, and wants to teach Sita even more things. Ronan has been spending his days in relative peace too, aside for his training with Schlieffen. Ronan recognizes that he got faster. He probably trained behind his back. Schlieffen noticed that his attacks have become more elaborate too. It seems like the instructor has been taking good care of him. Even with this, they both think that they are stronger than each other. Maria wonders when they will get tired, as they have been going at it for hours, and are hogging up the training place when they could have just battled outside. Even so, that's why Ronan is so charming, right? Asel agrees. Ronan has always been impressive, even in his hometown. That's why he looks like that to her, right? Someone as reliable as Ronan must be better, right? Maria spots a hint of jealousy in her response, but she shouldn't worry, as she's still the best. They should work hard too, and show Ronan what they are made of. Asel agrees, and seems to calm down. Later, Ronan goes to meet with Varen. He did not know why he called him here, but it seems like his prediction is right. Even from just the scent, this tea is opening up his mana pathways. It's similar to what he had with Sarante. He said that he would not waste a single leaf until he succeeded in cultivating it, so that must mean that he has done it. Varen confirms as such, but it's only thanks to him. After he went to the Vadian Mountains, he came back to him with a bunch of herbs from that Sarante person. It was a bit of work, but since he succeeded in cultivating it, he will be able to help a lot of people. Ronan is quite glad to hear that. As the advising professor, he wanted to repay for having to take care of the messes they caused with their club activities. He hopes that this is enough to repay, and a little more perhaps. Varen doesn't know what to say about that, but he has another reason for calling him today besides this good news. They have finally received a reply from the place he wanted to visit in order to learn about the curse, the Mage Tower of Dawn. They have approved of his visit. Ronan is very happy. He has been dying to check it out after all. Varen tells him to be cautious. They are probably unsettled because of the unfortunate incident that happened recently, so he won't be going alone. The plan is for the postponed Magic Major honor students to go along with him on the field trip, meaning that one of his classmates will also go with him. Eventually, Ronan gets on the airship that goes to the Mage Tower of Dawn, the Western Wing. Elizabeth wonders why he's here, but he just greets her, wondering if he should call her Eli or something. She refuses to let him. That nickname is only for Adeshan after all, but he shouldn't confuse her. Why is he here? Ronan tells her that this place only has a single destination, so it's obvious he has business at the Mage Tower of Dawn. Elizabeth is surprised. He is a martial art major after all, yet he has business at the Mage Tower? Ronan tells her that she has some complicated circumstances. He would have brought a cell if that little bugger had the time, but he said something about focusing on training with Maria. He could also ask the same question to her. Where are the other first years? Why is she sitting here by herself? He heard from Varen that there were supposed to be more people coming. Elizabeth feels it's only natural she's alone, as the Mage Tower of Dawn is known for their fire magic, and this field trip opportunity was only given to the 10 best students of the practical fire mage class. That is why aside from her, who is in first place, nobody has come with. That's why she's enjoying the silence and meditating right now. Ronan understands she doesn't have any friends, so he will graciously sit with her for the entire trip, as he is alone too. Elizabeth is infuriated by his taunting and screams so loud that the entire ship shakes. As the ship sails the air and gets everyone to their location, Elizabeth finds everyone around here quite annoying. They are close to entering a renowned mage tower, yet these people are just leisurely talking. Shouldn't they be using this time to think of what they will ask? She can't help but be mad at them. This is why she hates spending time with mediocre people, isn't that right? Ronan doesn't know what to say, but Elizabeth tells him that within the academy, he is the only talent she has acknowledged, other than Adeshan. He has had impressive performances as of late. He even put that arrogant Grancia child in his place. He helped Japa in killing a bunch of bastards from the cultist organization too. The royal palace must have heard of him too, since Akalucia is interested. She suddenly remembers the invitation she gave him, and asks if he's not going to respond, as it's been months since she has given it to him. As she continues trying to convince him, Ronan spaces out, surprised that she's able to talk so much. He decides to change the subject by saying that he wants to ask her something. Why does she like Adeshan so much? Elizabeth recoils and asks why he's suddenly asking that. But Ronan's just curious, as Adeshan's efforts are finally bearing fruit. But according to what she is saying, Adeshan, at the time of becoming a scholarship student, was not talented, only mediocre. However, seeing how she likes her so much, he was wondering if it was something else. Elizabeth says it's only natural. Her Adeshan was different from everyone else since the beginning. They first met a few days after coming to Philion. She was looking for the library and got lost, and the person who kindly approached her and pointed her in the right direction was Adeshan. She also said that she was incredible at the entrance exam. For a first year, she is incredibly talented. Elizabeth has heard this again and again, and after these compliments, everyone always follows it with one of a few things. Either the blood of the Akalushas is different, or she was born with talent. They sound like compliments, but they do not flatter her at all. These people are saying that everything she has achieved up until now was because she was born this way. However, Adeshan only wondered how hard she worked to get that far at such a young age. She couldn't even imagine it. Elizabeth was shocked, and Adeshan apologized for talking like she knows her, but if she's ever in a hard spot, she can come to her. She might not help much, but she will always be here if she needs some advice. Elizabeth notes that the way she felt then is important to her, but above everything, Adeshan is just too beautiful. Her hair is dark and silk-like, which makes her slender body come out even more. Ronan is quite shocked. Are all these so-called geniuses freaks? Well, it doesn't matter, as having a relationship with Elizabeth will help Adeshan in many ways. Suddenly, he feels something approaching the ship and tells Elizabeth to grab her wand quickly, as something is coming. Ronan grabs her and immediately jumps at the top of the ship, with Elizabeth being mad that he's lifting her like a bag of rice. Ronan hopes that she can lift one person with her telekinesis ability, as that thing is coming. Elizabeth doesn't see it at first, but as it approaches, The entire sky becomes engulfed by a large fireball, much bigger than the ship. She wonders how a spell that's only used for air interception can be used here, but Ronan tells her they don't have time to guess, and will leave the levitation to her. Elizabeth swiftly uses her magic to make Ronan float, allowing him to get closer to the fireball and with his sword, split it in a bunch of miniature fireballs. What he didn't expect is for them to keep falling at the same speed. He cannot turn back now, so the ship will be hit. Fortunately, the fireballs get blasted away immediately, which surprises him. Elizabeth tells him to not be so shocked. Did he think that these little things would be a challenge to her? She's Elizabeth Akalucia. Thank you for watching. See you next time.